What up, everybody? B. Mitchell Philly, 1067 The Fan. I will be rolling solo today. We have a very busy show for you today. I want to talk about us. I'm talking about us as the United States of America fans and how we treat adults that make a lot of money and how we expect young kids who don't make a lot of money to go out and perform. I'm going to get into that a little bit. Charlie Slows will join us at 10:30. James Wood is going to be making his debut tonight. I have Tony Massenberg joining me at 11. There's all types of things going on in the NBA, from Paul George going to the Sixers to Klay Thompson. Where is he going to be? All the things that are happening here. And also LeBron and Bronny doing their things out in L.A. I want to get all that from Tony. When you want to talk to people about it, you want to see somebody who's been through it. Tony Massenberg played a long time in the NBA. Just got married also, and want to make sure we say congratulations to him on that. We have Santana Moss joining us at 12 o'clock. Tanner Man is always over there doing all time things with the command center with the Commanders, and we're going to talk to him about the receivers. And we have a top 20 thing going on. Did Terry McLaurin make the top 20 receivers in the NFL? We'll get that to you. 1 o'clock, I'll be joined by Barry Zaluga. But you know what? As I sat there and I've been watching the Olympic trials, and, you know, I am mesmerized by some people sometimes. And as I was watching last night, watching the women's gymnastics, and we know just not long ago, we had Simone Biles have her issues and things with the, mental health. And that is something that's very, very vital these days. And just because you deal with something don't mean that you have to be handcuffed by it. I watched Simone Biles last night. She ended up winning the overall by, 5 points? And I think she was outstanding. Normally at 27 years old, you are long gone in gymnastics. But that young lady is absolutely amazing. But she's not the one I want to talk about. As I watched last night and we are seeing all these young ladies play, go out there and perform, that was a 16-year-old, Hesley Rivera. And I am watching all this pressure bestowed upon this little 16-year-old girl. Mom and dad are losing their minds in the stands, but she was as calm, cool, and collected as anybody that was performing. And it goes back to, I can remember one time we had arguments about Gilbert Arenas when he got in trouble with the gun stuff. And I had caller after caller after caller calling in saying, well, he's young. I never known somebody 27 years old who's in the NBA to be young, okay? You know better at 27. And he did a lot of things that didn't always sit right with people, but you know what? He was an unbelievable talent, just didn't have some things together off the court. But as I watched this young lady perform last night, and as it got a little tighter for her, I am at my house thinking about what if that was my child? How would I be feeling? And I got to the point of I would be I couldn't watch. My daughters used to do gymnastics. They did cheer, they did dance. Every one of them were flyers at one point. And if you don't understand the dangers of being a flyer, well, hell, I had 3 kids, okay? One had a broken shoulder, one had a messed up arm, and they all had concussions because you will be dropped eventually if you're a flyer. But then you're watching these young ladies on the beam, the bars, doing the vault, all these little different things, floor exercise, and the way that they're exploding into the air, flipping and landing, I would be terrified as a dad watching my young kid do that. But as I watched that young lady, she was just calm as hell. Wasn't worried about anything. But then when you go around and, Simone Biles made a comment that said that when she left the Olympics in Tokyo, she started to think that America's going to hate me. The world is going to hate me. And there were people who were sending that type of love, that type of stuff at her because the young lady lost it at one point. But we put that pressure on them. We put that pressure on 16-year-olds. But when we are watching NBA players, NFL players, NHL players, and MLB players, we always want to find an excuse for them. So I told Landfill earlier, right now, the kids like Hensley and also Quincy Wilson from Bullis High School, those kids may be able to make a little something now because now they changed the world up. NIL, you can make your money. But professional athletes normally go through all of that stuff, college, high school, they're in the league. Some of them in their fourth, fifth, sixth year, and we are making excuses for them. I'm not saying we have to beat them up, but I don't think excuses is the right thing. If anybody should get an excuse, would be a 16-year-old who can't drive. Probably another 16-year-old who got pimples and stuff popping up on his face. But that young man ran a 44.59. And if anybody knows anything about running the 400 meters, that is outstanding. He went out, he got sixth place, but he's put himself in a position to be able to be on one of the relay teams. So we are looking at young people who has a great ability and who have a great ability, and they both are staring down all of that trauma right in the eyes. But you know what? We have to begin to have the proper people around them and things of that nature. One thing people will know about me, I believe in leadership. I believe in bosses and things like that. Well, not believe in bosses, but I know people want to say I'm the boss. What the hell does a boss really mean? If you are a boss and you're not doing the proper things as a leader, you are a waste of damn time, okay? That's the way I look at it. So I follow a lot of stuff. I know a lot of people, all y'all want to do is watch the big booties and all the weird stuff going on Twitter and Instagram and things like that. I like to follow the positivity of things. I do a lot of motivational things. So I was watching some stuff this weekend, and I ran into this thing talking about bosses and leaders. And right now, as I look at Washington, I'm talking about the whole area. I'm looking over here at the Nats, not far from us. They have Rizzo. I consider that man a leader. Martinez, I consider him a leader. Go on over to Commander's Land. I consider those guys, Adam Peters and Quinn, leaders. Now we got the whole crew over here with the Wiz. I'm starting to believe that, these guys are definitely leaders over there now, not just because they listen and they hire people that they give respect to. So I'm going to let you listen to this about the difference between a leader and a boss. And some of you bosses out there or leaders out there, which one are you? And could you make things better? Take a listen.
I don't think you're all bad, but somewhere down your path, you got lost. I think you used to be a leader, but now you're just a boss.
What's the difference?
Well, see, a boss says I. A leader says we. Bosses are blinded by pride, while leaders can really see. A leader always asks. Bosses, they command. See, a boss points fingers, but a leader extends a hand. A boss says go. Leaders say let's go. Leaders consider ideas. Bosses say heck no. See, a boss push you down. Leaders will lift you up because leaders give love. A boss don't give a
what?
Bosses use people, abuse people. Leaders groom people.
See, that's the thing. Those little words right there may not mean a lot to a lot of people. But I've had a lot of success in my life because I had a bunch of leaders around me. And those leaders led us in a proper way. They didn't dictate. They didn't try to make us do things how they just wanted to do it. They asked questions. It starts off when I first got here in Washington, and I watched a man, Joe Gibbs, okay? And I know Landfill and Jeff always listen to me to say the whole name because they got a little game going every time I say it. That's why I did not say the middle name. But when I got around Coach Gibbs, to be totally honest with you all, I was terrified. When you look at a guy with that much success, that level of success, and people start talking about him a lot, you don't want to cross him. But the man would ask me questions about what I thought about this offense or that offense and what I feel about this, that. I was a rookie. And the more I talked to him, the more I began to see he was very much like my dad. My dad did the same thing. So I can go through life and tell you the people I respect. And it's not everybody that was above me. Because most people that were in the job that were above me, at the end of the day, I never saw them as above me. I saw them as below. Because a lot of those people were just bosses where they just wanted to go out and dictate. And when you're trying to dictate to people and things go wrong and you never, ever take any other blame, that's a boss. Because the whole thing about it is we can sit up here and talk together because everybody, Jeff grew up different than I did. I grew up different in Landfill. And we have ways of doing and saying things. And like a lot of times, Landfill, no, when I have to do some reads and Somebody who have a right to read, they don't understand me or my dialect and stuff like that. And they give me some stuff, and I'm like, I would never say that. You have to start paying attention to others and understanding. And so when I started getting into this, I started looking at the people that we have in place around town and the people that we used to have in place around town. And we've gone through dire straits for a long damn time in this town because I think we had a bunch of bosses. Okay? As nice as Ron could be, he was a boss because he wanted things to be done his way all the time instead of asking, learning a little more. They actually brought a guy in here to try and change the culture. When he tried to change the culture, they basically threw him under the bus. That's a boss. That's not a guy extending a hand and say, let me help you out, because if they had supported Eric, I think things would have been better, but we may not have all the people in place right now, but still. I look at Rizzo. Rizzo comes in, and yes, this man, JP says it all the time, that Rizzo is the best GM in this town since Bobby Bethard. That's saying a lot because it's been a long damn time. And I think ultimately it's because he does not always just say, this is how we're going to do it. He listens to the people around him. He asks questions. He takes ideas. Doesn't think he can do every damn thing that he wants to do. We saw things happening wrong with the Wiz for a long time. And I think every once in a while, even the boss, and I'm just going to say the boss because that's the man that's paying the money, like a Ted Leonsis. Ted finally had to realize that, you know what, sometimes you got to let somebody who has an expertise at this thing take over. And right now, there are guys in place who have won everywhere, okay? Golden State. They won over here in Oklahoma City. And you're now finding out that people have implemented guys that they let do their job. Micromanaging is not great. Micromanaging does nothing for anybody. If you're going to hire somebody to do a job, at least allow them to do it. And you know what? If they make a mistake, then you step in and you help them out. But if you stand over somebody's shoulder, I ask everybody, if you ever drive in your car, you just left your house. You haven't had a drink at all. Nothing is going on. It's a Saturday or Sunday morning, and a police car pulled up behind you. Do you get nervous? So when someone is standing over your shoulder, that's just like a police car following you. You're not able to focus on what you want to focus on. You're worried about them. So now you're trying to be damn perfect. And when everybody tries to be perfect, you know what happens? You never ever get there. So as I go back into Washington over there, when I said we had Ron in place, we had Dan in place who was telling grown-ass men that were older than him, call me Mr. Snyder. One finger salute, homie. Get the hell on out of here. But you got guys over there right now from Adam Peters who asks questions, who allow people to do their job, to Dan Quinn, who wanted people that had expertise. He has Lynn on his staff, former head coach. Okay? He has his offensive coordinator, still former head coach. Ken Norton has been successful in this league for a long time, D coordinator on my staff. Joe Witt Jr. is one that I think is going to be really, really high on the list of becoming a head coach. Boom. Got him on his staff. He didn't go out there and hire people that he know would never, ever be able to push him. He hired guys that, you know what, that he know will be pushing and he could depend on. I have a friend of mine named Gil Walker, works at Dow Chemical, became a senior engineer in his early 30s. And he started hiring people that were older and younger that had all the qualifications that he had. And he said, one of the older engineers asked him, man, why would you do that? That dude could take your job. He said, I don't want nobody here working that can't do my job. Because what if I get sick? If I hire all of these guys that can't do my job, don't have my expertise, and I'm out, what the hell happens to the plant at that point? And, you know, chemical plants, you can kill a lot of damn people if you don't do the stuff right. So he hired people that were qualified. And we know people right now who like to hire people that are not qualified. So you know what? They can dictate to you. They can sit there and micromanage all day. And then all of a sudden, when the when the business goes to what? As the guy said in the little thing that we heard, you know what I'm trying to say. When the business goes completely kaput, whatever it is, that word, all of a sudden now we're sitting here trying to figure out how to get something going. Because we got people around us that we know will never, ever threaten us. One thing I've learned in sports and in life, when you get some pressure on you, we're going to find out exactly who the hell you are. We're going to find out what you're made of. We're going to find out the character that you have because pressure bursts pipes. And a lot of times, whether we got two 16-year-olds in Hesley Rivera and Quincy Wilson, or we got some grown men, Gilbert Arenas or anybody else, when you get into your situation, what are you going to do? Are you going to show what you're about? Or are you going to start to run? So in this town right now, a bunch of people have decided to hire leaders. And I think for me, I'm getting excited. Later on in the show, I'm going to open up the phone calls. I want to find out if you're getting excited because I just see like this little wave beginning to flow. And we've gone through times where it's been all down. Okay. We saw the Nats and the Caps come up and win the championship. Reds hadn't done it since 79. I was 11 years old. Washington haven't done it since I was on the football. The Commanders hadn't done it since I was on the football team. But I'm starting to feel a little something because I think they got the right people in place. Okay? And we have a young man who's going to be starting his new era tonight. James Wood is going to be making his debut right down the street from us over at NASPAR. And Charlie Slows will be having that call. We have Charlie joining us coming up next, and we're going to find out exactly what's going to happen tonight with James Wood. But before I go here, hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. And you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates on Rude just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Rude 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Rude keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Rude.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Wood making his debut. And you can listen to that game right here on 106.7 The Fan. And join us right now on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. And the man that's sitting right there all the time with the Nats playing, Charlie Slows, play-by-play guy. You can follow him on X at Charlie Slows, CharlieSlowes. Charlie, how you doing, man?
I am doing great, Mitch. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Well, we got James Woods, someone that we've been waiting on for a long time to come up. He's going to make that debut tonight. So we're going to remember what July 1st is, especially if he hit a couple of home runs tonight. What can we expect from the big man?
Well, that makes it easy, right, to remember the date when it's the first of the month.
There you go.
It does. And, he's had a tremendous season at AAA. The baseball people make the decision as to when, not just on the numbers that you see early in the year. But it has been quite a start for him. I mean, we were so impressed in spring training. And you don't like to give a lot of, value to what you see in spring training because pitchers are in top form then. But just even the batting practices were like epic shows with the sound of the ball off his bat, the power that we saw when he hit home runs in spring training. So we knew it was just a matter of time, a half a season at AAA. He missed some time on the injured list with a hamstring, about 3 weeks, just short of a month. 353 average, 10 home runs, 16 doubles, stole 10 bases, 11 tries. He walked 40 times. And a lot of times they don't give, a tremendous value. We have seen guys that have hit AAA pitching and then come up to the big leagues, and it's a big difference. But this guy has hit everywhere he's been. And we got to remember about everything now. He's coming to the big leagues at the age of 21. So we'll see how he handles it. He's handled both left-handed and right-handed pitching really well at the AAA level. But, for some guys we find out, what the adjustment is like, guys who are hot at the start and then the pitching adjusts to him and then he has to make adjustments, which is the story of this game, constantly making adjustments. But we're real excited to see him play. And it's an even a better story, when it's somebody who grew up in the area. He's going to have a lot of friends and family there. It's an exciting day in Nationals history.
When you look at him, like some people in the minors or even in the majors, some people are just better hitters or more patient than others. When you look at James Wood, what would you say? Is he a patient guy who waits for the pitch, or does he chase things?
I don't see him as a guy who chases a ton, but remember, young players do have a tendency to chase.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to see better off speed and breaking stuff than anything he saw in the minor leagues. Fastballs, anybody's fastball, I'm not worried about that. It's the adjustments to how he sees different pitchers and their repertoires and how successful they'll be and how he makes adjustments. For some guys, you come up here, the lighting's better, everything, the conditions are better. Some guys come up here and do even better in the big leagues than they do in the minor league levels.
Yeah. So we know that everyone is waiting to see him hit the ball, but he has to play out in the outfield sometimes. He's played most of his minor league career at center field. Will we see him at center or will he be moving to left?
I would see he'd be in left field. I don't think they're going to put center field on him at this point. Jacob Young has played a terrific center field. We're probably going to see Jesse Winker maybe get more DH time. We've seen him taking some ground balls at first base. Maybe that's in his future. But I would suspect that Wood would play in left field when he's in the outfield. As far as what the games he started at Rochester, it was even 22 in left, 22 in center. He did start 5 at right and 3 as a designated hitter. But I would think right now, left field is where you'll see him the most, but he does give them an option. Jacob Young's played every day for a couple of months in center field. He's barely taken a day off. Lane Thomas can play center. Wood can play center. That gives Davey Martinez an option if they need to give Jacob Young a day off, or if that finger injury that he's been playing through requires that he takes a day off, that's probably what they would do.
So this team has come out and they've played some better baseball than everybody expected, and now you're adding Wood to the lineup. When you begin to see this team, do you think that this move to bring Wood up is just what they had planned, or is it because they were playing so well?
Well, I think it's a plan, definitely, of how much time they wanted him in AAA, pretty much a half a season. Come up now and have slightly under a half a season remaining at the big league level. So I think that was part of the plan. And the Nationals, if they have a need, it's offense and power. They're near the bottom of the major leagues in home runs. They needed a middle of the order bat to drive in runs. Now, that's not to say you want to put this all on a 21-year-old and say, okay, we're going to put you in the number cleanup spot, and we're expecting you to drive in 70 runs the second half of the season. That's a lot to expect as he adjusts to the big league level, but he does certainly fill a need. This team has lacked power and the ability to get the extra base hit with men on base when they need to. I'm not saying everybody, but if you look at their lineup on the whole, that's certainly a weakness or a need that they need to fill.
We're talking to Charlie Slows on B. Mitchell Philly, 1067 The Fan on the Backyard Guest Line. Charlie, when you start preparing for a guy coming up, you all basically are like encyclopedias. You look at so much information about him. What is one little tidbit that fans need to know about James Woods?
Well, all of his home runs this year, AAA, came on the road for whatever reason. That, a fluky thing, Rochester, Syracuse early in the year, it's cold in those places, so the ball doesn't carry as well. But I think that's just a quirk that just happened that way. But I'll tell you something that doesn't show in the stats that we watched in spring training. He's very low key. If you talk to him, you can have a conversation with him, but he's not, going out of his way to be at this point a guy who's going to talk it up. But his eyes are watching everything. Uh-huh. He's taking everything in, and he was in that lineup of lockers in spring training in the clubhouse with he and Cruz and Trey Lipscomb, and these are the next wave of young players for the Nationals. But everything he did, you could tell he was coached well, and probably he's gotten some good advice. He didn't celebrate, Mitch. He hit a big home run or hit a bomb. It's like he's done this before, and I saw that the same, at the minor league level. It's just a matter. He's not going to. I don't know that he's going to be a showman. He's going to be a guy that looks like he's been here before.
Just go back, business as usual, I would guess. But you can also hear the game tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan. Charlie, I think Mackenzie Gore is starting tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way to go. Yes. You got two of your top prospects on your team. Woods is coming back. Getting his debut tonight. And Mackenzie had been out for a while, hadn't he?
No. Mackenzie's been pitching the entire season.
Oh, okay.
He's been in the rotation the entire year.
Been good.
You've got C.J. Abrams is your shortstop. Is playing at times like an all-star, and he'll get consideration. So now with Wood coming in, this is 3 of the 5 players that the Nationals acquired in the trade with Juan Soto and Josh Bell going to San Diego. Actually 6 if you counted Luke Boyd. So you have Gore, Abrams, and Wood in the big leagues, and you have Robert Hassel, who is still in the minor leagues, very talented outfielder with plenty of big league potential, and Harlan Susana, the right-hander, who's at Fredericksburg right now. And this guy throws over 100 miles an hour. He's starting to lock it in with his command. So, as much as people were upset at the time when the Nationals decided that they weren't going to be able to come to a contractual agreement with Juan Soto and that was the best time to trade him and trade Josh Bell, what they got in return has sped up the rebuild or retool of this organization probably by at least 3 years, because you're going to see all of it. And then you're going to mix in Dylan Cruz, who they drafted with their number 1 pick last year, is probably going to be in the big leagues before the year is over. So, this is an exciting time to follow the Nationals and be a fan, because this is all going to turn. When you talk about how they played better than maybe people expected, A lot of that's been because of the pitching. That's because, when you look at Gore and the year that Jake Irvin has had, and then Mitchell Parker, who was not on the opening day roster, came up when Josiah Gray got hurt, and DJ Hurst came up when Trevor Williams had to go on the injured list. The starting pitching for this team has been the biggest improvement, and their bullpen is pretty good. But when the starting pitching is able to keep you in games that they could have won, or maybe only not winning because, as I said before, they like that big hit. They don't score a lot of runs. And when you look at Patrick Corman's numbers, you got to look past him this year. While he struggled the last few years, he's been much better this year. He's kept you in a lot of games. He's given you innings, but he's had the lowest run support of any starting pitcher in the major leagues. And that was proven again yesterday when the Nationals were shut out. So I think, right now where they are, if you're a Nats fan, and whether they sneak in as a wild card team or don't this year, this is the year to watch as this team really turns a corner.
I think that basically makes us see how good Rizzo really is, because I was upset when Soto left. I'm gonna be honest with you, because the guy, well, you see this generational talent, you don't want him to leave, and then they let him go, and the people that they've gotten are already starting to, make way. It just shows you that you have. I started the show off talking about leadership and things of that nature, and
Hmm.
how good people are, and I believe that over there they're in good hands with Rizzo.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're a general manager, president of baseball operations, you're going to make some deals that maybe don't work out. You make deals for certain reasons, but to make sure that you got a haul for Juan Soto and at the time also Josh Bell, I don't think they could have done any better than this. And I hear that from baseball people, scouts, agents, everywhere we go. A week after the trade, we were out on the West Coast, and I always see Scott Boras in L.A. or San Diego, and of course the agent for Juan Soto is the agent for James Wood. He said if you had to trade Juan Soto, you had to get a haul, and Riz did really well. And he said you guys will be super excited when you see James Wood. He said he's a can't miss. He's a stud. And from everything we saw in spring training and the year he's had so far at AAA, here we go. We'll see it now at the big league level.
All right, Charlie, well, man, I appreciate you giving us some time, man. And tonight, James Wood, first pitch at 6:45. Broadcast started at 6:15. You can hear the show right here on 106.7 The Fan. Charlie will be doing the play-by-play. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Mitch, you got it. Talk to you soon.
All right, that's Charlie Slows joining us here on B. Mitch and Finley on the BetQL guest line. We're going to take us a break here, and when we get back, the excitement level. Anybody that's listening, if you are a Nats fan and you're excited about James Wood tonight, where do you have it ranked? So from 1 to a 10. We've seen some excitement in this town, to be totally honest with you. From all the way back when Steven Strasburg made his debut, that was unbelievable. Now we have James Wood making his debut tonight. You can, like I said, you can hear it right here on 106.7 The Fan. Take a break. We take your phone calls when we get back. 800-636-1067. Be with your Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. All right, be Mr. Philly, 1067 The Fan. To celebrate the call-up of James Wood with your own We've Got Wood t-shirt, available now on 106.7 The Fan merch store. Get yours now at 1067 The Fan Shop, 1067thefanshop.com. That's 1067thefanshop.com. All right, we are taking phone calls, 800-636-1067. Find out your level of excitement. James Wood is being brought up. And one thing about it, like I say, chicks dig the long ball. Everybody dig the long ball. If you're hitting home runs, people want to see it. And James Wood has that capability. And what's better than somebody that can hit one swing of the bat and all of a sudden you get 3 runs, 2 runs, sometimes 4 if you get a grand slam. So ultimately, I'm excited. I'll go first and tell you all right now, I am super excited about this. Like Doc always says how much he loves baseball. And when you're watching baseball, when you get excited, it's because somebody's going yard for the most part, or you got a pitcher that's working magic out there. And right now they're bringing up a guy who can put the bat on it. And as you just heard Charlie Slow say, they're lacking some power. And you have a guy who can bring that for you. So I'm excited about it. Also, looking at the pitching, you also want that to stay high has been. And Corbin, Landfield's favorite pitcher, he hasn't got a lot of run support. If you get run support, you may get more games won, Landfield. But I am excited. And if I go on scale 1 to 10, I'm not going to go all the way to a 10. I go 9.5. I'm at a 9.5 right now. That excites me enough right there. I think that's enough excitement when you come down to it. But I'm going to go all the way to a 10. When you got a 10, I want to go to somebody like after the game, I could tell you, oh, it was a 9.5. It creeped up to a 10 when he started to hit the ball. But I'm not at a 10 at this point. How about you?
I think that I would put myself at probably an 8.5. I would say that Steven Strasburg was a 10. Like, I don't know.
Steven Strasburg was a 12.
I don't know that that level of excitement will ever be topped. Then, obviously Harper, I was pretty pumped about that too. I would say that Wood is the prospect that I'm most excited for since Harper. I know that some people might think Soto, but to me, that was around the time that we had like that Victor Robles disappointment. He was supposed to be like the next big thing, and it just wasn't. It wasn't impressive at all. So I was kind of doubting anytime somebody hyped a prospect. But when you have Wood coming in, it feels like they're turning a corner from the kind of like post World Series. Actually, we suck now. To this is the start of the team becoming good again. Like this is like where the team was in like 2011, that year where they weren't actually good. They were like around 500, but that was the season that set up them going on that 6-7 year run of being good and ultimately winning a World Series.
Yeah, ignited it.
Yeah,
Jeff.
I'm gonna actually say I'm at a 10 as excitement.
Jeff, you always at a 10. Anytime
because it's not. I'm an optimistic guy. I'm a
knock over your water guy too, huh?
I'm an optimistic guy. I'm a half glass full guy, right?
Glass half full.
You're actually a glass empty guy.
Right, after I knocked it over, right? But the thing is, I'm excited because this is a guy that has been making a name for himself as he just constantly been progressing in the minors, right? Mm-hmm. And his talent has just been transcendent. I like exciting baseball players. He could come in and be that guy. Like, I'm not a full-time Nats fan, but of course I got love for the home team, So it's finally a guy that it's looking very promising. I don't think this guy is going to come to the majors and it's going to be like, nah, he was just doing that at the minor league. No, I think he's going to come to the major leagues and he's going to have a hell of a career. Honestly, he could come out tonight. We all want him to hit the home run. We all want him to get the hit. Even if he just get a hit, have a solid game defensively, play some good baseball. I don't want none of the pressure on him. I know he's probably not feeling the pressure, but if he just come out and play some good, solid baseball, there we go saying we again. I mean, they already, ahead of the curve.
Jeff must be a leader based off my initial. When I kicked off the show, Jeff keeps saying we. He don't say I.
That's just leadership.
Good thing, man.
I appreciate that, fellas.
We kind of like cracking a joke on you. But ultimately, listen, there should be a level of excitement, and because you got to start somewhere. That's the whole thing about it. I think we sometimes as sports fans, we automatically assume everything's just going to be great all the time. And I know if you listen to this show on a daily basis, I myself personally talk a lot about you have to learn how to do things at a certain level. And we saw CJ Abrams came in, showed you all the things he's capable of. Then he had a little slump. And now he seems to be more consistent. James Wood may be a guy he could come in and be great off the bat. But they will make adjustments to him, and he's going to have to learn how to make those adjustments as well. So I'm excited because I want to get to a point where at no matter what the sport, you can step in and you know that you're going to be entertained. That you don't want to be sitting here with a situation where you only could be excited about a certain part of the year. And let's be real. The hardest ticket to get in this town at this point is Caps tickets because they have been so good so long. And now they have a little struggle, but still, if you could get everybody else playing at a higher level, at least get to the playoff type level, if all 4, 5 of our team, 6, 7, we got hockey in, but we also have lacrosse, we have soccer over there. So 7, 8, whatever the hell it is. We got the defenders. So if we get everybody playing at a playoff level, that only does better things for the city, because one thing about sports, I don't give a damn what sport it is. If you are out there succeeding at sports, you get people to come around. And a lot of times when everybody love a team because of the color of the team, they don't care about no color about what everybody else is. It brings people together, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to being able to go over to Landover. I'm looking forward to being down here at Nash Park, going over to the back downtown and watching things like that and just enjoying myself because I like going to all of them. I like to be at any sport out there, but I don't like to be at sports all the time when things aren't going great. I'll be honest with you. I can be as fair weather as they come. you know, and I understand that's why people always say, "Oh man, you should just be there all the time." That's not life. That's not reality. If you're not, like I say, build and they will come. Build and win, they will come. You build that junk and you don't win no games, people won't be coming there, and you'll be closing that damn stadium down. But the ultimate thing is we seem to have the right people in place. As I keep playing on the initial way I started this show off, we have leaders in place right now where I think things are going to start happening and the good things are going to start to happen for us. So we're going to take us a break here when we get back. Tony Massenberg played a long time in the NBA. Tony has been out for a minute because Tony recently got married. So I called Tony and asked him to come in. I want to talk about a lot of things going on around the NBA. And when a guy has the experience that Tony does, I love getting those people's sentiment. So we're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll be joined by Tony Massenberg on the BetQL Guest Line. All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's go to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Well, let's go straight to the BetQL guest line and talk to my boy, Tony Massenberg. Tony, July 1st, your birthday is on the 31st, man. 30 days away, huh?
30 days away, B. Mitch. You know how it is when you get to this point, man. You start counting your blessings that you made it.
Oh, hell yeah. You know about that, man. But you just had a big event in your life, got married, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Oh, definitely,
Big
man.
moment in my life.
Oh, yeah. Well, NBA champion Tony Massenberg with the San Antonio Spurs. Tony, when I was sitting up here looking at all these different things going on, I felt that I had to get somebody in, and I always can count on you. And you do a great job of letting me know what's been happening. But before we get started with stuff outside of this area, how did you think the Wiz did in their draft?
I thought they positioned themselves well in the process of setting the foundation for the future. When you look at the draft picks, they really kind of covered the entire draft as far as filling positions on the team that are needed. They got a stretch forward. They got a wing player. They got a guard. And basically, this is a team that's setting themselves up for the future. They're starting from scratch. And when you do that, you need to not only draft good, meaning good young players that you can develop, but you also want to put yourself in position where you have draft picks for the future. And all of this has to be done with the new rule changes in the NBA under the CBA that are now a little bit more restrictive in the way of keeping everybody sort of at the same level when it comes to salary cap.
Well, I think when you look at it, they continued on with the draft. They signed Valanciunas, to last night or the day, whichever one it was.
Yes.
Big man. How does that position?
Man.
Huh?
Yeah, very big man. A very big man who over the last few years have sort of really punished the Wizards a little bit on the interior. He's a guy that's gotten numerous offensive rebounds over the course of games he's played against the Wizards because the Wizards just didn't physically have anybody who could match up with his size. He's also not just a big guy who can really get you some points and production inside, but he can also stretch the floor out to the three-point line, as he had also shown the Wizards over the years. So he's one of those guys that has played well and played consistently for pretty much the last 4 to 5 years, but he's played really well against the Washington Wizards in whatever encounters they've had.
Well, when you played for 12 different teams, and you also, when you end up with the Spurs, so the Spurs is a franchise that has ran well, and you've been working and doing stuff with the Wizards for a long time. Watching things now, how they've been done and utilized and handled, how does it look compared to what was there before? Because right now, these people seem to they have a plan and they implement it as they go on.
For me, I would look at what they did in OKC. When you think about the fact that OKC stockpiled draft picks 4 or 5 years down the road, that's kind of what's happening here when you look at the Wizards and what they're doing right now and the players that they're drafting. These are guys who hopefully in the next 3 years will be guys that we look at, much like Bilal Coulibaly on draft night. Some of us were left scratching our heads when he was drafted, and by midway through the season, we were saying, wow, we didn't know that he could shoot the ball like this. We didn't know that he would show this type of promise this early. Wow, what a mature player for his age. Like, when you look at Will Dawkins, these guys and Michael Williams, they have a track record of drafting well. They select the right guys in the draft. And I got to tell you, B. Mitch, we're in a time right now in the NBA, we're always talking about players and players' contracts and their production. Well, to me, with the rule changes right now, this is the time where we have to start looking at general managers and executives and saying, okay, these guys also get paid well. It's time for them to start showing us what they got as far as making the right decisions. And when I look at the two guys, and Will Dawkins and Michael Winger, who are running the Wizards organization, I feel like we have two of the best executives in the league, and they have proven that they have a great track record with the things they have done along the way in the past. So I think the Wizards organization is in great hands. I think they're making the right moves. I think they're drafting the right guys, and I think they're really setting a foundation that's going to pay off down the road.
You've been here a long time, just like I've been, and I was saying earlier, I'm getting excited because it seemed to have the right people in place at this point. Listen, a lot of times, all these franchises, they had people that were favorites of the owners and they kept them around. Right now, they have guys that know how to build a team, and they really could care less if they like you or not. They just want you to make sure you're playing very well for the team and trying to go out there and be successful.
Well, that's the difference between hiring people that you like, hiring people that are connected to people that you know, and actually going out and hiring the best basketball people that you can find. And that's what, when I look at this team now, that's what's happened. They have hired really good basketball people, and that's going to pay off for you down the road.
All right, the NBA seems to be in the transition at this point, okay? I understand LeBron is still playing, but I don't know if LeBron is still the guy that he was, okay? And Father Time is undefeated.
He's not.
Yeah, Father Time is damn sure undefeated. Klay Thompson seems like he will be leaving Golden State. Paul George just opted out, and he's going to Philadelphia. The NBA's got a lot of things going on, but my question would be, did you expect – I'm going to start off with the Lakers. Did you expect Bronny to be drafted and with the Lakers?
I expected Bronny to be drafted with the Lakers, a month ago. I expected J.J. Redick to be hired by the Lakers over 3 months ago when basically I felt that J.J. Redick would be hired as a Lakers coach as soon as I saw the podcast between him and LeBron. And to me, the funny thing is, it's so obvious. This is a different league and this is a different time. In 2024, things are don't work the way that they worked in 2004 or 1994. Back when you and I were, still in our primes and playing, you playing in the NFL and me playing in the NBA. It's a different time. Things work different now. Relationships matter. Twitter followers, social media followers matters. Those things weigh in. And again, things outside of the game, to me, at this point in sports across the board, have more influence in sports than they ever have. So when I saw that podcast between LeBron and J.J. Redick, I put two and two together, as a lot of people did. When I saw that Bronny was actually coming out after averaging single digits in college and really not being a star on USC's team, and he was still entering the draft, and there was all this big hurrah around him coming out, I knew that he would end up being drafted by the Lakers. So these things, to me, some of them are kind of easy to see. But again, it's just a different time.
It's a different time. But when I look at this thing, and I just like I say, if everything works out great, good. If things don't work out great, because LeBron. So LeBron is behind all of it. If things fail, is this to be LeBron getting ready to be out this league real quick?
If it fails, no, I don't think it'll be LeBron being out the league. He's signed for 3 years, or he's
gonna get his money, but I'm saying you start seeing things go the other way, because if it doesn't work like this, I don't know if any other team is going to play this game.
I actually don't think it matters. I think when you talk about LeBron, a guy who is in the GOAT conversation, I will always have Michael Jordan in front of LeBron, regardless of what he does from this point forward. I give LeBron a ton of credit for being able to maintain a high level of play for longer than anybody has ever done it. But when it comes to his decision making, as far as his imprint on all of this, I just don't think that it will hurt his legacy that much, because the people who are loyal to LeBron are going to be loyal to him regardless of what he does. What leaves me scratching my head is that and for me, in the business of basketball, it should be about winning. And in the process of winning, sometimes you don't always get to do what's convenient or what you might like to do. When I look at what the Lakers are doing, it just does not feel like it's about winning as much as it's about basically appeasing a narrative or putting on the show. And I've said this for a while, long before this situation came up with Bronny, that for me, the Lakers, to me, don't feel like it's about winning as much as it's about filling the seats in the stables or the crypto.com arena. It just, if it's not about winning, B. Mitch, then what's it really about?
Yeah.
So I think the Lakers is really that at this point. It's the Lake Show.
Oh, they got a show going on. But it was just a little strange to me because when you look at the NBA, the Lakers is one of those teams that you didn't think they needed to worry about playing those games because they are the Lakers.
Right.
But they went into it as well. Well, Paul George goes to Philadelphia. What can we expect in this team now? Because we've seen Paul jump around a lot now, and we've seen Philly get their players. Will that help them or not?
It will absolutely help them. They needed that third guy. They needed that wing player in particular to be a threat, and to be able to do some of the things that you see Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum doing in Boston. This move takes the 76ers into the conversation of being challengers to the Boston Celtics. Now, does it put them over the top? That remains to be seen. Yeah. But it certainly puts them closer. Let's not forget that even without Paul George last season, if it were not for the injury to Joel Embiid, the Sixers were right there. Tyrese Maxey was playing great basketball, and they got a great two-man game. And you look at the Sixers roster, they don't really have a lot of depth, and they didn't really have a lot to throw at these other teams after Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. But they found, guys to be able to contribute here and there. But they certainly, you could see a glaring void on the wing spot where they didn't have that dynamic three that they need. Now they've got a guy that can sort of give them some minutes, at the three and maybe the four if they want to play small. And being that they lost Tobias Harris to Detroit, now they're going to have to fill that void as well. But Paul George, to me, is a good upgrade on the wing.
The thing about Paul George that troubles me a little bit, just like you just stated about Joel Embiid, they are absolutely great basketball players, but they both are hurt a lot.
Yeah.
So you're expecting two people, that's the third piece, and 2/3 of them can be gone at any time.
Yeah.
So,
and that's been an issue for both of them.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
That right there is something that's a little troubling. And hey, I don't have a problem with a man getting his money at all. That's the NBA, how they set it up. But hey, get your money. But the ultimate thing, if I'm building a team, I'm going to build people that I can depend on a consistent basis. Well, another guy who had injuries kind of seemed to have derailed the way he had been playing. Klay Thompson was unbelievable playing defense and can shoot the three on anybody as good as anybody else out there. He seems to be on a move from Golden State. Where do you think he ends up?
That's a tough one for me because when I look at Klay, here's the thing. Let me start by saying this. I'm going to keep it as short as I can. I have been saying for over a year that Klay Thompson, no disrespect, I love Klay Thompson's game. Mm-hmm. Klay Thompson, because of injuries, and not just injuries, major injuries, back-to-back major injuries, because of age, which it happens different. Some guys are starting to tail off a little bit at 33, 34. Some guys tail off in their late 20s. Klay Thompson is not the Klay Thompson that established the Splash Brothers. Let's not forget.
Yeah, he's not.
Klay Thompson had the reputation when he was in his prime as the ultimate 3-and-D guy. He was a great defensive player on a Warriors team that was a number one ranked defensive team when you go back to the glory days of the Warriors. All right. And he was clearly the second best shooter in the entire league behind the best shooter we've ever seen in Steph Curry.
Yep.
What's happened to Clay over the last couple of years is injuries have taken a toll. He is aged. He's played a lot of minutes over the course of his career. So he cannot defend his position the same way that he used to. He cannot get himself open and create the separation from the defense the way that he used to. So when you add these things up, he's not the same player. And that hurt the Warriors because that's just what happened. As you just said, B. Mitch, Father Time is undefeated.
Yeah.
He's undefeated. That's what happened. Now, with that being said, anybody who signs Klay Thompson is not getting the guy that he was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So who can really benefit from having basically now at this point in his career a catch and shoot off guard, maybe even a three, because he struggles to keep twos in front of him as well as threes. He's not the same guy defensively.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the Dallas Mavericks, I think he would be great there. He could help the Lakers.
Yeah.
But the Lakers also need a defender, a guy, not a guy just can only shoot. They need someone who can also defend. And I question that with Klay's mobility at this point because of injury. So when I think about what's the best fit for Klay, I think the best fit for Klay right now would be the Dallas Mavericks because you got Luka there who could set him up very well. You've got Kyrie there who can take up a huge part of the scoring load, and he wouldn't have to be the guy to come out and score 20 plus every night. And I think it would be offensively, it would be easier for Klay because he wouldn't have to move a whole lot. And defensively, because of the upgrades that they made by way of the trade last year that ultimately helped them get into the conference finals, I think he wouldn't have to have so much put on him defensively as well. So I just think the Dallas Mavericks will probably be the best spot for him. There is a chance he could end up in LA if that's what he wants to do. But I think Dallas would be the best landing spot for him at this time.
Well, if I were him, I'll go to Dallas because they don't pay state taxes, and he pay a lot of taxes in LA, in California.
Exactly. And he's taking a pay cut leaving the Warriors no matter where he goes.
There you go. Well, Tony, we're joined by Tony Massenberg on the BetQL guest line. One question: we now, Tony, we are in the 21st century now. We stream the show as well, so we got a lot of guys. And one guy, Tay Wilson, I think his last name is, wanted to ask about Georgetown and Maryland signed a 3-year deal now to play with each other.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that series?
I think it's great. I'm so glad. I wish we could have played Georgetown when I was at Maryland. That is a great rivalry. That is something that I think, even from the recruiting side, I think would help both programs and really help bring the rivalry back. We never really had that rivalry because even going back to Lefty Driesell and John Thompson, they didn't play each other. And so I think with these being the two most prominent schools in the D.C. area, I think it would be very important that they renew this rivalry. And I think it would be great for both programs. And I really think that it could enhance recruiting countrywide, not just in the area, but countrywide. I think if you develop this rivalry, it could be very, very beneficial to both programs and really highlight local talent, for both teams that have guys on the teams that are local. I think it really highlights the basketball history and just the overall great basketball that's available in this area, and just puts a real spotlight on the DMV as a whole. So I love the rivalry. I think it's the best thing that could happen to both programs.
All right, Tony, man, I appreciate you giving us some time, man. Thank you, and congrats once again, brother.
Oh, thank you, B. Mitch.
All right,
always
bro.
a pleasure.
All right, that's Tony Massenberg joining us here on B. Mitch and Finley on the BetQL guest line. Listen, we're going to take us a break here, and we get back. I want to find out from you all. Are you starting to feel like I am about the sports scene here in D.C.? I know it's not happening right now, but I'm just looking like year and a half, 2 years, we're going to be having a lot of fun here. But you also hear us talking about selling homes. And if you're ready to sell your house, you need to reach out to my friend, John Leahy. John has sold thousands of homes, and he even buys them too with his instant cash offer. Listen, just like the Reeds did, they were looking to sell their luxury home in Upper Marlboro, they decided to give John a call from the Fine Living Group because they heard about his VIP listing and buyer waiting programs right here on the radio with me, with myself and JP. Thanks to exactly that, John and his team had no problem whatsoever selling their property at the price they wanted. Give the Leahy team a chance to go above and beyond for you. How about a guaranteed offer on your home? You can check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John, Jon, without the H. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time. And that's why we think John is the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today at 301-900-30552 or online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Remember, at 12 o'clock, Santana Moss will be joining us. 8 to the 9, the Cowboy Killer. At 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by Barry Verluga from the Washington Post. Get Barry's take on a lot of different things. Barry is always on top of this whole baseball thing. And then I think Barry will be going to the Olympics. So I would love to hear his ideas and views on the two 16-year-olds who have thoroughly impressed me. I'm sure they impressed him as well. But we're taking phone calls right now, 800-636-1067. I almost said the 637, but 636-1067. Find out from you all. Are you feeling better about the DC sports scene? Are you getting excited like I'm getting? Let's go to Alexandria and check out Andre. What's up, Dre? How you doing, brother?
What's up, B. Mitch and crew?
Hey,
man. I got a bold prediction. There's something that you said has been sticking in my mind, B. You give the Redskins and what they building, and I didn't say Commanders, I said Redskins. It's going to be Redskins until the Commanders win the championship. I'm speaking for me only.
All right.
That's just me. But anyway, you give the Redskins, you said 2 to 3 years before they start, making some noise, right?
Yeah. Well, I think a little sooner. I actually think sooner than that.
Exactly, but I wouldn't sound too crazy because people are going to hate on me and call me delusional, but that's exactly how I feel. But you said it first, and I jumped on board with it because that's how I really feel.
So you throwing me out on Front Street.
Oh, hell yeah. So they're going to call both of us crazy and delusional. So I'm cool with that. I got strong shoulders. I can handle that.
Oh, yeah.
But my bold prediction is both teams, DC teams, win the championship in the same season. This town will be upside down.
Hey, I would love for that to happen because if they both win the championship, you mean the Wizards and the Commanders? It'll be the Commanders.
Redskins.
Well, if they won't be the Redskins, then they'll be the Commanders. They still or a new team.
Oh yeah,
and maybe a new name.
Win, you're right.
So if they both
win,
win the same year, boy, I don't know how that. I don't know if DC can handle all that.
We're going to need National Guards on the streets. National Guards.
All right, man.
I'm telling you. I see it.
All right, cool. Well, you know what? You got to put it out there. They say you got to believe it for things to happen. So you put it out there. And Jeff, what do you say about that? Because I don't think you've gone that far.
Hey, B, I like the prediction. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm not going to sit here and fake, but I'm going to keep calm. I'm going to take a deep breath. Calm down. We just gonna wait for the season to start before I let my Ashburn syndrome run wild. But guarantee.
Well, I know somebody that lives real close to Ashburn, and they normally bring things into perspective. Landfill, what do you say about Andre's prediction just now?
The 3 years before they're good?
No. He said that both teams are going to win the championship. Now, he didn't say when. He said they're going to win in the same year.
Look, I'm feeling better about the teams, but that's a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, now, hold on. I was more so agreeing with the being good before 3 years thing, the
man he was talking about championship. Did y'all stop listening at that point?
When he said the Wizards was going to,
he said the Redskins. This is his exact word. He said they're gonna be the Redskins until they win the championship. So he said the football team and the basketball team are going to win the championship in the same year.
Yeah, that's
when he was stuck on Redskins. That's when I stopped. I was like, oh man, here we go. But yeah, nah.
But yeah, I think that's out there. But the ultimate thing is, it's been a long time since anybody has run those two franchises that seem to know how to put a plan into place and then follow the damn plan. To be honest with you, it's been a long time since anybody has been in those two positions that even had a plan. I think for the Wiz and also the Commanders, people been flying off the seat of their pants, just trying to make decisions as they go instead of being someone who's been through something and has implemented stuff in the proper way. So now, that gets me a little excited just to know that somebody does have a damn plan.
Yeah, one of the things that was most frustrating for me, for both the Wizards and the Redskins, now Commanders, I felt those teams were really similar in that the owners, the kind of ambition for the team was to just get that last playoff spot. And if they could do that, even if the team kind of sucked, and we all, every year in every sport, particularly with how big the playoff fields are, that the last couple of teams in there suck and are going to get bounced out in the first round.
Quickly.
And it's just kind of an embarrassing performance. That was the ambition for the Commanders, or when with the Wizards. That's why Ernie got fired, because he didn't get the 8 seed. Like when Bruce Allen was talking about how close the team was, they were close to like squeaking in on one of the wild cards. Or
We're damn close.
Yeah, Ron Rivera managed to go 7-9 and win the division because the Eagles deliberately on purpose lost the game, and he walked around like he had won the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
Like, I'm just glad that we have people in charge now that actually seem to want to assemble contenders instead of just, check off a playoff
Instead of
appearance.
pretenders.
Yeah.
So when I go through I get on my little soapbox and I start talking about accountability and expecting more. Am I wrong for that? Because we take calls, and a lot of people act as if when you want somebody to do better and not just show up. When I went to the prom when I was in high school, I didn't go there just to show. I wanted to be the baddest SOB there. You know what I'm saying? When I go to anywhere, when I step in, I want people to turn their head and know that I've arrived. But we were happy with just showing up and being kicked out quickly. That doesn't make me feel good. So I think the mindset of the fans have to change to get there. Now, first of all, you have to get to the habit of being there all the time, because you can't be the king or the queen of the homecoming court if you're not on the court. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get there first. And then once we get there, then we have to start having the mindset that we're not here just to be here for a short time. We want to go farther and farther, because the difference between people that were fans some years ago and people that are fans now, back when they got into the playoffs in the days, and when I first got here and before, when they got to the playoffs, they basically felt they're going to make noise in the playoffs and try to get to the championship. But right now, we'll be thrilled. No, we're not even thrilled to make the playoffs. We're thrilled to beat the team that won the Super Bowl during the regular season. We thrilled to beat the team that was playing against the team that won the Super Bowl. So we get happy about that. But if you win a regular season game, it's a regular season game. If you're not in the playoffs, you're not in the damn playoffs. And I don't give anybody any kudos for saying, oh, yeah, you beat that team, because to be honest with you, they weren't giving you a lot of respect, and that's probably why you beat them, because they overlooked you. We also, you remember we cheered that we could have won when didn't Heineke dive? We got happy by just playing close to the team that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That mindset has to leave. We can't have that mindset in this town, because if you're going to be like most people that are happy about this team and loving this team, if it's not you, it's somebody in your family who saw this team at its height and I'm talking about the Commanders, the Redskins, saw them at their best. So that's why you probably even like them. So don't be happy with just mediocrity. Oh, yeah, we played them close. Who cares? If you lose by 1 or 51, you lost. That's all that matters. They don't have the W and say, oh, he gets an extra little tidbit because they only lost by 1 point or 2 points. You lose. Point blank. And we got to find a way to start getting this thing a little closer. We're going to continue on with your calls, okay? 800-636-1067. What are your feelings? I'm not going to say, are you feeling better? What are your feelings about the DC sports scene? Are you happy? Disappointed? Are you starting to get a little excited? Or are you just completely not going to get excited for a long time until they win one? We just had Andre say the basketball team and the football team are going to win in the same year. We'll see if that happens. 800-636-1067. We'll be right back. taking phone calls and trying to find out what is your excitement level? Or are you feeling better with the DC sports scene? And I know someone that has an opinion about it, so let's go to See Pleasant and check out my guy Vince. Vince, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
What's going on, B. Mitch?
Chilling, man.
And Deanie, Jeff, family, how y'all feeling, man?
We are
I'm
good.
very excited about this season, brother. I think we're going to go ahead and do very well. We have a great, well-rounded front office, and I think we made some good decisions in the offseason. So I'm going to give a bold prediction, and I'm going to go ahead and say the Commanders make it to the NFC Championship this season.
What about the rest of the sports scene? You
just
excited?
Did really well as well. I think the Wizards did well. I think their two picks, as far as Sarr is concerned, that's a great pick, and them picking up Valanciunas is also good too. We need some twin towers. We need some twin towers. We need some people who can block and defend. And I think they did real well. Also, I want my Caps and I want my Nationals to step up though. James Wood, man, that's going to be an awesome player. He hits the ball with heavy command, and I think that we'll do well. But like I said, my big bold prediction will be with the Commanders, man. I think we're gonna go ahead and make it to the NFC Championship this season.
So what do you think is going to be that thing that gets them over the hump?
I think just the front office. I think the way that they have good leadership. I think Dan Quinn coming in and putting in his point of view and giving his expertise. I think it's just the leadership. I think we lacked that for a very, very long time. I'm definitely a part of the regime of seeing, the Redskins making it to the Super Bowl in '91 and things of that nature. And we had a strong unit then. And I think now that we do have another strong unit coming in, I think they'll work well together, and we'll go ahead and merge and do what we got to do to get over that hump, man.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. I'm going to just say this, okay? I expected people to have some level of excitement, but we'd have had one person that say the Wiz and the Commanders are going to win the championship in the same year. And we just had our man Vince say that they're going to go to the NFC Championship game this year. Landfill. You think people are getting into the wacky tobacco earlier in the day?
Yeah, I think that's possible. Maybe the cooler weather has driven some people mad. Yeah, I think NFC Championship game is a little bit much. They haven't been there since what? Since you were there.
Oh,
in '92, early '92.
It's a long time.
Since before Jeff was born, I was 2 years old. B. Mitch still had hair. It's crazy.
Y'all gotta stop with all that. I'm not that old, bro. I'm 45.
That's not true at all. That's a total lie. You're just lying to people.
August 18th, 1978. Hey, look. Let's go to Georgetown. Check out Shane. Shane, what's going on, man?
What's up, B. Mitch? I don't know about no damn NFC Championship. I say it's my bold prediction, man. We'll be picking four wins next year. Again, we'll be picking in the picks again next year. We have no corners on this team right now. Defense is still a question mark. And you got a rookie coming in. We've already gave him the keys to the city, but he's not done nothing yet. Let the man play, and you let him get in there.
Where did we give him the keys to the city? I don't think nobody gave him the keys to the city.
I mean, you listen to all these callers that's calling in, B. Mitch, that you know how this city is, these fans. Look, I'm a diehard Commanders fan, but I'm a realist too. Let's call it what it is. They got a lot. Look, they did get some free agents in here, but the older free agents, I get it. They're a little bit older. So the Wizards are going to be the Wizards again. I mean, they're moving in the right direction, but they're not going to be winning for a couple of more years. And right now, the Nats are, I hate to say it, but that's probably the most promising team right now in D.C. right now. You're young. You got James Wood coming up today. So, we'll see. But right now, it's still the same old city, man. We're still a struggling sports town. The Caps are getting older. It used to be a hockey town. It's not no more. I hate to say it, but you know what? Obi's going to break that record here, and I think that's the reason why we're going to do it. And after that, we got to rebuild the Caps. But that's where I'm at, man. We're still the bottom of the city, man. That's what it is.
All right, brother. Appreciate your call, man. All right, we were saying that people are giving us a too high of their predictions, but hey, Shane just shut that down. Let's go to Akakeek. Check out Vic. What's up, Vic?
B. Mitch, what's good?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm all right. So I'm not gonna say particularly agree with the gentleman that said we're going to the NFC Championship. But I'm gonna give you this analysis, Mitch.
Uh-huh.
When we played against the Seahawks, Robert's rookie season, we were up 14-0.
Uh-huh.
Not only were we running the ball versus them, we were stopping their run. Their offense was null and void. And then Robert got hurt, and the floodgates opened. I think it just changed the very climate of the team and the thought and the confidence of the team.
Uh-huh.
Let's fast forward, let's say about 7 years later, 10 years later, should I say. We were playing the Bucks. I think it was like 3rd and 11. I may be mistaken, on 3rd and 8, one of them.
Uh-huh.
Chase is coming off the edge, and Chase just misses Tom Brady. I forget who the linebacker was. He did not sink deep enough in the flat to the boundary.
Uh-huh.
If he would have sank just two yards more, that's either an interception or Tom has to pull it down and Chase would have got a sack. That would have been a sack fumble. So when the gentleman says NFC Championship, I'm not going that far yet because I know it's a lot more to football. But what I'm saying is we weren't as talented in the front office and in our coaching staff as we are now. And I do believe that we are discipline and consistency away from being at least 2 games above 500. And we'll see where that lands us. But I'm not. I have my reasons that above 500 could mean deep playoff run for reasons I just explained.
All right, man. Appreciate you, call. I got you. What we're going to do, I see some other calls here, but we have Santana Moss coming up at 12 o'clock. So we're going to revisit this topic later because we got, I think, Drew calling up. And also, I don't know how to say the name without putting him out there. Somebody else calling us from D.C. So we will be going back to this topic a little bit later on and find out exactly where people are and how they're feeling about the DC sports scene. Just added, 1:30, we'll be joined by Sean Merriman, and he's going to be talking about a fight he has coming up, one that Jeff still hasn't gotten that release for him to
Never
go
sent
to.
me the contract. Don't do that.
Question,
Don't do that.
you said you wanted to talk about what was going on. What's up?
Oh, I was just saying, my bold prediction, a lot of people, it seemed like they're shooting for the moon to land on the stars saying we're going to the championship. But my bold prediction is 10 wins. That's my bold prediction. It's not too far-fetched, and it's having a little confidence going into the season. But reaching the NFC championship in the first year, that's kind of steep, man. But 10 wins is my bold prediction.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, we're going to be joined by the Cowboy Killer, Santana Moss, my partner in crime during the season. He Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. All right, I'm gonna make sure I text Tanner and you brought your call from the 800 number. Anybody answer no phone for number 800 number? What's wrong with y'all? Well, here we go. Santana Moss gonna be calling us, and we'll be joining him real soon here on the B. Mitchell Finley Show. And let's get his take on the team, the receivers, because we will be discussing the top 20 receivers in the NFL. And we all want to know, is our guy, Terry McLaurin, joining us right now. Santana Moss. What's up, Tanner? How you doing, brother?
B, what it do, man?
Man, I'm sitting here chilling, you know. JP went to Jordan's wedding, so I'm doing this thing alone today.
Yeah, he got you working by yourself. It's all good, man.
Hey, it's all
I'm
good.
here to save the day for you.
Definitely. But like, what have you seen out there with the team, man? What impresses you?
I think the first thing that basically raised my eyebrows is just the energy alone. You know, I've been saying this every time I'm asked this question. You know, what jumps out, and I think it's just the energy in the building from the start. When you walk in that building, you know, I'm not sure who I can give all the credit to, and I'm pretty sure it's kind of, you can give most of it to Dan Quinn because the kind of environment that, you know, that he wants to have around there. But immediately from the staff all the way down to the players, you can just feel something different. And I'm an energy guy. You know, obviously, me and you had these conversations a long time ago, you know, all the time about just, I know where to go and where not to go off the vibe. And that's something that you see instantly. And not only I'm walking through the building, I'm feeling it. When you watch them practicing, the way they start practice, every drill, how they competing against each other, how, you know, they're out there battling, trying to get after each other. Like one of the things that we said for years, and this is not to, you know, those stones at anyone, but, you know, at times when we watched our practices, we kind of came off not as motivated of what we saw. So it's not, you know, it's not a surprise to see the outcome at times on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, if I have to jump the block or jump the gun and say what I feel and what I see, I think right there, that sets the tone. It's the energy, man. It's unbelievable.
Well, a lot of questions always come out about Jaden Daniels. And when people ask me, I say, listen, I can't tell you what he's going to be, but I can damn sure tell you he's doing the stuff that he needs to do to try to be good. What do you see when you look at the young buck?
Yeah, that's one of the things that stands out. I think most of the things I haven't seen much. I've seen a couple of practices here and there because, you know, when you right now, you know, OTAs, you know, as a receiver, as a former player in this league, it's only but so much you can see from a guy when it's, you know, it's not the real bullets out there, you know, being thrown at him. But for the little parts that I have with just, you know, feet work, some of the things I've seen in the 7-on-7 with, you know, hitting the open guy, reading defenses. It looked like he's reading defense, but like I said, you kind of take that as a grain of salt too, because you don't know how much they're throwing at him this early. But I think for the most part, knowing that he's a rookie, knowing that it's going to be a uphill battle, you know, for any rookie in this league, no matter what position, let alone the quarterback position, which got to be arguably the hardest position, you know, in professional football. To see him handle some of the things that he's been handling and taking on the way he has, and then hearing some of the remarks from his teammates and guys like Terry and those guys, you know, I can say so far so good. You know, I mean, I think, you know, it's only but so much you can take from it, but I think I'm more eager to see how things really gets going when we have these, you know, I guess you can say these practices when we're going to be going against the other team, and some of the practices that I'm pretty sure that's going to be live here in Ashburn, you know, in a couple of weeks. But, you know, so far so good, man. He's doing the little things that makes you have a chance. You know, I heard Terry interviewed a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about how, you know, if something didn't went right in practice, he wanted to get that rep again after practice. That's what it takes right there. That's the way you bond. That's the way you gel. That's the way I found out about my guy, you know, if I was a quarterback. And as a receiver, that's the way you earn the trust in your quarterback being available for him. So, you know, I'm happy to hear that he has these kind of intangibles already, because I know, and you know, that's what makes those guys tick. That's what makes the great ones great.
Well, Terry McLaurin is a guy who's going to play no matter what. We had Jahan Dotson first year. He came out. He showed what he's capable of. Last year had a kind of a down year. What are you expecting from Terry, Jahan, and who's going to step up and be that third guy?
The third guy is going to always be the question. I mean, until we really see it, we'll be wondering. To be honest with you, I'm always throw this guy name around because I'm always looking for somebody to just do what they're here for. And De'Ami Brown is one of those guys. I think he's the guy that has the potential. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we want to say we can blame the staff that he was under last year, but he's been here a while. So I want to see him at least get the opportunity, and when the opportunity is given, take full advantage of it. I think he's that dynamic enough, especially with his speed alone, that if we got him out there enough, he can stretch the field at times and, allow those other guys to really do what they're good at. And I'm pretty sure if he's on the field with those guys, he's going to have a ton of opportunities and targets as well. But I'm not sure what's going to happen with that third wide receiver position. But I will say, when speaking on Terry, what can we say about Terry? Every year he just shows you, man, it means that much more. I think one thing I can say, and I'm hoping I'm not jumping the gun with him, and because I know he's one of those guys, he don't care. He's going to do what makes him, him. Last week, I had a couple of shows over there at the facility, and everybody's gone. Everybody's broke camp. Everybody's gone home. Terry was over there, out there by himself, running gases, running wind sprints. And me and Smoot, I say, Smoot, you see that's Terry out there running them sprints by himself. And I say, this man is still here when you have at least, a month off now, 3 or 4 weeks off. He's still here getting it in by himself. And he wasn't the only guy. I saw Jonathan Allen come out the building, a lot of these older guys. So when you see your vets doing that, it's on. And like I said before, I heard that interview from him last week. And what he said in that interview is that this year has been different. He hasn't really been eager to take the vacations that he's taken the past few years. He's been more eager to kind of go out there and get back after it, because we know Terry don't say much about it, but you can see he plays with a chip. And I think he's not feeling how people not giving him the credit that he deserves nationally. And I'm not trying to speak for him, but I can just see, man, this is a guy who's motivated, even after having another 1,000-yard season, which that made 4 in a row for him. He's motivated to go out here and really dominate this year. So don't be surprised if we see Terry being Terry straight out the gate.
We're talking to Santana Moss on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him on Instagram at 8 to the 9. That's EIGHTTODANINE. And Tanner, well, we're going to talk about it coming up a little bit later in the NFL top 20 wide receivers. And I've been teasing it, saying, let's see if Terry shows up in there. I'll tell you he shows up, but I'm not going to tell you where he showed up at. But ultimately, though, the guy that I heard a lot of different guys mention his name. One thing about this team, we've had guys there are a lot of guys on this team that are quiet, and some guys they're leaders still, but they're guys that can come in and talk. I've heard Bobby Wagner's name a lot. How important you think he's going to be for this defense and hell, the whole team? Yeah,
I think, man, when you have a presence like Wagner, and I don't know him personally. I've been a fan of his game since when I was playing against him, and he was a bit younger at that time, and he's always played on that level. So that goes to show you how long he's been doing what he's been doing. But I think when you bring a presence like his in the building, you immediately get a guy that, regardless of if he's very vocal or not, the way he leads, it kind of trickles down throughout the entire team. Not only just the defense that he's leading. And, I speak of that because I was witness to the way London Fletcher led.
Yeah.
London was a guy, man, as an offensive guy, I used to sit over there and listen to him, watch him, especially when he led the team out there to battle on Sundays or whatever game day it was. This guy, when he spoke, you listened because you understood the way he goes out there and handle his business, and the way when he's speaking from a standpoint of, I'm not just telling you this. I'm a guy that's telling you what I'm doing, so you need to get on board and do the same thing. That's the way we're going to win. That's the way we're going to have a chance to. So when I look at Wagner and just hear all the praises that have been coming in from his career and just seeing, he knows this coach, Dan Quinn. He knows the defense. He's been around his linebacker coach when he was in Seattle. He just came from Seattle, where I believe he led the league, or he was in the top 3 of, this league in tackles. And he's at what, 35, 36? I'm not sure if that's, that's accurate. But for a guy to still be playing on that level at this age and this point in his career, you can't do nothing but pay attention and listen to what he has to say. So with that being said, man, I know he's going to lead that defense. But I think when it comes down to the entire team, for so many years we've been saying you got Jay Allen that's always spoke up for the team. You got this guy, you got that guy. But if you really look at it, those guys that were speaking up for this young Commander squad, they were young guys themselves.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough tread on their tire to be really considered as a vet. You understand? So now you have a guy that's very seasoned, that knows what it's like to host that trophy and wear that ring, and that has played at a high level. All you can expect is him to expect everybody to go out there and have that same intensity that he brings. So I'm excited, man, just to know that they have those type of leaders around. And I'm looking at some of the defensive guys like a Jamin Davis, to see how can he turn the curve, having a guy like that. Now he can actually really ask questions and really feed off of, and then not just to talk about Wagner, a guy like Louisville, He's another guy that's there, that's going to be there as a leader. And you have a ton of other guys that we're not speaking about, but man, it's an exciting thing to see as a former player, knowing that those guys mean so much to your organization when it comes to winning and losing. Because, not only that he's going to show up in them games when they win, but he's a great guy to have around when they take an L or not have the performance that they want, because he's a guy that you can look at and see how he comes back to work and see what he tells his guys, how to go out there and handle this week, knowing that it wasn't a great one.
Yeah, and I say the same thing you said about Jamin, because now he should be playing a position, and I think he has a coaching staff who's going to allow him to utilize his strengths and not try to make him do something that he hadn't done, and then having Bobby Wagner there who could take some of that pressure off of him. They talk about how athletic Jamin is. Well, let him do it. Let's see it. And I think by them letting him pass rush and all, they're doing that. But you work with Smoot, and I'm sure Smoot is running his mouth about the secondary. Forbes had an eye-opening first year. Benjamin St. Juste has been around, and now you got the young man Saren still, and that dude can play. So, what do you think is going to happen in the secondary this year?
I have high hopes for the secondary. I think one of the reasons why, more than anything, as a receiver, man, I find it hard to be efficient defensively if you're not aggressive on the outside. And when I say aggressive, I'm not saying you have to be bump and run and up in guys' faces and doing those sorts of things for 60 minutes, but you have to make an effort to show different looks and to help your corners out when they're not, when they're going against a great, guy like a AJ Brown type, caliber guy and stuff like that. So for years, man, when it was hard. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, watching these guys give up things that when I played the game, they didn't allow me to have those opportunities. I had to go out there and work and take those opportunities. You know what I mean? And so when you see I'm going up against a number one receiver, and when he's facing our defense, it's an automatic 100-yard performance. No, that's too easy. You have to go out there and show different looks. You have to give them different disguises and put different bodies on them. And you have to sometimes, put your hands on them. And I didn't see enough of that from our defense, the last few years. So I'm looking forward to it now, just knowing what, Joe Witt brings, the caliber of, cornerback play that those guys played with over there in Dallas. You talk about one guy having a, phenomenal year in Diggs when he led the league in picks and stuff, and then his backup comes in when Diggs get hurt, and then he led the league in picks and interceptions. Ran back to the house. So that tells me that's coaching. That's a little bit of the players, but it's also coaching, putting these guys in great situations to be efficient. So having the talent of the guys that we have, and then knowing that, you have a coaching staff that's going to work with them and say, look, I'm going to prepare you enough to put you in a spot that when it's time for you to hunt, you got to go hunt. that right there leads me to rest assured to know that our defense is going to be ready. It's going to be motivated. They're going to play physical. They're going to fly around. And like I said before, when you have Dan Quinn here, I played against him in Seattle. I watched him in Atlanta. I had just probably, left the league when he started I think he was the head coach right when I left my last year. And watching him the last few years go against our Commanders in Dallas, man, those guys fly around the ball. So I expect nothing less than what I saw the last few years over there in Dallas. And I think we've been had the talent. Now we have additional help with a lot of more, playmaking ability. So it's going to be exciting, man. I'm looking forward to it. But I think our defense will be a lot more aggressive than we were in the past.
Tanner, you return balls a lot in the league, and now they've changed the kickoff return. Who do you think over there right now will come out? Because I'm thinking the way that it is, you need somebody that's a lot stronger because they got to break some tackles. Who's looking good at the kickoff return position?
Well, we had a chance. Me and Fred saw DQ walking out, and we just, we was just saying hi to him, man. And like I say, that energy is like, second to none. And he stopped and he just chopped it up with us. And he was like, man, you guys need to watch the kickoff return, man. It's going to be very exciting. And me and Fred looked at each other like, we got to check it out. He said, man, we're doing some things back then. And we was kind of quoting to him saying like, we were just talking about it and wondering like, who should we expect? And the first thing he said, he was like, he's not really saying any names, but he was like, they thinking like it should be probably more running back style guys back there because some of the things they're going to be doing will be counters and doing different things like that. So you want a guy who's familiar with running that ball between the lines, a scrimmage and doing some of those things on the offensive side back there, returning kicks. So when he said that immediately, guys like Chris Rodriguez Jr. Jumped out to me just knowing that you have an Eckler here, knowing you have a B-Rob here. Where is he going to get his touches at, or where is he going to be able to play his role or have his part on his team? I think special teams, not only kick return, but probably some other teams.
Yeah.
So guys like him, and then, you never know. You might see Eckler back there too, because now if he's not a starter, then hey, I'm gonna put him back there kick return wise and let him get those touches and get lathered up in the game. So when we do call on him throughout the offensive, game plan, he already be ready. So I think we can all probably expect a guy that's familiar with carrying the ball between the tackles, and more so probably one of our backup running backs.
Well, I always felt that when you got the kickoff return, you need a big dude back there. But before we let you go, Tanner, I was sitting there with my boy yesterday, and he said, man, Santana used to run some damn routes. So he had this highlight reel of you running routes, dude. You were cooking people, bro. You ran one stop and go, but you just hit those feet and were gone. Dude didn't know where the hell you were, man. And Jahan Dotson, that's why I think of it with Jahan, is a route runner. How has he looked for you, and how you think he bounced back this year?
Man, it's one of those things about this league. We had a chance to chop it up with Jahan early, and that's why he jumped out the page to me when we was drafting him. He was one of the top 3 guys in his class that I liked. And I was like, man, this guy just always open. And, when people hear about guys being open, they think everybody's got to be fast and outrun everybody. And I'm like, credit to us, I had that, but I also had a way of putting my foot in the ground in a timely fashion and separating from a guy. Jahan has showed me that both years. Now, I know last year probably wasn't the year that he expected, but you go through those years as a receiver in the league. I tell folks all the time, in 14 seasons, every year wasn't peaches and cream. But the one thing that I found out about myself through those years, that I always had to dig a little deeper, and I couldn't blame the situation. I had to kind of say, you know what, Tanner, it's your fault that you're not getting the ball. So however Jahan seen it last year, I'm hoping that he put the blame on himself and he just put the work in. I think he's phenomenal, man. I think he's a great talent. I'm not sure if he's a every down outside guy. I will play with him, put him in a slot sometime, put him outside. I think he can do both because he showed us that his rookie season. But I think he's phenomenal. And I know with this offense, just knowing how they did things, they're going to find a way to get him the ball. And then when you have a guy like Jaden Daniels who can, the defense is going to have to be honest. They're going to have to play honest. So when you have a defense knowing that I have a quarterback that can take off and run, so I can't just be showing these funky looks or turning my back and running with these receivers, it's going to leave a lot of holes open, in the middle of that field and on the outside for guys like Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin. So I think highly of the kid, man. And just a little snippet of what he told us, man. He wasn't happy with last year either, and he's been working. He said, I left the season this past season, and I immediately got back to work. I didn't take too much of a break, and I said, you know what? I predict you having a greater year then, because that right there, it's all about work, B. Mitch. We played this game for a long time. It wasn't because we were just fortunate. No, we put the work in. And if you want to have a long career, if you want to have a great season or a great career, you have to put the work in. So I think he already got a taste of that bug, and he didn't like the way it tastes.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it and looking forward to hitting the road with you again this year, brother. So appreciate you giving us some time, man.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
We got to find all the sweets.
Got to find our boy, man.
Oh, yeah. I ain't trying to appreciate you, brother. All right, that's it.
Bro.
All right, man. That's Santana Moss joining us on the BetQL guest line. Like I said, you can follow him on Instagram at 8 to the 9, EIGHCTODANINE. All right, let's take a quick break here, but we have Caps breaking news.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan, and breaking news on the Fan is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. The Capitals have made a trade. They're sending away defenseman Nick Jensen and a 2026 third-round pick to Ottawa. In return, they're going to get back Jacob Chychrun, the defenseman from Ottawa. Again, the Capitals trading Nick Jensen and a third-round pick in 2026 away for Jacob Chychrun from Ottawa. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
You got to have something. If you want to be with me. All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. As I told you all last week when Doc and I were together, this is the season of list, okay? There's a list about this and that and everything every day because, you know, it's one of those times of the year where a lot of things aren't there to talk about. Yes, you have baseball, whoever the guy was at Texas JP, but ultimately, when it's football stuff that you're talking about, it's not a lot of stuff. So we go to who are the top this and top that. We understand that we have a very good receiver on this squad in Terry McLaurin. You just heard me talking to Santana Moss about him. And when you look at the top 20 in the league, just basically look at 2 receivers per team as far as starting, and some teams start with 3. So that's 64. If you're top 20, you're damn good. And our Terry McLaurin, as I said, Terry did drop in there. But I'm going to go through this list a little bit, and I'm going to start off at number 20. Based off of this list, the 20th best receiver in the league is Amari Cooper. Okay? Last year, he had 72 receptions, 1,250 yards, 5 receiving touchdowns. Move to number 19. Young man was down in Houston with a rookie quarterback, but he showed up and showed out. 80 receptions, 1,297 yards, 8 receiving touchdowns, and that was Nico Collins. Expecting a breakout year for him this year. Up in Philadelphia, they have 2 of them in the top 20. Devontae Smith, 81 receptions, 1,066 yards, 7 receiving touchdowns. Number 17. You watch Friday, you know who this guy got his name from. Debo Samuel, San Francisco 49ers. 60 receptions, 892 yards, 7 touchdowns. You may look at that and say, oh, that's not a lot, but the dude runs the ball just like a running back. He does a lot more than just catch balls out the backfield. Number 16. Didn't play very long last year. Was hurt. Came back late and did some good things, but he had to share. He had 59 receptions, 737 yards, 5 touchdowns in a shorter season. Cooper Kupp. And this is where our guy fell. Terry McLaurin. They got him ranked 15th in the NFL, 79 receptions, 1,002 yards, 4 touchdowns. And you have to realize a lot of other guys have way better quarterbacks than what Terry was having, but still, he put up 1,000 yards for what, 4th time in a row, 4 of his 5 years. I would say who all they think is better than Terry, but they've had better quarterback play as well. Jalen Waddle, 1,014 yards, 72 receptions, 4 touchdowns. Very similar to Terry, and I think he had better quarterback play than what Terry had. DJ Moore, 96 receptions, 135 targets, 1,364 yards, 8 touchdowns. Let's look at Terry. Terry had 132 targets. A lot of those balls were not catchable. I can tell you that. Puka Nacua, they got him ranked 12th in the league. He had 105 receptions for 1,400 yards and 6 touchdowns. And that dude was a rookie. It's a bad man right there. They had Mike Evans, 79 receptions, 1,255 yards. He had 13 receiving touchdowns with Baker Mayfield. Damn.
That's impressive.
Yes, you got to put him up there because that dude is good.
Would
man.
you rate that as more impressive than Terry's career so far, given the kind of disaster area that quarterback has been?
I think Terry hasn't had quarterbacks that played at the level of Baker yet. And then Baker hasn't been great consistently, but he's shown some peaks every once in a while.
That is just so depressing. Terry McLaurin's this is like what? He's been here 6 years and he hasn't had a quarterback play at the level of Baker Mayfield?
Not yet.
Oh my God.
All right, Garrett Wilson, New York Jets. This dude had 168 targets, 95 receptions, 1,042 yards, 3 touchdowns receiving. Steph Diggs, 107 receptions, 1,183 yards, 8 touchdowns. Brandon Ayuk. As soon as I said this name, I'm surprised the phone didn't start ringing. He had 75 receptions, 1,342 yards, 7 touchdowns, and we know he had better quarterback play. Devontae Adams with 103 receptions for 1,144 yards, 8 touchdowns. Number 6, Amon-Ra St. John, 119 receptions. Damn. 1,515 yards, 10 touchdowns. I can see why that brother got paid. A.J. Brown, there are people having nightmares about him. 105 receptions, 1,456 yards, 7 touchdowns. Did 2 of them come against us in one game, didn't they? Yeah. Jamar Chase, 100 receptions, 1,216 yards, 7 touchdowns. That was coming back off an injury. CeeDee Lamb in Dallas. Damn, we had 135 receptions, 1,749 yards, 12 TDs. Tyreek Hill is number 2. Hell, Tyreek Hill not number 1. Who's number 1? 119, 1,799 yards, 13 touchdowns. That's a better yards per catch. CD had 138 receptions for 1,749, 135. He had 119 for 1,799. So he had less receptions, but more yards. And then rounding out as number 1, even though he did not play the whole year, right? Or he lost Kirk Cousins at only 68 receptions, 1,074 yards, 5. I don't know how you put Jefferson ahead of Tyreek Hill though. I don't understand that one.
I feel like the quarterback play was definitely better in Miami.
But let's remember, you throw Tyreek Hill a 20-yard reception, he has an 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Is that the quarterback or is that Tyreek Hill?
I mean, yeah, that's definitely Tyreek Hill.
We saw the first play against Washington. The pass was about 30 yards. The touchdown was what, 70-something or 60-something?
Wouldn't that also be, part of the scheme and the other guys on his team, if the defense has to worry about Miami's other weapons in a way that they don't in...
Which one they worry about first?
Well, Tyreek, yeah.
So you are doubling him. He still had 119 for 1,799 yards, dude. The dude almost had 1,800 yards. And he is the first person, when he gets off the bus, you should have somebody checking him. So I love Jefferson from Louisiana. I love Jefferson. But I don't know if I'm going to put him ahead of Tyreek right now. Tyreek is the first person everybody is looking for when Miami step off the bus and come there and play you. You have to worry about him. So I just don't know how we can do that one. That one kind of is a little strange with me, though. I ran into a topic. Well, Landfill ran into this topic, and we talked about it a little bit. I want to take this for you. It has the best win in the history of every NFL team. It said that Washington's best win ever was when Doug Williams and crew beat the Denver Broncos. They scored 35 points in one half. Anybody out there, I want to find out from you all. What's the best win you ever witnessed with the Washington Redskins, Commanders, whoever? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. And did you think Terry was ranked too low or he should have been higher? Be Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We'll be back.
because they already know that TJ Oshie's not coming back, which, I mean, I think most of us that, kind of closely followed the situation kind of thought all along that he wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
But these amount of financial investments seem to indicate that they have more money to spend than what is currently and publicly on the books.
Well, shouldn't they be making these moves anyway? I mean, I understand we are still waiting for Ovi to get to the record.
Yeah.
But I think Ovi would rather be winning and getting to a record than just going through this thing, getting their ass kicked all the time and trying to get a record.
Yeah, or barely squeezing in.
So you have to be able to get some people on now that's going to help. Nobody could have imagined Nicholas Backstrom getting hurt and not being able to come back. Nobody could imagine Oshie Price really not coming back. But you got to keep building your team. I understand what the hope was, but you got to build your team for what it is.
Yeah, no doubt. You're absolutely right. I mean, if you think about it, like from the start of last year, they lose Backstrom and Kuznetsov down the middle, really have offset them with Pierre-Luc Dubois, who they traded for a week and a half ago, who's, high ceiling, high risk, high reward, however you want to put that, right? But is 26 years old, has a skill set and size that they just simply have not had down the middle of the ice. But they were able to offset that with that trade, okay, and B, Connor McMichael just re-signed on a 2-year deal as a restricted free agent, today, and his emergence, right? So they were able to do that. Then they were able last week to add Mangiapane from Calgary on the wing, right? Which doesn't necessarily potentially replace TJ Oshie, but it could.
Yeah.
And then they traded over the weekend Beck Mallenstein. That one hurt a little bit for me, B, because, he's physical, he's tough, he's nasty, playing with Dowd on the fourth line, adding some juice, energy. But I understand why they did it, because they got a second-round pick for it. Then the big trade they made over the weekend, and again, they've made 2 big acquisitions today, is going out and getting the Vegas goaltender, Logan Thompson, which I know everybody's like, whoa, wait a second, Charlie Lindgren. Remember, Charlie Lindgren was a backup goalie until like March of last year. Okay, let's just slow down this, Charlie Lindgren for
how we are in this town, man. We start liking somebody. They're the best in sliced bread.
He's going to be here, and he's going to play plenty, and I hope he's good. But you know what? I feel a whole lot better about the goaltending situation. And like what we were just talking about back on the blue line, 2 starters essentially, not exactly, but essentially for the price of one. Again, not exactly, but two starters adding and bolstering the talent and the depth on defense, plus Logan Thompson on the back end.
All right, well, you make sure you listen to 980, and Rooster is going to be talking a lot about the Caps and all the moves that they made. He's the guy.
Thanks,
so make sure you tune into him. His show starts at 2 o'clock. No, at 1 o'clock.
I got a tweet from somebody who was like, wait a second, because I promoted that I would start talking about the Wizards at 1. And he was like, wait a second, at 1? I'm like, you've been listening to JP Finley
there
too
you
much.
Go. All right, Roos, man. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, but by the way, is Finley coming back ever?
Probably not. Probably not. He'll be here. He'll be here one day.
Is he just going to be lost in like the Capri Sea or
man?
The Sea of Capri,
I don't know
if I don't.
He told me one day about some swimming. If he falls in Lake Como, he's gonna have a problem. That's all I gotta tell you. All right, appreciate you, Bruce. All right, so we're gonna. I know I opened up the phone lines and we'll get 2 quick calls if we can. I said the best win ever by the Nats. I mean by the Washington Redskins at the time. Let's go to Chantilly and check out Dave. Dave, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Brian? So good to talk to you.
Cool, man. Same to you, brother.
I'm great. Thank you, sir. I actually had 2. One was for me and one was for my dad. My dad actually was at that Broncos Super Bowl game you talked about.
Uh-huh.
And, the funniest thing is, if you ever talk to him and you ask him, he has 2 kids. He immigrated his country. He made a successful life. But you ask him, what's the best 5 minutes of your life? And he'll tell you it's that 5 minutes in the second quarter of that Super Bowl. That's the best 5 minutes of his life.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and I don't blame him, right? Joe Gibbs changed the cleats at the right time, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did. So my favorite was Cowboys game. Game is over. Sean Taylor gets a blocked field goal, runs back, gets a penalty on him, which puts them just inside of enough room for the Redskins at the time to kick that field goal and beat the Cowboys with no time left in the game.
All right. Good stuff, man. Those are 2 good wins there. I can remember that the one with Sean very, very, very closely. Let's go to Drew. What's up, Drew? How you doing, brother?
Hey, B. Mitch, how are you?
I'm good, man.
I can tell you that my favorite time ever as a Redskin fan was Super Bowl 17 back after the 82 season, January 83. I was in college and I moved out of the dorm and I was in my first apartment and my roommate was from Miami. And we watched that game and it was a close game, a lot of back and forth. And then John Riggins made that running play with the stiff arm and just took the game over. And my roommate hasn't been able to live that down in 40 something years after that. So
keep rubbing it in.
Definitely the highlight. Yeah, I do. And back to your point about the sports town and how DC should be feeling. I think that it's good to see movement with the other three sports, and I'm hopeful that OV can break Gretzky's record. But this team is a football town. I mean, this town is a football town, and if Washington's good, the other sports just don't compare. Everyone comes together, and you remember that. You were part of it. And I'm hopeful this year. But the outcome of this year is not my main concern. I want next year, I want us to be considered, playoff and potentially Super Bowl contenders. And I would like to see that for a decade like it was. Like we should be prepared to be favored every game we play and in the playoff discussion every year. And we won't win every year. But it was so great when this team was the bedrock of the city and you could just count on it to be good. And I hope the new ownership and front office and the team can really get back there. And then we could have our next generation of B Mitches, because it's hard to follow in your footsteps when the team hasn't been playing that well.
All right, man. So, appreciate you, Drew.
Okay.
All right. I'll probably go back to this if I have some time in the last segment. So I know I had G and also Charlie waiting. So we'll try to get back to this a little bit later on. But we have to take a break here. And when we get back, we'll be joined by Barry Zaluga from the Washington Post. All right, we're going to jump right into the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. And joining us, as he always does, our friend from the Washington Post, Barry Zaluga. Barry, what's happening, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, Mitch, doing great. Hope you are too on this James Wood debuts Monday.
Hey, and that's exactly what I want to know. What you're expecting tonight from James Wood?
Well, baseball's not a expect everything in one night. It's a long-term project. But I will say this is for sure the Nationals' most anticipated debut definitely since Juan Soto in 2018. But I would argue this is a little bit more highly anticipated than Soto, who was a little less of a known commodity at that point, was coming right from Double-A to the majors because of an injury on a good team. This guy is seen more as a pillar around which you build. And he's coming into a team that isn't fully formed, that is going to be built around him and C.J. Abrams and Dylan Cruz and others. So I'm interested to see what the crowd is like. I'm interested to see the energy in the building. This dude is a flatlined professional athlete. He is not going to be too jacked up about anything. And athletically, he's just a marvel to watch. 6'6" or 6'7". The strides when he runs, Brian, I'm telling you, man, if you get a chance, forget the hitting part. If he gets to first base and gets to go from first to third on a single, that's almost breathtaking. He's such a just gobbling up land in front of him with his long legs. I'm excited about it. I'm excited that we're starting to see some of the fruits of this rebuild get to Washington, and now we can start to assess the team a little bit differently with different expectations going forward.
Well, if you were to set a line, whatever, I mean, like stats for the night, what would be like a perfect thing you want to see with him?
I mean, I'd love to see him hit one to the gap and just see him run. I'd love to get him on base and again, see that first to third or trying to score from second on a single. I'm interested to see him in the outfield because he'll be playing left field, and that's the position at which he has the least experience. He's played a lot more center and right. But I'm also, I want to see how he fits in a lineup that really needs help right now. I mean, if you think about those, I mentioned Soto coming up in 2018. The other big offensive debut that kind of had this kind of juice was Bryce Harper back in 2012. Those guys came up to lineups that were veteran lineups, Zimmerman and Worth and Adam LaRoche and all sorts of guys where the rookie didn't have to, hit third. And I'm not saying Wood is going to hit third tonight, but he comes up, and I would argue he's probably already the second best player on the team behind C.J. Abrams. That doesn't mean he's accomplished everything, but in terms of his potential to do damage is higher than anybody else in that lineup just as soon as he takes the field. So I'm not going to say like, he has to go 2 for 4 or 3 for 5 or something for the night to be a success. I think you measure that over the course of the year. But I think it's really important that he's getting this taste now because expectations for this team are going to change, and they're going to change this offseason. And it's no longer going to be, hey, we're rebuilding. It needs to be, hey, we're going to contend, and James Wood has to be part of the contention for sure.
How big of a jump will it be? Because they've been missing some power. And if he could start hitting the ball like he's capable of hitting it, how much would that help the lineup?
A lot. I mean, it's well documented that they don't have a lot of pop in the lineup, and they don't have it at some pretty big positions where you're trying to get it from first base, third base, and catcher, and they're not getting a lot of power. I talked to Matt Lee Croy. He's the AAA manager for the Nats. He's a longtime organizational guy. I talked to him earlier today, and he said their approach with Wood at AAA was, look, the homers are going to come. Like, just hit doubles, hit it to the gaps, let the ball travel. You can hit it the opposite way. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, he missed almost a month with a hamstring problem. It was more like 3.5 weeks with a hamstring issue. But he still, in 52 games, he has 10 homers down there. That, put 150 game season, that's a 30 homer pace.
Yes.
He can drive the baseball. He can really do damage. We saw it at spring training. And the other thing that the Nationals as an organization are happy about is he played well last year at AA, but he didn't exactly like dominate the Eastern League. He made adjustments going into the offseason. He made adjustments going into spring training, and then he made adjustments coming out of spring training and really was curious about how to get better. All of those things point to a guy who is a little bit of a sponge and knows he's not going to arrive in his first big league game as a fully formed commodity. He knows he has stuff to learn. He wants to know what he has to learn. And he's going to come up here and be a sponge and eventually take that approach and become a leader for this team.
Well, Barry, you know, we got the trade deadline coming up, and you wrote an article like 6 days ago saying about although they may be pushing for the playoffs, they still need to make some moves. Do you still have that feel?
I am, and I even wrote that before they went on this little losing skid. You know, I think they lost 4 of 5 to close the road trip, or 5 of 6 to close the road trip, actually. And I really think they need to be realistic about where they are. That means that it's pretty obvious that Jesse Winker, who's been playing left field, will probably move over to first base or DH when Wood comes up. And somebody like Dylan Floro, who's a reliever, they're on expiring contracts. You should try to see what you can get for them. The more kind of aggressive approach, and I'm not sure they're going to do this, would be to take guys like Lane Thomas, who's the starting right fielder, and then Kyle Finnegan and Hunter Harvey, their back-end relievers. Those guys have a year remaining on their deals through next year. That means they could bring back even more in return than somebody on an expiring deal. I think it would be really interesting if Mike Rizzo was able to get aggressive with those guys, get some impact that will come to the big leagues quickly next year for guys that you might lose the following year in free agency anyway. You can see the core of a team that could be ready to contend next year forming now. You could see maybe even more of a core if they were really aggressive with some of the pieces that they have in trade.
Well, I'm looking forward to James Wood getting out there tonight and doing his thing because we've been waiting for it and we want to see some big hits for him. But I happened to sit down last night, Barry. I know you going to be covering the Olympics, aren't you?
I will be, yeah.
Okay, so I sat and watched the young ladies last night in the gymnastics. And the young lady, oh, Lord, I forgot her name now.
The 16-year-old?
The 16-year-old, yeah.
Yeah.
I watch her, and I'm looking at how she did everything with grace. And then I go back to the young man, Quincy Wilson from Bullis High School, you know, and we've been I've been covering professional sports a long time, and I watch people make every excuse under the sun for them. But just like looking at Simone Biles just 4 years ago, and then looking at the young lady last night, they have pressure galore on them, and they handle it with grace. You know, and people don't give them they don't give them the leeway that they give the professional athletes. Why?
I don't know, Brian. I think it's going back to Biles in Tokyo in the summer of 2021 when she essentially kind of lost it and couldn't perform simple tricks that she'd been doing for a long time better than anybody in the world, and kind of locked up mentally. I mean, I think we've got to get to a point where that's allowed. Like, the saying it's okay not to be okay. I mean, that is for everyone. That's for high-level athletes who, if you're Simone Biles, you are being used by NBC to pitch a television program that they need to drive ratings because they paid more than $7.5 billion for the Olympics. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot to handle. And her coming back and electing to do this again when she had already been a gold medalist in Rio and put herself through everything that she went through in Tokyo. I mean, that's some mental toughness to even show up. And because the standard that she has set for herself is so high, it's almost unreachable. And then you add the external pressure, which, people could say, oh, she choked or she melted down. I don't know, man. It's a lot to deal with. And you're right. These 16-year-olds who handle it like 35-year-olds would be happy to handle it. That's just impressive stuff.
Yeah, and then I watched, and you watch her, and she's smaller than all of them anyway, Simone Biles is, but the way she is with them, That like I've always said, I'd rather a player talk to me when I was playing than a coach, because you see the player as your equal in a sense, and you see the coach. A lot of times we always see the coach as the enemy. When they after they finished and she went over, they just had this sense of relief coming from them when she would walk over to him, because she's been through hell and back.
She's
and still
an icon.
she's been to the top.
Yeah, I mean, think about the 16-year-old. She would have been 8 years old when Biles won gold in Rio in 2016. Like, that doesn't happen in gymnastics very often.
Yes.
That these athletes work their way into their mid-20s. You know, it's really been thought of as a teenager sport for a long time. So she's an icon for sure, and she transcends that sport. I mean, she's going to be just a huge, huge star in a games full of stars in Paris in I think I leave in less than 3 weeks. So it's coming up on us pretty quickly, and I'm excited about it.
What sports are you covering?
I'll be all over the place, man. I really think the track is going to be fun. Noah Lyles, who's the sprinter, it gets the Americans back into that kind of, I'm the alpha male in the 100 and the 200. There's so many other track stars that have been unveiled in the trials in Eugene over the past couple of weeks. Katie Ledecky back in the pool again, local girl who's going to be, favorite for gold in the 1500, a contender in the 800. She's just such a star now, going into her fourth Olympics. Talk about somebody you've seen grow up and right in front of her.
I remember when she was a little girl before she started all this swimming.
Absolutely. And then there's crazy elements like, Wemby is a French national, right? So the NBA Rookie of the Year and kind of the leading force going forward for the NBA is going to be playing the Olympics for the host country in basketball. There's a lot there to like. I'm super psyched, and I'm psyched that it's going to be in Europe. In not because nothing against Tokyo or Beijing or South Korea, where the last 3 Olympics have been held. But it's hard for Americans to watch and pay attention in real time to things that are happened on a flipped clock. We'll get some stuff that's kind of more in a normal primetime setting, and that'll be great for viewership over here.
Well, kind of a connect to the local area. Benjamin St. Juste's wife's sister is Anna Hall, I think it is.
Oh, really?
She's the heptathlete.
I did not realize that.
Yes.
I did not realize that. That's a good one.
Yeah, I saw when she ran the race. I'm looking at her like, that girl looks familiar. And then at the end of the race, his wife was sitting there hugging her. So they had somebody else tell me some stuff, read a little bit on it. So that's one you can follow as well.
I'll dig that one up. I like it a lot.
Oh yeah. But man, it's just we talk about slow time, but this is a great year where the Olympics come and it kind of like offsets just a little bit.
Yeah, because the trials just carry you. You've got gymnastics and track trials going on concurrently. The swimming trials preceded the track trials. I just think it's nightly programming that you can flip back and forth from the baseball games, and you're right. I mean, the slow time now has not felt slow to me at all, and in fact, it's going to ramp up, and you'll have the Olympics going concurrently with NFL training camps. That's almost too much to have on your plate.
You're right about that. But as you give me a story that you're looking forward to with the NFL training camp when they come up,
I mean, I got to pick Jaden Daniels, don't I? I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I'll be away when he has his first camp. I won't see him until I get back, and that's fine. I think there's going to be a lot of hype. But I know you've talked about this with JP. Like, there was talk about him, obviously, in OTAs. You don't really know anything until the pads get on. And even then, the way pads are these days, I'm preaching the choir with you, but you may not know until you get to games because it's not the same. So I think there will be a ton of anticipation and evaluation of how he's doing. I'm excited to see what he looks like when it really counts. And in some ways, I'm happy I'll be at the Olympics because I won't have to go out there and make evaluations that don't really matter in July. We'll wait till September for them to matter.
Yeah, you'll show up for the real stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that for me. Like, man, I go out to like some of the things, OTAs, and people are like, oh man, how did they look? I'm like, they're wearing t-shirt and panties. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you can see arm strength, and you can see, there's things you can see. You can't see stuff in the trenches. I mean, how did you learn anything about a defensive tackle or an offensive guard? I don't think. I mean, that trying to evaluate that would be a waste of time. But if I'm picking one NFL training camp storyline. I mean, I hate to be local, but I'm super duper interested in how Daniels is going to do.
And that is the one, because that young man can come in here and change this whole thing up, because if he's good, like Jay keeps saying, if he hits, they got something.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's the whole fortunes can change because they have the thing they haven't had for so long. If they're right on him, they get the opportunity to be right on a lot of other stuff around him.
100%, man. Well, Barry, enjoy yourself, man. We'll probably talk to you again before you leave out, but enjoy yourself, especially when you go over to France, man.
Appreciate it, Brian. Hopefully we'll check in from over there too.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
All right, man.
Barry Zaluga from the Washington Post joining us here on the BetQL guest line. Going to take us a quick break here, and as I stated earlier, we're going to be joined by Lights Out, Sean Merriman. And Jeff is still avoiding that fight. D. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. And let me find this real quick, Landfill. Bam. All right, celebrate the call-up of James Wood with your own We've Got Wood shirt. Available now on 106.7 The Fan merch store. Get yours now at 1067thefan.shop.com. That's 1067thefan.shop.com. Fan. In a few minutes, we'll be going to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting is coming to Maryland, so don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Every once in a while, we get our friend calling us from L.A., grew up in the area, went to the University of Maryland, played in the NFL. They call him Lights Out. Sean Merriman will be joining us. He has Lights Out 18 coming up. And listen, man, this dude has been doing this for a long time now. And if it's at the 18th one, he must be having a lot of success. So Saturday, July 27th, at the Thunder Studios, they have several fights. We can't wait till we get him on to talk about the fights. We always joke with Jeff about getting to the ring and doing some of this extreme fighting. I joke with Jeff about it. I don't want Jeff to get in the ring because I understand you have some hands, Jeff. But people that can throw hands, they ain't used to somebody, you looking at their hands, they kick you in the chin, then they kick you on your leg. That hurts, dog.
Yeah, nah. The UFC thing is a different. I get in the ring with somebody and box. Like, I have no problem.
This ain't boxing.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, B.
You tried?
I'm not scared. Like,
I listen, bro. One thing about it, this is the whole thing. Being scared is not the thing. If you're not skillful, just don't get in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a big dude. It's not that many big dudes really doing that many intricate kicks and things. I think I could bang with a heavyweight,
Jeff, I'm going to just hit you with this, brother. Some of them dudes at 168, 175, they might kill you.
I'm not fighting a 168, 160. If I fight a dude that's 200, 250, 260, I got a chance, bro. Because they're not.
If he been doing this for a long time, you don't have a chance. If he just stepped in the ring and learning when you learning,
I got a chance. Yeah.
All right, join us now. Our guy, Sean Merriman. What's up, Sean? How you doing, brother?
What's up, man?
Oh, chilling, man. Chilling. So you got Lights Out 18 coming up. Let the people know what they can see.
Yeah, we got a huge fight. It'll be in Long Beach, July 27th, but we'll be live on Lights Out Sports TV. So if you guys haven't downloaded that yet, we just added Speed Vision, a lot of motorsports on there. Obviously, the TNA wrestling, outdoor sports. But it's been cool, man, because we had big spikes, almost 18,000 people watching our last fight a few weeks ago, after just launching about 48 days or 50 days now. So all good, man. It's been good. You can find us on Roku and Apple TV, Amazon Fire. So make sure you guys download and also iOS and Android. Download Lights Out Sports TV.
What's your ultimate goal here, Soren? You're gonna be having 1 million, 2 million people, 100 million people watching this stuff?
My thing is, the live sports business right now has just been great. And then too, we launched a free ad sports, like Lights Out Sports TV is free. And we understand, like, I'm still a subscriber to all the bigger streaming services, but man, I wasn't trying to add another subscription of anybody's bills, right? So
Yeah.
I just thought it was cool that we got an opportunity to do that, understand the TV space and how networks work. Right now, we want to be in a position to have, in the next 6 months, we'll have about 50 to 75 live sporting events where people can tune in to Lights Out Sports TV and watch, all your tier 2 sports live.
How many fights are there, and what's the main card that we should be focusing on?
Yeah, man, we got a couple guys on this card, Lights Out Extreme Fight 18. We got a couple guys on this card who's going to end up in the UFC 100%. Our guy Gibson, man, is a big ticket seller, but I think he's 1 or 2 fights with us. He's the main event. He probably 1 or 2 fights with us, and he's gone to the UFC. We got a couple young kids that the UFC's looking at, probably Dana White Contender Series as well. So, as I started before, man, we're not trying to compete with the UFC or anybody really. We want to be a stepping stone to get these guys an opportunity to be looked at and be a successful feeder. That's a big win for us.
But I think the way you're doing it, man, you're getting them in front of people, and they get that level of experience if they're gonna move to the next one. It's basically like a feeder system.
Yeah, and what's cool is, man, we have a couple thousand people at our fights. We always sell out, and we got a big TV production. And so what happens is a lot of these guys, up and coming guys, they haven't been in front of the cameras. Like when we played on Sunday nights and Monday nights, coming out there in front of those lights, it's a whole different ball game, right? You can go out there and look good in practice and look good, sparring and doing anything else. But when those lights turn on and you got thousands of people and hundreds of thousands of people watching at home, it is a whole different. So we're getting these guys prepared under the lights with the next up and coming superstars.
Where does the lowest weight start? Like I know boxing, they have the fly weights and all that stuff. Where do you all start at the lowest and moving up?
Yeah, we have a couple 135s. Those guys are tiny, man. But I'm telling you, if they grab you the wrong way, they feel like 225. So,
and then goes up to what?
We got some 205s fighting in this car. We got I think one of the fights are about 240. Meaning that those guys walk around, if they're fighting at 240, they're probably walking around at 260, 265. So we got some big boys in there too.
So I know I watched boxing. We had a young man in here last week, and he had to cut weight. So they cut 15, 20 pounds. How long it takes those guys to cut that amount of weight?
Well, the good ones gradually cut it, a couple pounds a week, 1 or 2 pounds a week leading up to the fight. And then typically within like 72 hours of that week of that fight, they'll drop 15, and most of that's water weight. So they'll just hit the saunas, a lot of cardio, a lot of look, if anybody asks me why I didn't fight, that was probably the biggest reason, because I'm like, listen, man, I love my food, and and I walk around at probably about 270 or 268, and I would have to cut down to about 250. 18 pounds is not terrible, but man, it's a rough business.
See, Sean, we've been trying to get Jeff on the call for a long time, and Jeff had gotten down to 240, and I think he's back up to like 275, and he can't cut that weight, keep it off. So what would you think? Should he just stay on this side? Like you said, you don't fight because you got to do a cut. Should he just stay on this side and never ever get in that ring?
If he was smart, sound like he's a well-educated individual.
Hey, Sean, send the waiver. Send the waiver. I've said it out my mouth. I'm down for it.
He'll be down for the count.
Well, you'll be down. It's just on your back. That's all. You'll be down for sure.
So it's funny as hell, man. But look, Sean, we've been going through all these times. This time of year in football, where we don't have a lot of football going on, they go through all these lists. When you were playing and you start seeing all these lists in the offseason, did it piss you off if your name wasn't on it? Or did you go, what the hell is it? Because you can look at 5 lists and all of them are different. About the same thing.
No, absolutely. And the guys who never come out and publicly say it, but of course you get pissed off, especially that a lot of these guys running around in jerseys and helmets looking good, right? Like we all know when the pads come on, that's when you find out who guys really are and how they're really built. And a lot of these guys, especially because of social media and everything else, they got a lot of hype. You get some of these guys get up there with all this hype and disappear, right? You don't hear nothing about them. And you find out they're struggling, that they're not ready. They're not built that way. I think that, I got a 14-year-old son. He plays quarterback in Jersey. Actually, he's number 1 quarterback coming out class 2029. And I constantly got to tell him, because, we got high schools and even colleges looking at him now and say, none of that matters. Don't fall into that hype. And I think that a lot of these, especially younger guys, they fall into the hype because they get so much attention, but nothing's happened. They haven't done anything on the field yet. So the good coaches, if they, the good organizations can put these guys in the right direction to make sure that they know that only thing that matters is what you put out there on that tape, what you put out there in the field. Because at that point, I don't care how good your all-season workouts were and how fast you ran in a 40 and how good you look anywhere else. What do those numbers look like? What are you planning on doing to change this team? And in the next couple of weeks now, when everybody start reporting training camp, that's when we'll find out.
I got a story like this. We're here in Jamin Davis. He was drafted as a guy who was supposed to be athletic and cover tight ends and all, and do like a run. When he got here, they kind of moved him to middle linebacker for a bit. Then they move him back somewhere outside. Now he's they're trying him in pass rushing and everything else, and they say he has a knack for it. You were damn good at pass rushing. What does it take to be a successful pass rusher that put that pressure on tackle every game?
Well, one thing about pass rush, man, you got to be relentless. And, you know, when you don't make a play that one time or your first move don't work, you got to learn how to turn it into a bull rush and keep chasing, keep trailing. And you got to do that for 4 quarters, man, because truthfully, these tackles and offensive linemen, they're just getting much better with their technique and their kick slide and their hand placement. And so you got to start turning into a student of the game, man, because you're not going to go out there and just start dominate these guys, especially the top ones. But more importantly, it's that get off, that explosion from the line of scrimmage, because nothing happens without you getting off the ball. Now, once you get, if you have an explosion, you coming off that ball with your pad level, you know, low, and your takeoff is good, you got everybody on your heels. You can go around them, you can come under them, you can go through them. Even as a lighter guy, I'm working this week. I got a couple guys that I'm working with in the NFL that are smaller outside linebackers and pass rushers, and I'm showing them how to still be efficient. Right, they're not going to be able to go out and bull rush these guys all the time because they're undersized. Right, I played at 265, you know, around 265. I was able to take off and bulldoze some of these guys. These guys around 240. So I'm teaching them, hey, get off the line. If you get off the line with good explosion, get your good pad level and hand placement, you can start doing a lot more against these big offensive tackles, man. But it all starts with that get off.
All right, man. Well, we have Lights Out Extreme Fighting 18 coming up July 27th, and let them know how they can watch it if they're here and they want to make sure they partake in it, Sean.
Yep, you guys can download Lights Out Sports TV. We're available on iOS, Android, every major TV platform, Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire. We got a ton of sports on there, man. I think we got 14 channels on there currently right now. We got sports movies and documentaries going up in the next week or two. But I created a free all sports platform, man, that got everything that you're looking for. So, but check us out, July 27th, Lights Out Extreme Fighting 18.
All right, Sean, man. Good luck to you, bro. Thank you, and thanks for giving us some time.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Sean Merriman joining us, Lights Out, when he played football. And Landfill, you and I gonna make sure we get that release form, get it to Jeff, and then we're gonna put a insurance policy on him. We're gonna make sure we come up.
I'm waiting.
All right. I love Jeff to death, boy, but I'm telling you, I'll be worried. Dude, get your weight up, dog. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
It's up.
Get your weight up.
It's
Get
up.
your weight up. Your weight is already up. Get your weight up.
Hey, that's now. I won't lie now. I do got to get my wind up.
So that's what I'm saying. If you get tired of your hands come down, bro, you done.
Hey, fight or flight, brother. If I get them in the first
can't
round,
run. They got a cage. You gonna jump over the cage?
No, I said if I get them in the first round, it's over too.
But what if you don't?
I hit hard.
But what if you don't?
They get on that bike.
All right, we're gonna take us a quick break here. When we get back, it's time for her to hear first. I feel a little something, something. I might just bring it to you because I like to laugh, like to joke, but I understand sometimes you got to get serious about some things, and a lot of people enjoyed that. I want to thank Charlie Slows, who joined us a little bit earlier. James Wood is going to be making his debut tonight. Make sure you could listen to that right here. Broadcast starts at 6:15. The first pitch is at 6:45, so you can listen to him on 106.7, The Fan. Also, Santana Moss joined us. Tony Massenberg talked about all things NBA and the Washington Wizards. Then he also talked a little bit about the new series we're going to see. The Maryland Terrapins will be taking on Georgetown. I think he signed a 3-year deal, and that's something that Tony was looking forward to. Barrett Verluga, and we just had Lights Out join us. But we every once in a while we leave work and we go have a little fun. And today, Jeff and I are going to go and venture over to East Potomac Park. And Jeff likes to talk a lot of trash. If y'all listen to this show, y'all know Jeff is confident and he can do everything. He already said that he's going to beat Leon. I'm not worried about him thinking he's going to beat me. He told Leon how much he sucked one day. And then we were at a golf tournament not long ago at Lakewood Country Club. And Jeff gets up and Leon happens to be on the hole next to us. So Leon tells him, Jeff, what's up? You all that trash you talk. And Jeff started talking. Jeff, tell the people how far your drive went.
Man, he was talking all this trash, and I cranked the drive like 315 yards straight off the tee. I thought I should have been on the PGA Tour the way that thing came off the tee.
I'm starting to notice you know how to lie real well too.
It's like that. I mean,
I don't think it passed. I don't think it passed the ladies' season.
I'm gonna say it went a smooth 6 yards.
So the question I asked, and I know everybody in the stream, y'all love Jeff and say what Jeff is going to be doing and this, that, and the other. So I'm asking you all in the stream. I need you to tell me, what do you think Jeff is going to shoot?
That's insane.
In between what and what, or way above what? So all of you people on here, we got, Tay, I got Seymour Butts, Commander Tequila. I don't know how to say all this. I'm gonna call him L.A. LeVar. I don't know how I say it. It's too many damn names for me. I want to know, what y'all think he's going to shoot? Okay, I'm gonna go in the estimate of somewhere around 140 or higher. At least 140.
I was giving him slightly more credit than that. I was ready to set the over-under at 125.
Shout out to Tay. He got me shooting a -8. Let's go, Tay.
Tay,
that ain't happening.
You must be Chris. All right. Justin Barlow say 112.
I also did put in a request for B-Mitch to text me anytime Jeff quintuple bogeys a hole.
So I would probably be hitting you very often.
Yeah.
Jeff, hold on. First of all, you have balls in your bag? Because, here you go. Here you go. You go and play golf. Do you have the right stuff?
Yes.
How many you have?
I got
you probably have to buy some more.
I got four or five
they
boxes
sell
of balls.
4 or 5 boxes?
Yeah.
The little ones or the big ones?
Little ones.
So you basically have a dozen in the sleeve. So you got 15.
About 50. No, I got about 40 balls.
You
in my bag too. I got.
Oh, okay. You're gonna need them.
Nah, I'm good.
All right.
Don't worry about it.
Somebody say Commander Tequila say 145. What you think?
145. Nah, that's too high.
Ooh, Lord. Oh, it's you hit the ball all of 180 yards. No, he hit it all of 6 yards.
Hold on. Let's not fake it. When I get around on it, that thing flies.
But that's not very often.
That thing flies.
He said, break out the bourbon on me before you play. Tay, if he break out the bourbon, that's when I play better, son.
Yeah, Tay, I did watch him bounce back.
It's time for our bets, and my bet is Jeff gonna shoot over 140 today. Can I have that bet, Landfill? That's my.
That's minus 1,000.
That's plus 1,000. That's plus 1,000. All right, so let's go Hurley here first. So somebody say, what did Jeff shoot? His foot? All right, so everybody's giving you stuff. I got 112, Jeff, and it's going up from 112. So what's your best tonight, buddies?
I'm taking Cristiano Ronaldo to score at any time Portugal is playing Slovenia.
What's the odds on that?
It just went from minus 125 to minus 130.
That has to be. It got to be favored more than that.
No. Now Portugal has they're minus 800 to win the game. Cristiano Ronaldo to score at any time, to be an anytime goal scorer, is minus 130.
Okay.
Which he will score tonight. Trust me.
All right. Landfill?
I'm taking the Nats. They're debuting James Wood. I'm taking the Nats. You can get them on the run line plus 1.5. So I'm taking the Nats plus 1.5.
You know what? I'm rolling with you, Landfill. Nats plus 1.5. I'm going with my man Landfill. And the baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. That's T-Mobile.com/switch. Thank you all for joining us today. Want to make sure we thank everybody. So Charlie Slows, Tony Massenberg, Santana Moss, Barry Zaluga, and also our guy Lights Out, Sean Merriman. Thank you all that called in today and also people that just listen to us. We appreciate it. We'll be talking to you again tomorrow at 10 o'clock, so make sure you tune in. Be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. God bless you. See you again tomorrow at 10. Peace.
Listening live to the Grant and Danny radio program. We are out and about and on the road. Some days are just so big that you need to leave the studio. And today is one of those days. This day is about 6'7" tall. It's James Wood Day, ladies and gentlemen, at Nationals Park in the left field concourse. We are coming to you live. We're going to go down on the field at 3:45 for batting practice. This will be a first in show history, Danny. You and I, behind the screen, during BP, talking our listeners through James Wood in the cage.
That's going to be fun. Cool stuff like this, man. Listen, I don't know that we'd be able to do this in September during football season. I don't know that if it was, a different time on the calendar, this all just sort of fits perfect. Nothing is happening in a number of sports, right? The Caps are very active today, so we'll talk about that certainly. But this is a cool day. We're going to talk to Ryan Zimmerman at 3:30 this afternoon. And I can't help but think of a lot of symmetry between him coming up in 2005 when baseball was so new here in Washington, D.C., right? We hadn't had it for decades, quite literally. You had to go out of town or watch games on TBS for, Skip Carey and Pete Van Wuren breaking down a Pete Harnish start, or you just, you didn't have it. It wasn't really part of the fabric. And welcoming it back and having the first homegrown guy come up, and it was part of this era of a new beginning of a team that would go on to be really good. It took a while, but they got really good and had this awesome window of about a decade. Now they've been to the mountaintop, went all the way down to the bottom, rock bottom. It happened, picking in the top couple. And here comes the next big thing to really usher in this new era of new beginning as the team tries to open up a window like we just saw in the rearview mirror. There's a lot of symmetry. It's really cool.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Tarek El-Bashir at 3 o'clock of The Athletic about the Caps moving and shaking today. Because as you said, Brian McClellan's been on fire.
Yeah,
they are having an incredible day. A couple of takeaways for me. Number one, it's pretty clear, although there's been no announcement and I'm sure it's not official. They are spending as if they're going to have a lot of freed up money. So Nicholas Backstrom, long-term IR, unlikely to come back. We knew that. And maybe the expectation now is that TJ Oshie is not going to be on the books either. Something I'm sure that McClellan will be asked when he talks later today. But we can ask Tarek El-Bashir about that at 3. The Caps, who upgraded at goalie this weekend, have added 2 defensemen today. 10-year anniversary to the day, by the way, of when they went out and got Niskanen and Orpik, who helped them win a cup. And they added an offensive and defensive-minded defenseman in 2 moves today. So we'll talk to Tarek about that. And then you mentioned Zim at 3:30 to get us ready for James Wood's debut. But that is where we should begin the show. We are live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We are streaming, of course, coast to coast on the Odyssey app. You can take us with you all over D.C., 106.7 flagship, and we'll be live in Richmond for 3 hours today as well. But this call-up is a massive, corner-turning, symbolic moment in this rebuild for the Washington Nationals. They have promoted players from the minor leagues this year and last year, and some of them have played really well. Jacob Young's been terrific in center field. Jake Irvin is having the best year of any pitcher. He's 27. He got to the big leagues last year. Anybody in their rotation?
Mitchell Parker, yeah.
He's number one right now. Parker debuted earlier this year. None of the guys, though, that have been promoted and called up have been their elite prospects. They're blue chip top talents. That changes today with their number one guy and arguably the number one player in minor league baseball, a top 5 consensus prospect, according to every outlet, getting promoted to the big leagues in the form of 21-year-old James Wood. So just to familiarize you with the player, James Wood started his high school career at St. John's College in D.C. He finished at IMG Academy in Florida. He was drafted by the Padres in the second round, 62nd overall, broke out just before the draft, and ended up going with the 62nd pick. In fact, I heard a story at one point, Danny. The Padres were all over Jackson Merrill in that draft, who was a Baltimore area kid.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he and James Wood knew each other really well. And when they were working out Merrill, they also saw James Wood in that workout and fell in love with him. So Merrill went with their first pick, and then they took Wood at 62, and then he came over in the famous Juan Soto trade, and he has been dominant in the Nats minor league system ever since. But you're going to be blown away with how big he is. He's 6'7", 235 pounds. He looks like an NBA power forward or something, and he's just 21. He is so soft-spoken, such a really good kid. He's just understated. He can fly. This guy can run. He can play center field. He's got immense power, checks all the boxes. He's got more tools than Tim Allen's workbench. This is a really, really talented player, and the wait ends today.
So your eyes take some getting used to here with him. And there's a number of things that I mean by that. You could go to a Nats game and watch Jacob Young run, and you go, that guy's fast. His legs are moving really fast. He looks like the road runner, the beep beep, and he starts taking off, and his legs are flying, and he's moving all over the place, and it's very hurried. It's quick motions. It's a lot of firing that way. You watch James Wood run at first, and you go, well, he's not really run hard, dude. You're not really going. That's the illusion. He eats up ground. He glides around and makes the impossible look effortless. He makes the routine look sublime. He is so gifted in that way because they don't make people like this. These guys usually, if you're 6'7", 235, you're trying to check Paul George in the NBA postseason, right? You're a versatile wing. You're a 3-and-D guy. You're Trevor Ariza. But no, this dude is as good a bat to ball as you're going to find, has light tower power that I think is eventually going to manifest itself into a 35, 40 homer bat as he continues to put on muscle at the major league level. He can do anything on a baseball field. Anything that you want done, that guy can do for you. And you're going to see these talents slowly but surely emerge over the course of his major league career, which hopefully is long and blossoming. The gifts he has, you mentioned he's soft-spoken, wants to be part of a bigger thing, not just here for him, but here for a team, here to be part of something. He's special. He really, really is special. And this is fun, right? These are kind of these cool reward days, right? When you're slogging through 2021 or all your aging stars and you have one winning month, that's when Kyle Schwarber turns into Babe Ruth. When you slog through that season, you trade away your superstar, the pain of losing a Soto, the pain of losing a Turner, a Scherzer, all these guys that go their separate ways. This is the reward. Here it is. It takes a while. You got to be patient. It's like getting a present January 1st and told, don't open until Christmas. Well, Christmas Day is here. He has arrived in the major leagues, and it should be a lot of fun.
The Nats are giving out 10,000 T-shirts.
This is great.
Tonight. Welcome to the show, James Wood, via Breaking Tee 2024. It's got an image of James Wood in the batter's box with his patented stance. He's got like an open stance. His front foot, his toe is kind of in the dirt, and the rest of the cleat is up as he kind of toe taps. But it's a really cool-looking red shirt, says James Wood in dark navy blue over top of the player in the box. But they're giving 10,000 of these away. They made the announcement, I guess, late last night. They didn't even really make official his call-up until this morning. But I think this is awesome. I've never seen a team have a corresponding last-second giveaway with a promotion. And obviously, by doing it at home, they wanted to sell some tickets. They wanted to put some butts in seats. And they wanted to have an opportunity to really fully capitalize on the excitement in town of this player. They're not going to have him debut at the Trop in Tampa a couple days ago. But it gave them a chance to get their ducks in a row here and to give out these T-shirts, which I don't think the Pirates did that for Paul Skeens. The Nats have never done that with Strasmus or Bryce Harper in the past. So they're really selling this debut, and they should. I mean, it's been so
well done,
long
seriously.
around here since there's been a reason to come to the park other than, if there's a bobblehead or you want to bring your dog on Bark at the Park or you love baseball like we do, and so you come watch a game. There haven't really been destination viewing experiences in a long time. This is one of the few over the last few seasons, frankly. So to give away these T-shirts today to try to make this a little bit more of an event, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Well done by the team. This is a concerted sort of everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction type organizational day, right? I mean, this is when baseball meets business and the business folks meets the public relations folks, and everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction. We're all here for the same reason. We all get it. We know that doesn't necessarily make them a playoff team, or this move doesn't necessarily put them at the top of this division, which they're now in fourth place behind a surging Mets team that they'll see today. But it's one of those things where you recognize this is where we are. This is the opening. This is almost like a version of opening day, right? Where it's almost like an opening era, right? Where fans are able to kind of get excited and get behind it, and you get them as jazzed up as you possibly can. I think it's an awesome job by Nats PR folks and everybody that's behind these kinds of promotions, because you're right. I can't think of a time where that has happened. I mean, obviously it wasn't in our city, so maybe somebody did it in San Francisco one time and we don't know about it. But regardless, that's a good job And I really mean that. That's not something that we say all that often about organizations. It's always easy to sit in the armchair quarterback style and say, you should have done that, you should have done this, or why didn't you do it this way? This seems really cohesive and really smart. Good job.
Yeah, if you are going to do it at home, then you better take advantage of it, right? Go all the way in. But a lot of times I think the teams don't do things like this because you don't want to put any more pressure on the player. It's already going to be so hard for a guy who gets called up. And you don't want to add to the hype. You let us do that for you. People like me who are just fans who can't help themselves, who have been tracking every minor league game and posting his minor league highlights and looking at the box score every night. We're going to handle the hype part of it in the media. The team doesn't always like to feed into that, but they clearly are in some way. And, I don't belittle that. Somebody might say, I don't know if I would give away T-shirts before the guy's ever had an at-bat. I disagree with you. The job of the team to some extent is, in this phase of this build, to get people excited. This player was the best on the team in spring training. That's what people forget if we go through his season to this point. If this was just about baseball, he would have made the team probably out of spring training, which is not to say that he had nothing to work on, Danny. But he proved he was good enough to be a major leaguer on opening day by being the single best national at big league spring training. So then you send him to AAA, and he dominated right away. He could have been called up in April, in early to mid-May when he was the player of the month at the 3A level. He ended up getting hurt at the end of May, which is why he didn't get called up till today. I do think he would have been promoted the last homestand or 2 homestands ago potentially if he didn't have a hamstring injury. He was out for about a month by the time he recovered and then came back. And then when he came back, they were very careful with him. He would play. They'd give him a day off. He would play 5 innings. They'd sit him down. And it was just finally this past week that he was restriction-free, playing day after day, full games, and getting him back to 100%. And it was then clearly with the T-shirt they're giving away and some of the planning they'd been doing that they decided now was the time. But you can make the case that he was only not in the major leagues probably because he's advised by Scott Boras, and you don't want to lose the extra year of him being on your team. If he were to have graduated early this spring, he would have accrued a full season, and he'd be 1 year closer to free agency. So they saved a year in his prime of James Wood. That's smart. That's good business. Players don't like that. Agents don't like that. But that's what the team, frankly, in a rebuild like this, should be doing. Now, they could have called him up earlier than they did, and it would have just cost them some money in arbitration. I don't want to get into all the super nerdy details, but there is what's called Super 2 status. So after you wait long enough that you know he doesn't accrue a season, then if he's one of the next players called up, even though he doesn't accrue the year to get closer to free agency, he's able to go to arbitration, and if he's really, really good, make a lot more money. And they even waited through that to save themselves some money. Now, that one I'm not as adamant about saying is a good idea because, frankly, I don't care. If the guy's really good, I don't mind paying him as long as he's a Washington National. But they even waited through that process. So it wasn't really until the end of May, right around when he got hurt, that free of any kind of financial ramifications or structural contract stuff, they could have called him up without any issues. And that's when he got hurt. So I think that's why it wasn't until today that we're seeing him in the big leagues.
I think that's the right assessment. I mean, just to give folks some context, years ago, Trey Turner got Super 2 status. He was called up because Ryan Zimmerman went on paternity leave. So he was up a little earlier, and he was right at the tail end, I think, of Super 2, and, ended up making several extra $1 million as kind of a bonus, sort of a double blessing there from the players, right? So, Zim has his kid, and Trey Turner gets a few extra million his first year of arbitration, which is a huge deal as you're on that, rookie team control type salary. So, yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, some people were, irritated about, not having him up right away, et cetera. And I get that because, you're a fan, you're a paying customer, you want to see the best players and the most exciting ones. But from a long-term perspective, this is really boiling down to a few extra weeks, 20, 25, 30 games without James Wood in the major leagues for potentially an extra 160, in an extra year. So to me, this was exactly, as you said, the right thing from a team building business standpoint was to hold him down in the minor leagues. It's a different type of thing where you would call him up if you're, hey, we're in second place with the leading wild card team, and he's one of our best 26 guys. right now could help us immensely. He needs to be up, damn the torpedoes. Forget about 6 years from now. We need him right now. Certainly wasn't the case because they're ahead of schedule. Apologize for it, but you also don't change your plan. And the plan was good.
Which is different than to say, I like how they did it. Like, I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have called him up sooner. It's not my money. And I would not have burnt a year of him. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
I would not have had him up on opening day because I want the extra season in his prime. Because as a guy advised by Boris, they're not going to be probably signing a contract before free agency. So the more James Wood, the better. I probably would have called him up in early to mid-May is how I would have done it. But it doesn't matter. We're here now, Nats Park. And by the way, it is gorgeous.
It's perfect.
75 degrees out here right now with a little breeze. This is the most comfortable it has been in any show we've done this season, going back to opening day, because it was freezing when we were out here a couple of times in the first few weeks of the season, if you remember. Then it went from broadcasting from the coolers in a gas station where the drinks are being kept cold to being hot and disgusting and sweaty and nasty. We were out here last week dying, you and I would, this is like ask your professor to go read outside day. I mean, it is beautiful. You cannot ask for a better day. Hopefully that means a nice crowd. I'm really hoping they pack the joint tonight. I don't know if it'll sell out. I would doubt it, to be honest, but I do think there's a chance that where you would normally get 17 to 20, maybe there's 35 or something.
I think they'll be in the 30s. Without a doubt, which is nice.
I just want a good atmosphere.
Yeah.
I want a great ovation for the kid when he runs out to left field in the top of the first inning. I want the left field bleachers to come to their feet. And he's a DC guy. He's from Olney. He went to St. John's College High School. He is one of our own, and we got a chance today as a fan base to make a first impression. There's only one of these, right? So to show him some love and to make him feel at home and to make him feel comfortable, I think it's going to be just a really joyous, celebratory night. These have been very rare around here. We just haven't had enough of them, and today is certainly going to be one. 10 home runs this season in a little over 50 games. He's homered about every 5 games. 353 batting average and a 1058 OPS at the AAA level. There's not another level you can play at other than the big leagues. So it is time to go fail, go have some experiences, hopefully thrive some too, and get yourself to a point where you are now one of the better players on your big league ball club, because he has been at every level his entire life, the guy that everybody came to watch, and that'll certainly be the case tonight here at Nationals Park. I want to look at the DC sports landscape in terms of some of our young ascending stars. Jaden Daniels is on that list. We can make the rest of a list, Danny, but this speaks volumes to the Nationals rebuild. I think a lot of the best young players you'd want to buy stock in this town right now call this ballpark home. Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny. We've got Tariq El-Bashir on what has been a wild, epic day for the Capitals. They are making moves. They should be pretty good this season. They're adding a lot of talent in free agency after all weekend, making key trades. And then Ryan Zimmerman's on the show today at 3:30. That's all coming up on the Fan. A gorgeous day in and around D.C. and a tremendous sports day. Welcome back into Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Capitals have been one of the busiest teams in NHL free agency. By the way, the NHL, even though people sleep on this, probably has the best free agency period. Think about it. Every single year, I think there are almost 50 signings in the first 27 minutes. It's a wild few hours of free agency year in and year out. It's like the NBA almost, but it's more active in my opinion. And there's more stars moving year in and year out, it seems like. There's a lot of trades. But Brian McClellan's been ultra aggressive. We'll talk to Tarek El-Bashir about what is going to be a new look Caps roster, largely. Coming up at 3 o'clock in about a half hour right here on the Fan. We are at Nationals Park. It is James Wood Day. Denton Day.
I'm Denton Day.
James Wood Day in D.C. Danny, if you were to throw names out there before you whittle it down, eventually I want 3 on podiums. But D.C. sports stars, young, ascending, potential superstars that you'd buy stock in. Let's workshop this. Because my contention is, my theory is a lot of them are Nationals, and that's a good sign for this rebuild.
I would tend to agree with that. So I'll start there. Mackenzie Gore on the bump tonight. C.J. Abrams at shortstop tonight. And then James Wood in left field tonight, in all likelihood, right?
All, by the way, via the Soto deal.
I was going to say, hard to ignore that, right?
Mackenzie Gore has not been their best pitcher. Jake Irvin, pretty surprisingly, has. But Mackenzie Gore is the most likely ace on the roster right now. And if they go out and they get a front-of-the-rotation starter with some money in the next year or two, he would be probably the number 2 starter. But he's a guy who's going to make some all-star teams. C.J. Abrams may make the all-star team this year in Dallas. He's on pace for 25 homers, 25 steals. He was one of the best players in baseball in April. He's been one of the best players in baseball now in a June that just ended. His May was really, really, really bad. In fact, he was probably a bottom 5 player statistically, bottom 10 player in May. But when you add it all together for the duration of the season now, Danny, he's a top 5 shortstop in the game. So you reference those two, and then Wood. Any other Nats before we move on?
You know, I wouldn't throw anybody in there just yet. I mean, Dylan Cruz potentially, I would say, but we're still maybe a ways from realizing that. I don't know. Maybe it's too soon to write that off, but Cruz certainly should be. He's the 5th ranked prospect in all of baseball, so maybe that's another name that you could throw on the podium.
Definitely.
Potentially. I don't see anyone else on the pitching staff. I mean, Parker's been really good. Irvin's 27, so that's probably too old for this kind of exercise. So I would say that's it for my Nationals nominees.
Yeah, get him a rocker and just let him sit there, right? And give him a walking stick or something. He's an old man. No, I'd agree with that. In terms of potential superstardom, that's the crop. That's the list. Let's go to the Commanders. I see you, Jaden Daniels. Anybody else you're adding to this list?
No young stars to me, other than him. I think you got a chance for some good players. I think you got a chance for guys that are going to be mainstays, whether it's Sandra Still or, you could pick a couple of the young guys. Yeah, that Sinnott might be a fun household name, but star, like all pro level, a multi-time Pro Bowler. I don't know about that. Is that too harsh?
I don't think so, because I'm trying in my mind right now to go, all right, let's just say we're too low and sleeping on someone. Who is that? Dotson, no. You can't say that after last year. Recent first-round picks have just been a shabingus.
Mm-hmm.
Second-round picks haven't been a lot better. Yeah, I think we just answered our question. I mean, Jaden Daniels, by the way, deserves one of the spots on the podium.
Yes.
Obviously. Best player in college football, Heisman Trophy winner, just getting started with all the physical traits, the skills, the tools that he's got. I think Daniels has to be in whatever, if we're doing a Mount Rushmore of 4 or 3 on podiums, he's got to make that cut. But he's the only Commander. The Caps actually, have some up-and-coming players. They do not have the superstar potential, I don't think. The one guy I would say was Ryan Leonard, who was at Boston College last year, who's their prospect that people think could be an Oshie-type player down the road. He'll be a fan favorite. But even still, I don't think we're talking about someone who's necessarily going to be like a 10-time All-Star or something like that.
Yeah, they're nice young pieces. The Connor McMichaels, the Hendricks Lapierres. These are quality pieces. These are good players. I don't know about star, though, right? That doesn't feel I mean, it may be too high of a bar, maybe unfair, but I think that Backstrom Ovechkin level, right, where it's a multi-time All-Star, where you'll be in the pantheon of X number of points, top 5 lists, top 10 lists, those sorts of things. I don't necessarily see that with those guys. Again, good pieces that I'm excited about, but maybe not to that level.
What about the Wizards? They just drafted 3 players in the first round, including the number 2 overall pick in Alex Sarr. I really like Bilal Coulibaly's game. He was a teenager last year. Bub Carrington, super interesting because he's so young. Bub Carrington was born in 2006.
Okay.
That's the year I graduated high school.
That's neat, isn't it?
I don't think of myself as old, but
It's
pretty
fun.
clearly I'm now old. He is the 4th youngest player that was just drafted. He's 18 still. I like his game. Is there a annual all-star in that group? Could Sarr be a superstar? Could Bilal Coulibaly turn into that?
Not to me. And again, that may be too harsh. I think these are quality pieces. I'm a fan of every move. I like every pick that they've made. Now, maybe it's because we're in a honeymoon period with this regime who's, hasn't really had to do anything drastic or enormous other than moving on from Bradley Beal correctly. But I don't see any superstars there. I see, again, quality pieces. I see the beginning of something, right? I see, the 3rd or 4th best player on a top 3 seeded team in the Eastern Conference. But maybe it's too early to tell. Also, Sarr hasn't played the NBA yet.
But then I think my theory that I'm workshopping here is actually correct.
I think it's 100% correct, man.
Which is to say that if you're ranking the guys you'd buy stock in DC sports right now, of the top 5 to 7, most are Nats.
Yeah.
Whether that's Wood, Cruz, Abrams, Daniels, probably before you go anywhere else. Now, I would say this. In the same light that you are saying no to Sarr or no to Bilal Coulibaly because they could be really good, but superstar is a different thing, I think we could probably take Mackenzie Gore out of a superstar discussion. Like, I don't think Mackenzie Gore is going to win a Cy Young award. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I think he's really good. I think he could be an ace of a staff that's pretty solid. But in the way that C.J. Abrams, if he told me right now, has a 30-homer, 50-steal season where he's in the running for MVP, I would say, yeah, I could see that. If you told me James Wood hits 40 bombs in the peak of his career and is in the running for MVP, I would say, yeah, I get that. Dylan Cruz is a level down, but if you told me he went 25 homers, 40 steals, hit 315, and was a top 5 MVP type vote getter, I can work that. Like, I can find a way to see that. I don't see the superstardom for some of those other guys. So maybe for me, if we're doing it podium style, and I'm only able to pick 3, I might go on James Wood Day at Nationals Park Day. Abrams, Wood, Daniels would be my 3 DC sports stars to buy stock in before it's too late.
Those are my 3 as well. Because I mean the deposits that, and here's the difference too. And this is just the nature of these sports. Sometimes it's unfair. The best deposits as predictors of future success for somebody like a LaPierre or some of the Capitals are away from our eyes. Now you're watching those games, you're watching the Hershey Bears, but the majority of fans don't really see them. Or you mentioned Ryan Leonard, who's playing in college. A couple of hardcore puckheads are going, they won the Bean Pot this year. Okay, most people just haven't seen it. Alex Sarr was away from our eyes doing stuff, and it's just the occasional YouTube highlight against the chair, or a report from Fran Fraschilla, or kind of these abstract faraway things. Whereas Dylan Cruz is on ESPN hitting 440 for a national champion.
LSU.
Yeah, whereas James Woods at spring training as the Nationals' best player.
Well, and also minor league baseball now is so available in a way that it didn't used to be. There's a lot of our listeners right now that are marks. Certainly the guys that are listening to Bustin' Loose Baseball with me and Toby are Nats Pod, but that have the app, the MLB app and minor league baseball app on their TV so they can watch these players. And I do. I mean, you can watch James Wood and Dylan Cruz if you choose to every single day at this point. You can't really do that with Alex Sarr wherever he's playing.
Now, you got to do it with Jaden Daniels. You didn't have to have an app either.
Exactly.
You turned on the television on Saturday and you saw, oh my God, jaw dropping.
So I wonder who we're sleeping on or who we're forgetting, if there is anybody. We should open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. Question for you being, we are excited for the future of James Wood. He's debuting tonight. From a sheer upside standpoint, he's on a very, very short list of the DC athletes who actually have a chance to be superstars. Who makes that cut? And then who's your top three? Because we have the same one, which is disappointing because there's no real room for debate. But we're both going Abrams and Wood from the Nationals and then Daniels for the Commanders. If I had to crowbar in a Commanders player, I don't think I could. If I had to crowbar in a Caps player, you'd be a hipster, but you probably could figure it out.
Now, it doesn't mean there aren't great players. I mean, John
Right.
McCorn's awesome, but we're talking about like the young kid that hasn't yet fully done it yet.
Hendrix LaPierre from the Capitals has won 2 straight Calder Cups and was named basically the Conn Smythe, right? The best player in the minor leagues in their cup run just a couple of weeks ago. I'm not even sure he's the highest upside of all those guys. I like him a lot. I really like Ivan Miroshnichenko. I think he's got the most offensive talent and goal-scoring ability. But like those guys, to me, just aren't quite on that same level. But I'd be curious to see what you guys think. If you had to take someone out and put someone in, who would it be? If you had to.
Might be another national. I'm maybe a little bit higher on Gore than you are. I think there could be that season that's magical. I think there could be that, maybe not win it, but a Cy Young caliber year from him with the stuff as good as it is.
So maybe take out an Abrams or a Wood and put in Gore.
Maybe. But again, the three that you got is the three that I got.
Got a Brandon Ayuk update for everybody as well. Not necessarily good news if you want him to play in D.C. We'll get you that next on Grant and Danny on James Wood Day on the Fan. Mark on this, the 1st of July. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Brandon Ayuk said for sure he wants to play with the San Francisco 49ers despite the ongoing stalemate. He was grabbed by TMZ at the airport. So hopefully nobody's going to accuse him of, heckling or being accosted, or what was it? Being chased down. Remember the WNBA team in town was really mad because that guy came up and asked questions?
Yeah, there were very powerful and graphic words used.
Incendiary words.
Yeah, I remember like, hey, what's up, guys?
Harassed, I think, was the
Harassed
word
is a big
I'm
one,
looking for.
How are you guys?
But Brandon Ayuk, I guess, was harassed by TMZ at the airport, and they asked if he's going to play for the Niners. He said for sure. Of course, he's adding fuel to the fire. He's the one that came out and said he could see himself playing for the Commanders. He's hanging out with Jaden Daniels, saying he would like to play with Daniels and re-up with his boy, who was the quarterback with him at Arizona State. But it does seem like cooler heads are going to prevail. I mean, the 49ers have the leverage. They're in win-now mode. In fact, they're in desperation mode to get a Super Bowl after a couple of disappointments in a row. I don't think they're going to trade him. It seems like they have heard everything that he's been saying. They are understanding of his plight.
Yeah.
That he would like money and he would like to play with Jaden Daniels, and they're saying,
thanks for sharing.
Good for you.
We hear you.
Our training camp starts on this day. Let's be there because we got a Super Bowl to win.
Yeah, we're really, really good. Our window's right now. So if this was a different situation and we didn't want to pay you, which I don't think we do, we might make a move. This is not the time to do that if you're the Niners. That's the angle of this I've never quite understood, unless you're so confident that your rookie from Florida, is it Pearsall? Pearson or Pearsall? Pearsall, right?
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, that Pearsall's that good, or that Jawan Jennings is ready for a larger role. Maybe then you could do this and laugh at everybody while you're still good enough to go in a Super Bowl. But I wouldn't have that much confidence. I'd go, I'd rather have this elite 1,300 plus double-digit touchdown beast that can run around for me and make a whole bunch of plays for my Super Bowl caliber team. I'm gonna keep you right here, and we've got mechanisms to do that. I'm sorry, it's not exactly how you want it to go, but you will have the right to be a free agent at some point, but it doesn't make sense for us right now.
Seems unlikely that he will be coming to D.C. despite all of the fingers that have been crossed in the district and all of the hoping that's been done. Let's go to the phones. MGM National Harbor listener lines open, 800-636-1067. We're at Nats Park. We're waiting for the debut tonight of James Wood. The wait is almost over. We're talking about some of the highest upside young ascending stars in DC sports. It feels like Wood is on a short list, and the Nats are very well represented. Owen is in Alexandria. Owen, what's up? Thanks for the call.
Hey guys, I'm a baseball first guy, which is going to lead to a little bit of bias here. I would say my top three potential superstars for DC are Wood, Abrams, Cruz in that order. I think Wood's got the MVP ceiling, maybe even more than Abrams does, given what he's done so far. And I just Star might be a superstar, might not. Daniels might be a one-year wonder who doesn't turn into as good of a pro as a college guy, might not. And I might even have Gore fourth because he reminds me a lot of a young Strasburg.
Appreciate you.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
He might even go 1 through 4 with Nats.
That's too low on Daniels. Now, it doesn't mean that this is going to happen, right? I mean, this is a point that's great unknown. He hasn't played a professional down yet. But the potential, that's undeniable to me. The blueprint is there for this modern era of spread, athletic, running quarterbacks that make plays. He's too good a thrower, too good of an athlete, too good of a player that's already done something at a pretty high level to say, he's behind some of these other guys, to me.
So this, to me, is what I'm about to ask you, I think, is a fascinating, like, barbershop, fun with your buddies in your basement playing Madden sports conversation. Which sport or transition, which position, playing quarterback versus hitting a baseball, I guess, is a more risky jump? Like, it's harder to guess what a guy's going to be. Here's what I mean. I'm gonna word it better. So when James Wood was at IMG Academy and got drafted 62nd overall, to assume at that point he'd win an MVP was like buying a lottery ticket and saying you're going to win $1 million. You have no idea, right? But at some point, all of a sudden, you thrive in A-ball and in AA, and now you're the best player at AAA. And you had a big league spring training where you dominated. And the chances of you going and hitting 40 home runs in the majors, you've never played a major league game, winning an MVP award, they're not very good. It's really, really hard to do that. You're going to struggle. The gap between AAA and the big leagues is bigger than it's been, right? Dylan Cruz has been solid, pretty okay, good at the minor league level, where he's hitting 286 in AAA and was close to 280 at AA. He has not dominated. So to project him as an example, as an MVP type player, is a lot harder right now than James Wood. But compare that, I guess my question is, to Jaden Daniels, where in the SEC, 50 touchdowns, 4 picks, amazing. But there are so many college quarterbacks in power conferences that are unbelievable that can't make that transition. We just saw Griffin as a number 2 pick in his rookie year be a Rookie of the Year award and still completely fall off. A lot of that may have been injury. So I guess that's the question is, what's more risky, to buy the stock on a Wood before he debuts or a Cruz when he's in AAA or Daniels? You would think it'd be a much easier transition in the league, even though quarterback's hard to play, just because NFL teams are now running college-type offenses. And there's not as much of a graduation that has to happen. You do a lot of the same things against better athletes.
To me, it's still quarterback is the riskiest, because there's, at any given time, 6 great ones? Where if you got him that year, you got a chance. Then there are a handful more where it's like, yeah, you if everything's great around him, you can win a playoff game or two. I mean, it's just such a hard stratosphere to enter, to be that superstar, to be that perennial Pro Bowl. My team is good because I'm on it type tier. There are only a handful of those guys on the planet at any given time. Plus, you already mentioned it with Griffin, the injury. This is an attrition. Now, all the sports are injury plagued. It's normal. I mean, the grind of baseball. One rogue check in hockey or a high stick or something could change a career. But in football, that the entire object that defensive coordinators are staying up until 4 a.m. figuring out is, how do we hit that guy more? Greg Williams is like, I'll give you $100 if you do it. The other guys are going, whatever motivation you need. The whole point, we'll give up a 5-yard carry here and there as long as we smack the quarterback 1,000,000 times over. We'll take as many personal fouls as it takes as long as that guy gets hit. The injury rate is such a, in addition to how hard it is, and that transition is, as you said, has taken so many amazing college quarterbacks and made them punchlines. You know what I mean? Like, to me, the quarterback is so risky.
Danny, are there metrics that transfer the same way in football as baseball? So what I'm going to say is James Wood hits a baseball with exit velocity at a rate that 98% of major leaguers cannot. This year, I believe if you take average exit velocity, the list between the minors and the majors is Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, James Wood. Right? I mean, it's those guys. And I bring that up to say, is there something like that I don't care the velocity, the pitches, whatever. You're going to face better pitching. It's going to be harder to consistently have that exit velo. But my point is, I don't know that there's a stat for Jaden Daniels that you say, maybe it's like run speed, sprint speed.
Maybe, yeah.
Where it's like no one in the league can do this but these two guys.
Yeah, I mean, like my rudimentary brain, I went, Dwayne Haskins threw for 50 touchdowns at Ohio State. I just want to find out. I want to see if he's any good. And, not to beat up on the guy posthumously, but he didn't hit the ground running as an NFL quarterback and really struggled at times. What guarantor is there? All we can do is pick apart these guys at the highest level of quarterbacking and go, well, here's this flaw, and this flaw. Makes it a little bit less certain. Like as good as Trevor Lawrence has been for half a decade before getting to the NFL, we knew he was going to be great. He has one really good season under his belt. It was really, really good. Other than that, Now, and there's reasons for that. It's circumstantial. But you see, I'm just trying to illustrate a larger point, is that there's so little predictability with that quarterback spot, I think.
It's James Wood Day in D.C. and on 106.7 The Fan. Day. We're turning this into a bit of a party. We're going down on the field. We're actually going to be broadcasting live from the field. Ryan, are you going to use your phone so that we can stream video on our YouTube page? That would be awesome. All right, so we'll have video as well on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page on Grant and Danny, so that you guys can be down on the field with us for BP, which is great. Next, Ryan Zimmerman is going to join us at 3:30 to talk about James Wood, so make sure you're listening. But today is the first day of free agency in the NHL, and there have been 99 signings and almost $900 million spent in the first 2.5 hours. And other teams other than the Capitals have done some things too. Hey-ho!
Am I right?
Oh,
Come
me.
on. This
time, that one was me, guys.
It was crazy.
Oh, me.
He's a little crazy, this one.
Tarek El-Bashir of The Athletic to join us Brian McClellan has been very active. We'll break it down next. Stir of Grant and Danny is the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You're going to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Check out our merch shop, the 1067 The Fan merch shop. Will help you celebrate the call-up of James Wood with your own We've Got Wood shirt. We've also got Cruise Wood 2024 tees available right now as well. They're available at 1067 The Fan's merch shop. You can get yours at 1067thefanshop.com. We're live at Nationals Park. We'll be here all day long. We're going down on the field for batting practice later this hour when James Wood's in the cage. We'll broadcast that to you live here on G&D. And we'll have Ryan Zimmerman on the show coming up in 30 minutes to discuss the debut of one of baseball's best prospects. But right now, I wanted to get a quick update on everything the Caps were doing because, Danny, they've been one of the most active teams
busy little beasts
in the sport over the last week. We thought Brian McClellan had made a couple of big trades and maybe was going to sit back and rest and put his feet up. But, man, has it been a crazy day in free agency for them. Tarek El-Bashir, insider, Monumental Sportsnet, joins us now. So, Tarek, can you get people up to speed on Brian McClellan, man, moving and shaking today?
Yeah, it's been a pretty busy couple of weeks if you go back to the Pierre-Luc Dubois trade, which kind of kicked all of this off. Essentially, he has turned over a good portion of his team just in recent days. I mean, let's start with the players that are coming in. As I mentioned, Dubois is a first-line center. Andrew Mangiapane is going to come in as a top six winger. Logan Thompson, who fans may remember was in the organization 5 years ago before going to Vegas, he's going to be paired with Charlie Lindgren as the second goaltender. Matt Roy, defenseman, coming in. Jacob Chikrin, defenseman I'm sure Cats fans are familiar with, coming in. Brandon Duhaime, a tough, gritty winger who's not afraid to drop the gloves, is coming in. He'll play on the fourth line. Taylor Radish, a speedy winger, is coming in. And then on the way out, of course, we got Darcy Kemper, Nick Jensen, Beth Mallenstein, Max Pacioretty, Nicholas Aube-Kubel. I hope people had a pen ready and were writing that down because, that's a decent portion. That's a decent portion of your roster right there.
So the Capitals are they know their salary cap situation because they bought cap friendly, right? They took it from the rest of us. But some back of the napkin math tells you they're well over the salary cap. Does that mean that we should account for no TJ Oshie? Like, obviously, Backstrom's money is off the books. They're spending, to me, as if they know that Oshie's not going to play.
Well, I think it might be premature to say that. I think, anyone who listened to TJ Oshie on breakdown day knows that he's got some reservations and trepidation, and he's got a lot of stuff to work through with regard to that low back injury that is, you kept him out of the lineup quite a bit over the last 2 years. Remember, this is day one of free agency. There's still so many things that can happen. You're also allowed to be over the salary cap in the offseason. So it's not like they have to know right now whether TJ Oshie can play. I think I have a gut feeling about which way things are leaning. But at the same time, if TJ Oshie is able to get his back, feeling good, maybe he comes and they make an adjustment somewhere else to clear up enough cap space to fit him. I think that we're on day one. It's 3:00 on day one of free agency. So much can change. I mean, they've got 8 defensemen. I mean, there are a number of things that I think can still happen. But the one thing that fans should know is Brian McClellan, the general manager, swung for the fences. He wasn't simply content with putting enough talent around Alex Ovechkin to get him to Wayne Gretzky. He's trying to retool on the fly and make sure this team can get back to the playoffs, but this time make some noise when they get there.
Tarek El-Bashir with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Tarek, what's the net of what they've done so far? We went through all the names that are in, all the names that are out. Are they younger? Are they faster? Are they more skilled? Yeah. Give me the net result of the changes that have been made.
Yeah, you nailed it right there, Danny. They are younger. They are faster. That fourth line has gotten a little bit tougher. The one kind of X factor is goaltending. Charlie Lindgren had a great season last year. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to repeat that. Logan Thompson is another goaltender who is young, but has shared the net with other goalies. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I would say the net is the Capitals added skill, they added youth, and they added speed. And in at least Brandon Duhaime's case, they added some heavyweight toughness too. So it's funny. All the texts I've been getting from friends of mine who are Caps fans are going, this team just got a lot better and it's going to be a lot more fun to watch next year. And I can't disagree with them.
Hard to predict right now, obviously, but if you have to, who of these new signings or new acquisitions is going to be the most impactful this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to go with Jacob Chikrin. With all due respect to Mangiapane and Dubois and even Roy, I mean, those are all big name, big ticket players. But Chikrin's game, I think, is going to be the thing that really stands out very quickly to fans. How he moves the puck. He's an offensive defenseman. He's just for my money, he's a lot of fun to watch. I would say he's going to prove to be probably the player that fans gravitate towards the most. But I mean, again, it's hard to even say that when you've got Dubois, who's making $8.5 million, and when he's on his game, he's a first line center, and Mangiapane, who is hard skill. I mean, he's a guy who goes to the net and scores some of those ugly goals. He's really balanced. His game is a little more subtle, but he'll still score some big goals for you. But in terms of sizzle, Danny, I'm going with Chikrin.
Our guest is the great Tarek El-Bashir. He is a wealth of knowledge on Caps hockey, and he has been a busy little bee today. They are making moves. I mean, I've been blown away by Brian McClellan's aggressiveness here. Just to kind of run through some of the specifics again, Pierre-Luc Dubois could be a top-line center. Andrew Mangiapane, as you said, is going to be top six. He'll be a second-line wing for them, perhaps. I want to get into the defensive side in a moment, but Duhaime's easy. That's a fourth line, like Garnet Hathaway type player, and there's like a 57% chance I'll buy his sweater by the end of the year. What about Taylor Radish, though? I have very little file. I mean, is he an every night player, a guy that gets scratched here or there? Like, what are we talking about there?
No, he's a full-time NHLer, fast winger, played the past couple of years in Chicago. He really had a breakout year 2 years ago for the Blackhawks. He scored 20 goals in 78 games. Did not replicate that last year. His role was different. The team was different. I feel like he's a third, fourth liner who can put the puck in the net, and he's got some speed. I would say he's probably the player that I think when people kind of take into account everything that happened today will get overlooked, but I think he's also going to be a player who's going to be sneaky productive for the Capitals.
So you mentioned talking about Radish, and in general, Tarek, my count, I was never great at math. I got through high school, did okay, had some help with my homework a lot of times, but I'm counting 8 defensemen. How's that going to work?
Well, the Capitals have lobbied the NHL to change the roster rules. I'm just kidding. Look, you can only dress 6 at a time. Most teams carry 7. Some teams carry 8. Remember, the roster maximum is 23, and you're guaranteed to be carrying 2 goaltenders. Some teams carry 3, but that's ridiculous. The Capitals will carry 2 goaltenders. I would guess it'll be. Again, I'm bad at math too, 14 forwards and 7D, but you can also go 13 forwards and 8D. There are a bunch of different ways you can approach that. Something tells me they're going to make an adjustment there. Just looking at the way those salaries line up, there's some guys who have been pushed down the lineup by the acquisitions of Roy and Chikrin, and I think they're going to be too expensive to have sitting in the press box next to me and John Walton and Joe B and company. So I do think there's some changes that are probably going to occur there. But again, guys, it is 3-11 on day one of free agency. I mean, the Capitals can make trades or can make changes all the way up to October the 11th. So what we're looking at right now is a preliminary lineup. It's a much improved lineup. It's a younger lineup, a more skilled lineup, a deeper lineup. Kudos to McClellan and company for pulling this off, while also not leaking out the details of what they were planning. They kept everything very close to the vest, but I don't think they're done. I think there are still some smaller things that are going to occur here over in the coming weeks.
Max got me right where he wants me because I am giddy, right? I mean, I am excited and fired up. They have had it's not just a busy day. I think it's been a really smart, good day. On the defensive pairings, I love Chychrun's game. It was 14 goals, 40 points last year, offensively gifted. He scored 7 times on the power play. To me, you've got to pair him with a real legitimate defensive, like stay-at-home guy. And then similarly, they went and got Matt Roy, who is a defensive-minded, really credible stay-at-home defenseman who maybe gets paired with an offensive-minded type. I mean, they wouldn't have. How do you see it working in terms of? I know I'm going to say it for you. It's 3:00 on July 1st, but like,
but how are they lining up every night?
What is their defensive pairings? Go.
I mean, it can go in so many different ways right now, guys. It's hard to say, but I'm with you there, Grant. You don't typically put 2 offensive guys with each other, right? I mean, typically you put a defensive player with a player who's got some offense. So I can certainly see them going in that direction. I would go. I'm trying to pull up my lineup here because I actually drew one up a little bit ago.
Because you've got basically Carlson, Sandin, Faravari.
John Carlson will be your number 1 D. That's not changing. Maybe you go Faravari on the left side there, and then you go Matt Roy on the right side of the second pair, and you can go Chychrun or Sandin there. I mean, there's so many different ways. It's a good problem to have 8 NHL defensemen, but like I said, I think at the end of the day, you're going to end up with 7.
So, Tark, one of the hardest things, I think, in general, is when you're trying to keep the competitive window open, bringing young kids along, and maybe they get, lesser roles as you're trying to, kind of keep this window open. The Nats experience that certainly, and I think this is probably the hardest thing to do is to walk both sides there, as the Capitals may be trying to do. How do these acquisitions affect some of their younger players that we saw a little bit more from this past year?
Yeah, it's always a fine line you have to walk when you're trying to remain competitive, and it does put some downward pressure, I would say, on some of the young players. It makes you wonder about maybe a guy like Miroshnichenko. I think he might make the team, but how much is he going to play with those experienced wingers that have been brought in, right? Ethan Bear is another player. Remember, he got put into the assistance program in March, I believe, and then didn't play again the rest of the year or in the playoffs. They just signed him. Like, where does he fit now? Alex Alexiev, where does he fit now? So, yeah, it absolutely does potentially have a negative impact on, bringing along those young players. But, as Barry Trotz once told me, Tarek, this is the NHL. This is a winning league, not a developmental league. And that's always stuck with me. And I know there are a lot of coaches and a lot of managers that feel that way. So, when you get here, if you're on a team that's trying to win, you might have to sit around and bide your time until the team goes into a rebuild.
Caps have been moving and shaking today. They've gotten a lot better. Tarek, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll let you go.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks,
I don't know how we got through like 12 minutes with Tarek without any Caps moves, but we pulled it off. Well timed there. Tarek Al-Bashir of Monumental Sports. I am very impressed by what Brian McClellan's gotten done. And I'm sitting here dreaming this up a little bit as we get ready to talk to Ryan Zimmerman at the bottom of the hour on James Wood Day, live from Nationals Park. It is possible, Danny. I know you don't like doing this.
Oh.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
I want you to imagine.
Okay.
Next sports season for all the teams. Maybe the Commanders this fall get it started, and they're in the mix. They're decent. Jaden Daniels is awesome, and they are competing for the postseason in December. The Capitals might be back. The Capitals could get out of the first round potentially for the first time in several years if the plan comes to fruition and all the talent they've added helps them to the way that we think it could. And Alex Ovechkin's breaking Gretzky's record this year on his way into the postseason. That could be fun. And dare I say, the Washington Nationals, Danny, who were playing at a 500 pace prior to this week and are going to end up winning somewhere between 70 and 80 games this year, ideally. They spend a little money this offseason. James Wood, Dylan Cruz among their major league contributors next year. Maybe after they spend a little money, they go get an arm. They are back in the over 500 conversation, 82, 85 wins, and hunting for a wild card in the competition deep into next season. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility with them having been a wild card team a week ago as we sit here talking. Things are starting to look up. We're coming out of the tunnel of rebuilds in DC, and I can see the sun coming up and the rain going away a little bit.
Yeah, and the Wizards are still a team at that point, right? So that's something. No, stick aside, you're right. You're right. I mean, the whole point of going through the pain is for the promise, right? You go through the rain so that you get the sunshine and the crops, right? Well, now it's starting to happen. Again, you're a long way from the actual results, and there's no guarantee that it all works, it all comes to fruition, right? There never is in sports. Everything's great until somebody sprains an ankle or something happens. But on paper, all of the angst and the misery and the failure is now starting to pay some dividends. The Caps did it in a way that's different, quite frankly, because they never really bottomed out. Their bottoming out was, frankly, being the 16th or 17th best team in the NHL, eking into the postseason and getting casually swept away by teams that were a lot better with more wide open windows. But everybody else, you had to bottom out. You had to pick first. You had to pick second. You had to go through all of the pain and the garbage and the jokes and the bad feelings. And now you've got the potential in place with good leadership, more importantly than anything else, to give you a chance.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Ryan Zimmerman joins us next. We are live at Nationals Park. James Wood debuts tonight. Grant and Danny live at Nationals Park on James Wood Day as the Phenom prospect gets set to make his Major League debut. There was a time when Ryan Zimmerman was that prospect for the Nationals. Of course, he turned into Mr. National. And Zim joins us now on the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. One of the most popular Nationals ever, Ryan Zimmerman. Zim, people are very, very excited. James Wood, much anticipated debut tonight. We've been counting down to this for months at this point. What do you make of the joy in this fan base today?
Yeah, man. I mean, these are fun days. I think, the last couple of years, obviously, you're losing games and people are saying we have guys coming, and some of those guys have obviously been in the big leagues for the last year and a half, and James is one of the guys we've been waiting for, but he's a really fun player to watch, but I think more importantly, he's just a really good person. And, he wants to get better. He wants to be a good player. He works hard. And I'm excited for everyone to be able to see what we've seen for the last couple of years.
There's some analogies here between your debut back in, 2000 and something. It's not important what year. Age doesn't matter. But back in 2005, your debut and this one, it was kind of the start of a new era, right, for baseball in D.C. And now it's in a kind of a similar way to what you mentioned. The team's gone through it after the World Series, bit of a struggle. This is also kind of the start of the new era. Do you sort of see parallels between you coming up and him?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you have an exciting player that's coming up and the fan base is excited and, you can always say there's parallels and things like that. But I think it's more, I wouldn't say it's just comparing them to me. I think it's more the trajectory of the team and the organization again. And it's definitely going up. And, they've been playing really good baseball this year. And I think they've probably played better than a lot of people would have expected they were going to play this year, and a lot of that's been some young pitching and guys like CJ and some young position players as well. So I think it's not just about James and him. It's more the kind of trajectory and sort of how fast this kind of whole turnaround has happened. I think a lot of people thought it was going to take a little bit longer, which kind of reminds me of the 2012 team for us. And hopefully this core group can continue to get better. And who knows? I mean, if they finish this year strong, maybe they do something this offseason or next year, and then you're right back in the thick of things. Every time, every year you're trying to make the playoffs.
Ryan Zimmerman on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Zim, they don't make many of this model, right? I mean, this size and this speed, you've seen him play. You've been in the ballpark and watched him. Like, to be almost 6'7", true, over than 6'6", and to run like he does is so rare. The power is legit. He can play center field at a high level. Judge is I'm not comparing him to Judge, but Judge is in that kind of robot level, and there just aren't that many other guys. What do you make, I guess, generally of how big players are moving as well as they do now? But then specifically Wood, this kid here, this local product, and the way that he moves at his size.
Yeah, well, you just don't see that many at that size playing baseball, I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, basketball, obviously, some football guys, but, to be that big and that coordinated and have the body control that he has it's really rare to see in baseball. And, like you said, nobody's comparing him to Judge, but, I mean, the other guys to compare him to, because they're about the same height. Obviously Judge is probably a little bit bigger, but yeah, I mean, it's weird to see such a tall guy play baseball. But like you said, he's good at everything. He's fast. He can play really good defense. So yeah, it's an exciting day. It's an exciting player, and I can't reiterate enough. He's just a good kid, man. He wants to get better. He works hard. He wants to be part of a team. He doesn't want it to be about him. It's the kind of guys that you want to build around.
Have you had a chance to speak with him, give him some advice? And if you have, what'd you say? If you haven't yet, what would you say?
I mean, I was around in spring for a whole week this year, so I got to be around a lot of those guys for a good amount of time, and I spoke with this kind of group that is starting to come up now last year or 2 years ago at spring training as well. So I've kind of kept an eye on them and watched them all sort of develop, and it's just cool to see that some of these guys are now getting up to the big leagues. But I tell them all the same thing I tell everyone else. Like, the reason you're getting called up or the reason you're doing well is because it's the way you play the game. Don't change what you do when you get up at this level. It's the same game, the same thing, just on a different stage. And trust your game and trust your abilities, and fun.
Ryan Zimmerman on G&D with us here on The Fan. We've talked to you in the past about some of these young guys, and I always remember, that you are very quick to say how hard this is and maybe to temper expectations. And I think it's important to do that to some extent today, even as exciting as this is. And I'm checking box scores every night and posting highlights of home runs as he's hitting 350. I mean, we saw how long it took CJ to get accommodated. He's still, by the way, only 23. I mean, James Wood is 21, and I think everyone expects him to hit a 7-run home run in his first at bat. Would you mind just speaking to that a little bit? A conversation we've had in the past about, how lopsided some of the expectations are now in this prospect culture.
Yeah, man, it's a tough league up here. They can expose you quick, but yeah, I mean, I think like you said, we've talked about this, and I think it's kind of all started ever since, I don't want to say social media, but more the ability to be able to keep track of these prospects as much as we do now. And it's great for the game. So I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, I think people need to realize, like you said, he can't hit a 7 home run every time he comes up to bat. And, our fan base as well, we were pretty spoiled with prospects coming up for a while. Juan Soto was pretty good. Anthony Rendon was pretty good. Trey Turner was pretty good. Bryce Harper was pretty good. Like, you look up the street and you see what happened when Jackson Holiday came up. And, by the way, I still think he's going to be an excellent big leaguer, but that just shows you that it's hard. And, hopefully James comes up, he goes crazy and his career gets off to a great start. And I don't see why that wouldn't happen, but it's a tough league. And I think sometimes the expectations that these kids have on them are kind of unfair, honestly, when they come up here. But, just enjoy it. And this is why we like to watch the game. And it's good for the game of baseball to have these young, exciting kids come up and hopefully make an impact.
Danny and I have talked about this on the show off and on quite a bit the last couple months, but Ken Rosenthal several weeks back wrote a story in The Athletic about the gap between AAA and the big leagues growing this year statistically. And he actually used some numbers like Stuff Plus, where last year the average AAA arm was like 95. This year it's 86. Big league average is 100. And it showed that like the quality of pitching you're facing is actually not as good. There are a lot of other reasons they think the gap has grown, but they were trying to figure this out because you got guys like Jackson Holiday went 2 for 34. Wyatt Langford really struggled initially. He's getting it going. Same with Jackson Churio, Jackson Merrill. And most of them are turning their seasons around. But even more so than just generally saying, well, it's hard and the transition stuff, like more than ever before, these elite prospects were really struggling. And I saw Davey Martinez, who rehabbed, who's a longtime big leaguer, as you know, said, well, I didn't see velocity when I was rehabbing. Like, I didn't even get ready to come back until it took longer than it normally would. Or Matt Carpenter, who was down, suggested that playing 6 games in a row against the same team makes it easier to hit at AAA now with the schedule that they have because you see more guys. I'm just wondering, I don't know if you've given it any thought. A, do you agree with that premise that like the gap is growing between the minors and the majors? And if you do, if you have any thought on why that would be.
Yeah. And, I've definitely heard about that and has more, I don't want to say talent because I don't want to say it's kind of messed up to say the guys in AAA aren't talented. They're obviously talented, but, it seems like you have more of the prospects and, the guys throwing 97, 98, 99 in AA. And it seems like the AAA guys are, the guys that kind of go up and down from the big leagues that maybe have been in the big leagues 1 or 2 times and, just aren't the young guys anymore, which is you look at the pitching in the big leagues and how that's changed over the last 5 years or so, and it seems like everyone throws 100 now. So, I can see where people are saying, if you're in AAA and you're not facing that every day, coming up to the big leagues is going to be a little bit of adjustment. And hearing a guy like JD say something like that, who's obviously been around for a long time, but I would agree about the schedule. I think, when we have 4-game series in the big leagues, it seems like you're playing the same team for like a month. So I can't imagine playing the same team as long as they do in the. Just out of left field, I wonder more fights because they play that long.
You would think, like in hockey,
yeah.
in hockey playoffs or something, you see that. But
get sick of seeing them. Yeah.
Anecdotally, I can't think of any at the AAA. I mean, but they have Monday off, and then they basically play Tuesday to Sunday against the same team just to cut down on travel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of it, but that's tough. And like he was saying, if you're facing the same relievers that many days in a row, I mean, I think the more you face pitchers, it's definitely an advantage for hitters. So that's an interesting way to look at it. But yeah, I mean, the minor leagues obviously have changed, and I will say, I think at the end of the day, all these guys are talented players. And when you get up to this level, it's up to you to make the adjustments and get going. So, hopefully he fits right in, which I don't see why he wouldn't. And, it's going to be a fun day at the park.
Zim, you were so elite level at being even keel. You're the same dude if you're 0 for your last 20 or 19 for your last 20. But that's pretty rare. I mean, obviously, the grind is so real, and there's so many games, so many at-bats, you can't get too high, too low, et cetera. But I think that's an underrated skill, especially for young players where the sample's small, as you kind of touched on earlier. You want to make an impact. You want to show the reason for all the excitement, and it's easy to press. It's easy to try to, do too much, at least early on. How hard to acquire is that skill for guys maybe like you that don't naturally have it, right? To kind of the ability to stay even and not get too high or too low.
Yeah, and baseball, like you said, that's a great skill to have because, it's such a long season, but more importantly, you're going to have times where you don't play well. It's inevitable. And I think it's just a lot easier to deal with that. And it's a lot easier for people to, root for you to come out of things if they like how you act and they like how you perform, when you're doing well. If you do the same person when you fail, you're just a lot easier to root for. And that's the reason, I was always taught to be like that. And, obviously it helps you as a player, but I think it just helps people like you as a player. And, we all know the players that, are showy and fancy and that's all great. I'm not saying that's bad. It's just when things go south, it makes it a little bit tougher to root for that person. So, just try and be the same person, whether you're doing really well or you're having that 2-week span where you're not doing that well. And, the more I'm around this next wave of players that we have coming up, and I think a lot of this needs to be attributed to our player development and the people that we have down in the minor leagues that are teaching these young men how to be great players, but great people. And, that's kind of on the top of the list that they try and teach them to be the same person every day, come to the park ready to work, whether you're hitting 350 or, going through a rough stretch and be a good teammate and be a good person. And, like I've said a couple times already, James is that person.
Zim, before we let you go, I was told you by a little birdie chirping, you're a bourbon guy. I like bourbon. What's your bourbon of choice?
Oh, man. That's a tough question. It depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about like
It just
snobby,
you're throwing
or...
you're just throwing an ice cube or drinking a
Yeah.
on the rocks bourbon at the house watching the Nets.
Yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't sound I mean, I love Blanton's. I think it's consistent. I love Eagle Rare is really good.
Eagle Rare is great. Are you an Old Forester guy? That's my one seed right now. Old Forester.
I do like Old Forester. I have a buddy who does a bunch of barrel picks for like restaurants and stuff, and he does an Old Forester pick every year, and that's definitely up there. If I can get my hands on one, maybe I'll save one for you.
There you go, my guy. I appreciate
it. Zim, you got a beer. You're a beer guy now.
Is his own beer?
I am.
Yes.
I am. Yeah, we did a thing with Lost Barrel out in Middleburg. It's a really good family friend, and they own the brewery out there, and we wanted to do something for years, and so we're doing it. And then part of the proceeds of every beer sold goes to the Zims Foundation. So that was a fun thing. And actually we just had the launch party last Thursday out there. So yeah, it's it's another fun thing that I got into for the foundation. And it never hurts to have some nice cold beers around for
I was
the.
going to say, that's not a bad hobby. That's not a bad thing to get into for the foundation.
Yeah, it's it's a win-win situation for me.
You could put it in quotes like, "Yeah, it's totally for the foundation. Can I have my beers?"
yeah, I'll send some over this way. We'll make sure it's for the foundation.
Dude, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy today.
All right, guys, I'll see you around.
Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. Let's head down to the field. Batting practice is next. We'll be behind the cage to watch James Wood take his cuts, and you'll hear it live on 106.7 The Fan. Live from Nationals Park, Grant and Danny taking the show on the road on 106.7 The Fan. We are also going to be streaming during batting practice with the Nationals on their Facebook and YouTube accounts on James Wood Day in the nation's capital, as the local fella has done very, very well. Only Maryland's own St. John's College High School product by way of IMG Academy, traded to the Nationals 2 years ago at the deadline from the Padres, and one of the best prospects in all of baseball, the number one outfield prospect in baseball, is making his debut tonight in front of what should be a very nice crowd. It couldn't be a more beautiful day, by the way. It's 70 and change with some moving air down here on the field. Right now, the sun is actually being blocked out by a cloud, so it feels like an opening day spring kind of atmosphere here on July 1st. And how about the vibes, Danny? The dugout is packed in a way that you do not see at Nationals Park. Now, part of that is the draft is coming up in a couple of weeks in Dallas, and so the normal press conference room is being used for the war room the Nats are assembling for the draft. So Davey Martinez has to do his presser out in the dugout. So you've got a lot of cameras and personnel, but each player that was coming through was kind of smirking and laughing as they were looking over. They know what's going on. The media is coming out today in droves for James Wood. Many of them you haven't seen out here at Nats Park in a long time.
Yeah, there's a team of folks that are around. And his availability, they couldn't do it at his locker in the clubhouse. They had to kind of move the overflow out into the hallway just to kind of give you an idea. We were in the dugout here waiting to come back on air, and I just have to be standing there trying to mind my business and be out of the way. And a figure nearly bumps into me as I'm sort of looking at some of the bats and just kind of amusing myself. And I said, "Excuse me, so sorry, my fault." He said, "No problem," in the very nice way. And I turned and I was staring right at his midsection, because that's James Wood. He's every bit of 6'7". They just you can't unsee it. Like there have been guys over the years where you've gone to Major League Baseball games and you go, look at the size of McGuire, or look at how big Jose Canseco is, and we know how they got that. But it just, when they're that different, when someone is that massive, you can't take your eyes off him. And we talked about this top of the show, the smoothness, the grace, how efficiently he moves, how effortless he makes things that are really, really hard look. It's really cool. It takes you 2 seconds to pick him out on the field because he's the tallest one.
Nationals have made their way out onto the field to get batting practice started. They'll be in the cage in just a couple of moments, and we'll take you through their BP round and let you know what James Wood's pregame festivities are looking like. But right now, everybody's getting loose. They're throwing the baseball with throwing partners out in the outfield. James Wood and CJ Abrams were having a nice chuckle and a nice conversation. Remember, because he was at big league camp for the duration of the spring, he was probably the Nationals' best player at big league spring training this year. James Wood knows almost everybody out there. It's not like a situation where you're getting called up and you're shaking hands and meeting everyone. I mean, he spent a month with almost all of these guys in spring training, which is a big deal. The other thing is a bevy of players have already been called up this year. He played with in the minor leagues. He has spent time in the outfield, a ton of time with Jacob Young as an example, who's out there. He has been in the same clubhouse as Mitchell Parker and Jake Irvin and some of the other players who have been promoted and are helping this Nationals team at this point. So there's going to be some introductions, I'm sure, but for the most part, guys got to know him pretty well as he was in the lineup almost every single day in spring training before he was sent to the minors, where he went on to hit 350 with an OPS over 1,000 as one of the best players in minor league baseball this year.
Yeah, and he's standing next to Jacob Young right now, who was his throwing partner while getting loose. And again, Jacob Young's not tiny. He maybe looks, medium-sized on television, but he's 6 foot, 190 pounds, pretty well-built guy, stacked. And again, he looks like a bat boy next to James Wood, who just stands out. Even watching him throw, there's a grace to it. There's an elegance to it. There's an ease with all of his motions, and the ball just jumps out of his hand and explodes as it's going to a partner. Even when he's throwing 40, 50%, you could still tell. But you make a great point about kind of the intros. I mean, there are only a couple guys that he wouldn't be familiar with, right? He probably didn't know Harold Ramirez or maybe just a handful of other guys that may have been acquired late that are escaping my mind. But, yeah, that acclimation makes it a little bit easier, and it's good. You give him just enough taste of that big league camp, the big league experience, to see how some of the veterans get ready, to see how a Winker might do it, or, somebody whose career you'd like to emulate at certain points. And kind of make that transition a little bit easier, because listen, all eyes are on you, right? Not many of us have gotten the chance to debut in the major leagues, but at every new level, every new team, every new thing you've been a part of, you want to show why you're there. You want to impress everybody. You want to make a huge impact play. You want to hit that 7-run home run, with your first swing. And that's not realistic. You have to settle in, play your game, because that's what got you to the major leagues. Easier said than done, certainly.
Nats starting to take some infield work In the infield right now, Nick Senzel taking some grounders at third, CJ Abrams taking some ground balls at short with Nassim Nunez drill where they just throw the ball home and work on some of their drills. You know, people wonder how often over the course of the season do players get this type of work in. And generally, before the start of a series, you try to take infield, outfield. They're coming home now to kick off a homestand before a road trip. And you are seeing Jesse Winker get work at first base as well, which I think is important to point out. Jesse Winker is going to inevitably, if he's going to be in the lineup every day like everyone thinks he is, he's going to DH. He's going to play a little outfield. But you're also going to need to ask him to play some first base now that James Wood's in the major leagues. You've got an elite level plus defender in center in Jacob Young. Lane Thomas in right field is entrenched as a two-time now player of the year for the team the last couple of seasons. So Wood's not coming out of the lineup very frequently. You're going to call him up to play him. So where does Winker go? Well, you can DH him plenty, and he's going to play some first. And you see him taking those ground balls right now.
Looks pretty smooth over there, too. I mean, he's done it a little bit before in his career, but that's one of those positions where maybe a corner outfield spot, most typically left field, you'd find maybe a weaker defender. But if you want someone's bat in the lineup, you got a DH spot, and you got maybe that first base spot. All of a sudden when you have a glut of outfielders, and they got 3 young guys that are core players in this organization now that James Wood is indeed here. It really is. You got to find a way to accommodate it, right? It's not one of those, well, we're in a pennant race, so maybe he'll split time with. No. He's here. It's time for him to play.
You know what I think is most compelling right now about this pregame on-field batting practice that we're at Nationals Park for ahead of James Wood making his debut today on Grant and Danny is I mentioned the media presence. I mean, I don't recall the last time I saw this many cameras at Nationals Park pregame right now, because it's not as though it's first pitch. It's not even 4:00, right? You're here for Nats BP, for Davey Martinez. Obviously, we know what the questions are. You're asking about the phenom and the prospect, and everyone has one job on their mind coming to the ballpark today. It's to cover James Wood making his major league debut. But Ryan, go grab a picture of just the massive media and Davey Martinez so that we can let people know what the vibes are out here. This is what it used to look like from time to time. DS, CS, World Series, elevated, but otherwise, this is big major league regular season atmosphere. I'm just curious to see what the crowd's like tonight. Word got out on Friday, which means there was a 3-day buildup ahead of Wood making his debut to sell tickets, and they're giving away 10,000 T-shirts. I posted a picture if you want to see it at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. You can go check it out. But the team made the announcement first thing this morning. 10,000 T-shirts. It says, welcome to the show. It's got a graphic with James Wood kind of in the batter's box. Really, really cool looking. I love that they're doing it. Very rare that you see teams kind of correspond to prospect promotion with a giveaway that's not already on the schedule, and they did it last second, threw it together with Breaking Tea.
I think it's outstanding on everybody's front, right? Where this is one of those, you recognize this is not, with all due respect, a regular July 1st game. This is something special, and it was coordinated. It was smart. It was really well done. Again, great for Breaking Tea to do it. Great for the Nats organization. Baseball-wise, they've kind of got everybody pulling the rope in the same direction here. It's pretty special.
James Wood making his debut right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can hear the game with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler tonight at 6:45. If you are listening to us on The Fan, we will take you through batting practice and James Wood's round in the cage. If you are watching right now on the Nationals YouTube or Facebook pages, you will continue to see all of the festivities before the game as the Nats get ready for what is a massive night at Nationals Park. Grant and Danny with you, coming back live from the ballpark in the Navy Yard on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny live at Nationals Park on 106.7 The Fan. We are joined now in the Nats dugout by manager Davey Martinez, who just looked at us and said, "They let you guys out of the booth? Very, very rarely, Davey. Only on special days, and this qualifies."
It's good to see you guys. Exciting day here at Nats Park, right? We get one of our superstars up here, so we're excited about that.
We were just laughing. When's the last time you did a press conference with that many cameras and people asking you questions? It looked like either like an opening day crowd or it's been a couple of years probably.
I'm going to say it's 2019. A lot, but like I said, it's exciting times. You know, James is one of many that are going to help the Nationals here in the big league, so we're excited about that.
What does today mean to you? Quantify it for us. I mean, you guys have been grinding, playing pretty good baseball all year long, but today feels different. We know it is. Why? What does it mean?
Yeah, for me, it's just another piece of what we're trying to build here. Bringing up another young prospect in James Wood, knowing that there's more to come. So we're excited about today, but also about the future of this organization and where we're headed. I mean, we felt he was ready. I mean, we've been struggling a little bit with scoring runs. We felt like that he can help us. So we're excited about him being here.
For Nats fans who have heard us talk about him a lot, but maybe have never seen him, why are people so excited? I mean, what is it that's so unique about James Wood as a prospect that makes him one of the ultra talents in the minors?
Yeah, for me, it's when I saw him this spring training, we talk a lot. We gave him two tasks. One was to take his walks, accept his walks. Not chase. Cut down the strikeouts. And two, continue to get better against left-handed pitching. He did both. He got better as the year went on. He got better against left-handed, and he was accepting his walks. And we feel like with those two things, he's going to be a much better hitter. As we all know, he's got potential to hit 20+ home runs. Maybe 30. But what I like about him is that he stays in the middle of the field. He hits the ball hard the other way as well. So and that's a plus for us.
So we talked, and Davey Martinez is with us here on Grant and Danny. We talked to Sim about this earlier, and you went through this too. Debut, you're so amped up. You want to do so well to impress, your new team, all the fans, people came to see you because you're a hometown guy. How do you kind of get a kid to say, I need to be here in this moment. I can't hit a 9-run home run. I'm up here because I can play. How do you kind of channel that energy into kind of making it a daily thing?
Yeah, for me, I talked to him earlier, and one of the biggest things I told him, I said, hey, we don't need you to be the guy. We need you to just be a guy, be part of the team. When the task is upon you, just try to do your best to get it done. I mean, understand that, hey, you've done really well. You're here because you've done well, and you deserve to be here. Just be one of the guys and go out there and have fun. I mean, that's the key. I don't want him to think that he's got to go out there and hit a 6-run homer because, as we all know, it's never going to happen. Just go out there, have fun, and play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Unlike myself, his heartbeat's pretty good. My heartbeat was racing, so I know he's kind of a low-key guy, and that's definitely going to help him.
He is one of the quietest, just most unassuming players I can remember. Now, eventually, if he's a star and a superstar, I mean, it'll be kind of unheard of, and maybe his personality will change a little bit as he plays. But just being around him a little bit at spring training and getting to know him the little bit that we did, I mean, he is a very good kid, but a quiet. He's only 21, so I call him a kid, but he just doesn't have a lot to say. He wants to play baseball.
You call him the kid. I call him the big man.
He's that too.
Yeah. No, hey, look, he's quiet, but, when he's around his teammates, he lets loose a little bit, and he's fun to be around. So, but I love his personality, and he understands, why he's here. And he just wants to go out there. And the first thing he said, I just want to go out there and help the team win and be part of the group. And that to me is awesome. That says it all about who he is.
He's mostly played center field, right field. You guys did get him some reps here lately in left, specifically where he's going to debut tonight. You got him hitting 6th. As far as filling out the lineup card, what kind of thoughts did you have about? Give us some logic on where you're going to hit him early on in his career, and then also playing left field is what works for you guys. Just how you feel about him out there.
Yeah, I just kind of want to get him acclimated, get him. He's going to play left field here. I know he's went out earlier to take ground balls and fly balls with Parra. He's out there right now. I'm watching him right now, just taking some off the bat. I wanted to bat him 6th. We're facing a left-handed pitcher. Kind of just get him up there and get him acclimated about what's going on. I thought about him hitting maybe 3rd against righties behind Lane Thomas. So we'll see how that plays out. But for now, I like him at 6 hole. I hope that some guys can get on base for him and he can knock in some runs for us.
the numbers are obviously eye-popping. I mean, you look at the stats and you just go, oh my gosh, the talent's unbelievable. Give me something that you noticed that we can't notice, like a moment of growth where you went, you know what, that really shows me something beyond, again, the eye-popping stats.
Yeah, for me, honestly, is his ability to stay on the baseball and drive the ball the other way. I mean, he's got tremendous power all over the field, but he really is conscious about staying through the baseball and really working. When he started doing that, I said, hey, this kid's going to be good. You know, he's starting to not chase. You know, we talked a lot, you know, with 2 strikes, maybe trying to get the ball up a little bit and not chase the balls down. It's really good when the ball, and he did that as well. So you look at him, you watch that bats down there. Now, granted, you know, he was in AAA, and you know, 2-0, he's getting breaking balls, splits. 3-0, I saw 3-0 where he was getting a splitters. You know, so and he was not trying to do too much. You know, he's just taking his pitches, taking his walks, and I thought that's maturity. You know, he's starting to learn what he can do and what pitches he needs to do to hit the ball hard. So. He was good. He's been really good down there. So these are some of the things that, you know, we watched him. You know, we wanted him to check all the boxes, and we feel like he did that.
It's funny. You guys were adamant he had to face more left-handed pitching. Like, you wanted him to do that. And the point you guys made was when he gets called up, you're going to have to. His first 3 games now are going to left-handed starters. I mean, you can't make that up. Like, that almost never happens. But as a left-handed slugger, he's probably going to deal with 3 lefties in the series if you play him all 3 days.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to see how everything goes. We got to remember, too, you know, he did have a hamstring, and I have to give him some days off. When I do that, it'll probably be against the lefty. You know, but he's going to play. You know, he's here to play. So I'm going to get him as many reps as I possibly can. So, like I said, he's done a lot better on facing those left-handed pitchers. We talked a lot about, again, getting the ball up against them, especially with 2 strikes. He's worked on it. You know, I talked to Matt. He said he was getting a lot better at it. So we're excited to see what he does here.
About that hamstring and days off, you know, are you going to kind of play it by feel, or do you have kind of a general plan going in about maybe a couple games on, get off your feet, or maybe take advantage of some of the? I don't think you guys had many rest days until the All-Star break here coming up. So how are you going to structure it?
Yeah, we got a lot of games coming up here in a row. So like I said, I'm going to make sure I keep an eye on them. Yeah, I want him to play every day against lefties. I mean against righties. You know, for right now. And maybe against a tough lefty or something, maybe give him that day off. But he'll definitely be available to pinch hit if we need him. But, you know, we want him out there. You know, I want him out there. And like I said, this is part of his growth, right? I mean, he's got to learn how to play up here. The game's a little bit quicker. We talked about that a little bit, but we want to play every day. But we make sure we go and keep him healthy.
Feels good to be at Nats Park with the big vibes, a lot of media. Kyle Brostowitz, the PR guy, sweating, having a lot to do today. This is the way it should be.
Hey, he's finally working.
Just got thrown under the bus. Davey, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Good to see you guys.
Enjoy the day. It is a different feel out here today for good reason. The Washington Nationals preparing for the James Wood debut at Nationals Park. We're going to make our way up the steps out of the dugout over toward the BP cage where the Nationals are. Right now, I think Group 1 still in there. Batting practice. James Wood will be in Group 2, so we'll be able to let you know how things look for the power lefty. But any takeaways from what Davey just told us?
Yeah, you could tell they all know. They all know that it's exciting. I mean, these guys are up here grinding every day. I mean, that's what this is. I mean, Bears Faluga's book about baseball, it was called The Grind. I mean, this is what this sport is, and they know that this isn't just a Monday home game against the Mets. It's special. They get it. Organizationally, it's a big deal for everybody. It's a culmination of a lot of work and a lot of hard times, a lot of pain, a lot of setbacks, and everybody's excited about it. That's cool to see, right? It's not just these guys aren't big leaguing it. They're not just going, whatever, the kid ain't done anything yet. That's not what you're seeing. It's not what you're feeling. You could feel the energy in the clubhouse, among the players, among the team, organization, fans, media. Everybody's kind of bought into it, and it's exciting.
Wanted to look back at some of the debuts in this ballpark over the years and kind of where this one fits in. Because I would say until the end of time, based on how it played out, especially the Steven Strasburg debut goes right to the top of the list. He was the #1 pick. He was at that time the most hyped prospect ever. He was the first super prospect at a time where that industry had been created, right? Where you've got Baseball America and MLB Pipeline and all these outlets that are tracking prospects day in and day out, where Twitter is, allowing you to follow minor league games and get updates on the velocities throwing at. And video is available from college and the minor leagues. So Stras's debut back on June 8th, 2010 was unlike anything we'd ever experienced here. He would go on to meet the moment with 7 innings of 2-run ball, 14 strikeouts. against the Pirates. We call it Strasmus. Other than that, Bryce Harper debuted, people forget, at Dodger Stadium across country. And they debuted in Chavez Ravine in L.A. for Dodger Stadium because of some injuries, but it was late at night here. Like, people are getting ready to go to bed, right? Everyone is kind of settling in at 10 p.m. to lay down, and Bryce Harper's having his first at bat. He went 1 for 3 in that game, but it took a little bit of the pizzazz out of his home debut, which subsequently came on a ensuing homestand against the Diamondbacks. Other than that, I'm not sure that you can comp any of their graduations to this or any of their days to this one when guys got called up, because the modes are so different. When they were a World Series caliber team, when they were trying to win championships in a really veteran clubhouse, and they had stars like Scherzer and Strasburg and Harper or whatever, it was not that big of a deal that this super phenom was coming up. You were just trying to catch up to those stars that were already really good. Also, the team was a first-place team. They were winning division titles. They were making playoff runs, ideally, and getting to World Series championships as they did in 2019. It's just a different mode than now, where the priority has been the system, where whatever happens at the big league level this year is fine. We're in on the rebuild here as a fan base. But how about James Wood? How about Dylan Cruz? So I think the mode they were in for Strauss and Harper, and now is kind of big league in rebuild, secondary to the prospects. And that's why I would put this day behind only maybe Steven Strasburg and Bryce Harper among the prospects that were debuting in environments that might exceed this one.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I mean, there have been notable debuts that we found out kind of after the fact. We didn't know. Juan Soto was a rocket ship through the organization, and it would turn out to be a superstar, but we didn't really know at the time, right? There wasn't that, hey, we're tracking every minor league bit of data. Look at where this prospect is on these rankings. It wasn't the same hype and lead up to that sort of grand event. And he, pinch hit, I think, in his first game, and then homer the next day, and then the rest is history, of course. But for Wood, this is Strasburg level. I mean, that's the 1 seed. That's the not only the most high prospect, as you said, but this was this franchise's first our big special thing, right? We had our own feel-good story in Ryan Zimmerman back in 2005, first homegrown prospect in the organization coming up, and that was fun. That was neat. That was nice. But this was we have arrived. This is a baseball town again. And the atmosphere that was here at this park had not been seen before that. And there's kind of an A, B, and a BC, right? There's a before that moment and then after that moment, right? Where Strasburg was here. And this is kind of it's not the same as that because that was the first time. This is the first time in this new era, right? Where you had that ascension, you had a 10-year window of excellence culminating in the World Series. Then you hit, the rebuild, the bottom, the hard times. This is the first major step to get back to that window opening again. That's why it's right up there to me. It's number 2 right behind Strasburg.
To your point, Soto game 1, he didn't even start, right? I mean, I was here for that first ever Juan Soto game. I came to watch him, and he wasn't even in the lineup. I think it was a Sunday afternoon game. He came in the late part of the game, maybe 7th, 8th inning. He got 1 pinch hit at bat and struck out. But think about the juxtaposition of James Wood's not only in the lineup, but there was a 3-day buildup, right? The team is giving out 10,000 shirts. Juan Soto was not a beloved fan favorite prospect. He was not even really revered on the prospect sites. I mean, the Nationals knew what they had in this well-kept secret who was an advanced bat. They knew he could hit, and they were excited about him. But really, until the final weeks before he was promoted, he wasn't flying up prospect rankings. And even the spring before he debuted, it was kind of Robles and Soto. He was just this other guy who's got this advanced hit tool who might be able to help them this year. It was nothing like James Wood. Victor Robles, to name him, he was an unbelievable prospect. He was one of the few top 5 kind of blue chippers, can't miss type guys that missed for the Nationals. But even in that case, it was different. I think part of it is James Wood is a local guy. He is from the DMV, just outside the Beltway. He's only Maryland kid, went to St. John's College High School. I think that matters some. There's also something to Robles was a toolsy guy who was an athlete, but James Wood is a massive, power-hitting, intimidating presence. That also moves the needle, right? People love home runs. This is a guy that has the potential to hit 40 home runs in the big leagues at some point. And when you have that kind of, 65, 70 power, the ability to change games with one swing, it's a little different and I think more electric from a prospect standpoint than a twitchy athlete who can cover center field well and steal some bases and maybe hit for average. Wood checks, I think, the types of boxes that put butts in seats. And then you look at him and you go, wait a second. He's a baseball player? That dude who looks like a power forward? It's a skill set you don't see with speed, size, and that judgian kind of stature. And for all those reasons, I think people fall in love with this guy when they watch him, and you've seen the hype build at every level to where we are today as he gets ready to play in his first game.
I think it's a good way to put it. And the timing of it all matters too, right? When Robles comes up, this is a first division club winning 90-plus games on average each and every season with a World Series in mind. You're less concerned maybe about, the as you said, the toolsy center fielder coming up. Now is with the group that, has maybe overachieved to a degree this year as they're building something. It becomes that much more exciting because that's a promise of getting back to that window, right? I mean, you're in the window before. It's hard to be as excited about the shortstop coming up or, when Trey Turner broke in, this was a highly touted prospect in his own right, but he's folding into a lineup that's already going to win 94, 95 games. This is a different story altogether. And again, it's really fun because it's about tomorrow, right? Today's great, but this is a window into the near future. We don't have to imagine anymore. You could see it pretty clearly what it might look like.
July 1st, 2024 will go down for the Nats, hopefully as a seminal moment in the next wave and phase of this organization's history as they turn the page and turn the corner tonight, calling up the first of these special prospects in this rebuild that they've been doing at the minor league level over the last 3+ seasons. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the flagship home of Nationals baseball, 106.7 The Fan. We are on the field about 15 feet from the cage where Ildemaro Vargas, C.J. Abrams, Keibert Ruiz, and Harold Ramirez are taking their hacks in Group 1. James Wood will be stepping into the cage in Group 2 of batting practice in mere moments. We've got it for you live on 106.7 The Fan today. Don't go away. Park during batting practice. Grant and Danny with you on 106.7 The Fan. And James Wood is officially now in the batting cage on batting practice here at Nationals Park. They put the exit velocity and launch angle up for you. Just had a batted ball of 107 miles an hour. He blistered into left field as he's working the other way. And this his second go-round of taking some hacks. Just hit a ball 104 off the bat. Danny, let's work our way through this James Wood BP session. What'd you see?
This is a simple, clean approach, right? Where you're that big and that strong, you don't have to complicate things. And maybe at one point in his career, it was complicated, like a lot of moving parts. You think of some of the taller hitters we've seen, the Richie Sextons, the Jason Worths of the world, right? They sort of thrived once they kept it very, very simple, thought middle of the field, and your accidents maybe a little bit late, maybe a little bit early. That looks to be his approach, right? Just a little bit of hand movement, rocking back, rocks onto that front foot, and then just kind of explodes through the zone in a way, again, that looks like it's effortless, and it's not. It's really, really hard to do what he does, and yet he makes it look so simple and easy.
I want to dive into why today and the timeline of the James Wood promotion. I think a lot's been made about when he was going to get called up and how we got here. Here's how I view it. I think that right around mid-May was when they were considering doing this for the first time. Remember, he pulled his hamstring and got hurt. In late May, he was named the Player of the Month in the International League. So early in the year, you send him down to the minor leagues. There is no reason. Good business sense, in my opinion, is you're not going to, on a rebuilding team that is hoping to get to 500 this year, you're not going to burn a year of his service time and let him hit free agency earlier, even if he was fully ready. And he hadn't played at AAA, really, so there's no reason to believe that he needed to be in the big league. So I had no problem with sending him to the minors. When he got off to the hot start that he did, at any point thereafter, they probably could have called him up. They elected to keep him in the minor leagues into May. And then I think really the first time, Danny, truly and legitimately, when you can make the case he's ready, it's time to call him up. What are we doing? It's probably a couple weeks into May. He was on a heater. They're waiting to get home so that they could debut him on a homestand. And shortly thereafter, he pulls his hamstring, and he missed the better part of a month. If you account for when he came back and then playing a game, taking a game off when they were being careful with him, only wanting him to play 5 innings here, 5 innings there, DHing a little bit, it kind of pushed it back to essentially this homestand. So for me, while I would have called him up sooner, it's not my job to make that decision. They know more than I do. I certainly would have had him in the big leagues several weeks back, but before he got hurt. I really think until the early part of May, it was a non-story for them. They felt like he still had to get some things worked out, including hitting left-handed pitching, which he did beautifully. But the reason they said was he's going to face good lefties right away in the big leagues. And here he is against the Mets, debuting tonight against the lefty. And if he's in the lineup the next 3 days, he's going to face 3 straight lefties. So they had their reasons. I think if he didn't get hurt, we probably would have seen him about a month ago. Because he got hurt, it pushed it back a few weeks.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Certainly, you heard Davey reference it, right? He's still coming back from that. And, while he can play Major League Baseball, you want to be judicious, you want to be careful, you want to be thoughtful with how you use him, right? You maybe not say right away, let's play 7 straight days and push you past a limit that you haven't been to before in terms of a long season. You want to be, careful. At the same time, he's got to play, and he's up here and he needs to be in the lineup every day he's available, but you want that. You want to, again, make sure that you're thoughtful about the long term. That's really what this is about.
Jacob Young is in the cage right now taking his cuts. There is no different player in baseball, more so than Jacob Young as a juxtaposition to James Wood. Young about 5'10" and change. He's got one of the slower bat speeds in Major League Baseball. He is a speed, defense, premium defensive player, all contact, bat-to-ball skills, very quick swing. And then you have James Wood step in instead of the right-handed swing from the left side, the big towering 6'7" presence. So here comes Wood. He is rocking a red Nats cap. He's got long flowing locks down on his shoulders. He's got a black sports shorts on with a white curly W. And now he's airing it out a little bit in this round. 102 mile an hour, 29-degree launch angle off the bat.
Just a casual left center field home run. Kind of go what Davey Martinez was talking about with him, right? I mean,
did that ball get out? I actually didn't watch it.
No, it certainly did. Again, it looked effortless. You go, maybe fly ball, routine center. No, sir. That's some grown man carry that he has. And it looks so easy. Just a slight glide back with the hands and kind of a flick of the wrist as he flows through the zone just creates a tremendous amount of bat speed. And it really lets the head of the bat work where all the weight is. Just a beautiful thing to watch. Watch him swing the bat.
He's so big. I think that's the thing that people are going to be blown away by. You know, there's one guy in the big leagues that when he's added all the muscle that he's going to is bigger than him, and that's Aaron Judge of the Yankees. But at 6'7", the limbs too. I mean, the arms are so long. He's got the length of a guy who just went 4th overall to the Pelicans or something, you know? It's not your traditional baseball body. I think what's staggering too about him is we watch him hit a ball out. He's one of the faster players on the team. In terms of run speed, only Jacob Young has consistently tracked at his speed routinely this year. C.J. Abrams has some clocked speeds as a runner that are even with or equal to what James Wood can do, but his home to first speed will not be exceeded by anybody on this team, not named Young or Abrams, their fastest players, and he may be the fastest player on the team when he really lets it rip.
And again, he doesn't look like it. It looks like, he's going in slow motion. When you watch some of these other guys, I mean, you think Jacob Young's most specifically, right? It's like crazy legs when he's going. C.J. Abrams has those pretty long strides, powerful, closes a lot of ground. Wood looks like he's going for a brisk jog in Central Park in the morning, and he's eating up territory like nobody you've seen. Again, using that height. I mean, think of some of the bigger players in the sport. You mentioned Aaron Judge. You mentioned also Giancarlo Stanton. Both these guys have those football receiver, tight end type backgrounds, right? In their rearview mirror, and that's how Wood moves. He moves like a Herman Moore, like a big wide receiver that's going to go win a jump ball. It just looks effortless, and that's the theme. That's the thing you're going to hear me say a million times when talking about him. It looks effortless, and it's not.
Davey Martinez right now behind the cage having a nice conversation with James Wood as they watch Joey Meneses take batting practice at Nationals Park. The sun is now out overhead. It was hiding behind a cloud, so it has gotten considerably warmer down on the field where we're standing in front of the first base dugout. But you cannot ask for a better weather game than this one's going to be. We joke about this all the time. It seems like every big game for the Nationals here, like opening days, playoff atmosphere type games, anything you're super excited about, it's always either raining or there's a risk of rain. And there is none of that today. It is gorgeous. It's supposed to be around 75, 78 degrees at first pitch. It's immaculate. It's not my job to sit here and tell you to come to the game, but I'll tell you what, there's not going to be a more entertaining or exciting reason to be at the ballpark than tonight. With James Wood debuting, you got perfect weather, and we're expecting a really, really good turnout.
Yeah, the vibes will be good this evening, right? The weather's perfect, as you alluded to, and I expect, a raucous, energetic crowd. People get this, I think. Sometimes we talk about this with regards to baseball in Washington, D.C., and a lot of these things we're going through for the first time, the rise, the fall, the rebuilds, all those kinds of things. A lot of generation of Nats fans didn't have the benefit of this when they were kids. They were watching Orioles games or not watching baseball at all, and we're certainly getting indoctrinated into this thing. People recognize now this is kind of a milestone game, a game, and it's just such a fun thing that everybody's kind of wants to be a part of. I mean, when you hear people talk about this years from now, there'll be about 500,000 people that were at that Strasburg game. I think tonight's going to be one of those same kind of stories.
Yeah. How many people do you know that claim they were there? This ballpark only fit about 40,000 that night. All right, let's watch one more run through the BP here. We'll walk you through James Wood, who just ripped the ball into deep left field. We'll let Danny kind of break down what he's seeing on this batting practice round. Now, that is a 107 mile per hour, 32 launch angle home run to right center, about 12 rows deep. That was the power you hear about.
So this is the air it out round that he hasn't really done before. He's been kind of trying to stay inside, go the other way. This is one of those, he's letting it eat a couple of times. And you could see, you could get yourself into some bad habits that way. You don't want to major in that during
the home run derby swing.
That's the derby swing. Exactly right. And he hit a towering moonshot, a couple tracers deep into the outfield. Again, it's just different. The ball's not carrying today at all. Watching the rest of the guys take BP, some dudes with legit power have struggled to get it out of there. And again, it looked like he was just, playing like hitting a fungo or something like that it went about 425 feet.
Today's one of the days that Nats fans have been waiting very patiently for. People act like this rebuild just started a year or two ago. I mean, really, since the 2019 World Series, it's been tough times. As a fan base, Nats fans didn't get to celebrate the championship because of the 2020 pandemic year. And even though the roster was still intact for that season and many of your favorite star players were still here, it was a strange year. They had the COVID outbreak, like right at opening day. They were chasing their tail. It was a 60-game sprint. They didn't make the playoffs. The following year is when everything fell apart, where some of the players had already left, and then they ended up selling off at the trade deadline in 2021. That's when Scherzer and Turner got traded to Los Angeles, and the rebuild began in 2021. And now you fast forward here to 24, 3 years later, couple of years since the trade deadline move with Juan Soto going to San Diego. And today is a real nice page-turning moment for the Washington Nationals. We're joined now by C.J. Abrams, who's played at an all-star level this year, on pace for about 25 homers and 25 steals. What a day, man. This is a blast. There's a ton of media out here for James Wood's debut. I want to go back to your first game in the big leagues and what you remember about your nerves and just your anticipation to make those dreams come true.
Oh, man, it was really dreamlike, a lot of nerves, but excitement as well. Just being able to play baseball in the big leagues, it's a blessing. So, just having him out here, I think he's going to help us get a win today.
How helpful was it that you guys were kind of together in spring training too, right? So he was with the big league club, sitting in that cool corner of the locker room with you and some of the other young guns. Does that make the transition easier?
Yeah, I think so. It's a tight group. Seeing what he did in spring training, we had a good vibe. I think he's going to be a good addition to the team.
So much is made here in D.C. about the Soto deal that you were a part of. Today, for the first time, 3 of you guys are going to be playing. McKenzie on the mound, you at shortstop, James obviously debuting in left field. I don't know if it's something you guys think about, care about, talk about, but it was such a huge moment in kind of the next phase of this organization. I mean, how cognizant are you of the fact that, hey, now it's 3 out of the 5. Soon enough, maybe Robert's here, it's 4 out of the 5.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a good addition to the team. Max on the mound, we're going to have his back both on defense and hitting. So, like I said, I think me, James, and McKenzie, or the whole team actually is going to get a win, but James is going to help us today.
You are on your way, it looks like, to, as I said, on pace for about 25 homers and over 25 steals. You're playing at an all-star level. What would it mean to you to be included later this month in Texas at the all-star game?
Oh, man, it'd be a dream come true. I've been working and, make a lot of people happy, including myself. So,
Well, certainly well-deserved. Did you have a conversation with James at all today? Just like, you're still a young guy, obviously, still, doing so much in this league, but it's still like you've been up here for a lot longer than he has. Did you guys talk at all about what to expect and how to stay within?
I mean, not really. I'm just letting them take it all in. I've talked to him, obviously. We just kind of regular conversations, day-to-day stuff. But, yeah, just go out there and have fun. I'll talk to him closer to game time, but he'll have fun.
All right, you got a homestand now kicking off today. It's going to be packed here at Nationals Park, away from the diamond. Are you gaming in the evenings right now? Do you have any time to work on? Last time we talked to you, you were big into like NBA. Are you still playing, or do you shut that down for the season?
Yeah, I kind of shut it down. Spring training is 2K for me a lot. But, yeah, during the season, I don't play as much. I'm waiting for the next one to come out.
Are you going to be in on the college football game everybody's talking about?
Probably not.
You don't play football at all, really?
No. I don't really play video games that much. 2K and spring training, that's about it.
Okay, that's the extent of it. So what's your way to get away from everything during the season?
Yeah, I'll just go home, chill. I might watch some YouTube, listen to music. Not a lot, but I'll just be chilling.
That's young people stuff. That's what my 10-year-old son, you're closer to him than you are to my age. That's exactly what he does. Just sits there, stares at his laptop, watches videos that last no longer than 1 minute, and he loves it.
Yeah, I mean, I just chill. Not much.
Appreciate you. Have a great game. Thanks for hanging out.
Appreciate it.
C.J. Abrams, shortstop of your Nationals, for the first time going to be playing with 2 members of the Juan Soto deal. C.J. stopping to sign some autographs for some young fans down on the field for batting practice. Jesse Winker's now in the cage as Nats BB continues. We're Grant and Danny on James Wood Day in D.C. live on the Fan. Grant and Danny, we are on the field. It is James Wood Day in the district. Muriel Bowser didn't say that. I did, but I'm going to keep going with that. I've declared this James Wood Day. Big thanks to CJ Abrams and Davey Martinez for stopping by during live batting practice. We're joined now by David Aldridge of The Athletic. DA, you have been in this ballpark now since the beginning, back in 2008, for many, many years. And season ticket holder at one point. I know you've said on the air with us in the past as well. Tonight is special. I mean, this is one of those games as a fan. We've waded through some rocky waters the last few years around here to get to days like today, it feels like.
No doubt. I couldn't remember Soto's first game, but it was nothing like this because Soto was not this, right? It was like, oh, they're bringing that kid up, Soto. Yeah, let's see what he can do. They think he could be pretty good. Yeah, they were right.
To tell you how different it was, he came off the bench in the late innings of a game. He went 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
Yeah.
James Wood, they're giving out 10,000 T-shirts with his face on it.
I know. It is different. Bryce, maybe. Certainly Strasmus, right? The first Strasmus was like this. But, yeah, no, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, and it's fun to see. And this is why I'm here, because Britt's going to write about the baseball part of it. But you can see this in D.C. now. We've been in the desert, the sports star desert, for a long time. And now you got Abrams and James Wood. And I'd put Gore in there, you know. You got Jaden Daniels. You got Alex Sarr. I don't know if he's going to be great, but he's going to be pretty good. The kid Leonard that the Caps drafted last year. If the Mystics are smart, they'll tank the rest of the season so they can get Paige Beckers in here next year. And if the Wizards are smart, they won't win a single game so they can get Cooper Flag. So, you know what I mean? So the stars are coming back to DC, and it's kind of cool.
You touched on it a minute ago, David, but why does this feel so different? I mean, we were trying to quantify it earlier. We probably say Strauss won because that was the first time. Yeah. This just feels different and more impactful for some reason. Why do you think that is?
Well, because, I mean, look, there's been a lot of hype about James Wood, right? Like, everybody thinks he's going to be a superstar. Like, it was all last year was, well, he strikes out a little too much. And he said, oh, you don't want me to strike out? Okay.
Watch this.
And he fixed it. like people like him can do. You know what I mean? Like, so you're thinking, all right, well, he's probably going to be. And he goes to AAA and rakes for half a season. And so, I mean, you think he's going to be a superstar. That's why. That's why Jaden Daniels, you think he's going to be a superstar. Like, you're expecting him to be great. And that's what hasn't been here for so long in DC.
The other part of it, I think we talked about too, is when a lot of the really good minor leaguers came up, there was not a focus on prospects because the team was so good. Yeah. So when Rendon and Turner and those types of players were coming up, it's not like they were nobodies, right? They're top 10 pick. Right. In Rendon's case, 6th overall, and in Turner's case, just outside of the top 10, acquired a pretty big blockbuster. But at that time, your eyes are on a World Series. Yeah. And there are superstars in the clubhouse. Sure. It's Max Scherzer, it's Steven Strasburg. Whereas this has been so different the last few years where there are nights where I'm watching Rochester's game at 7:05. You know, I think a lot of people in this fan base have really decided they were going to follow the minor leagues closer than they did a handful of years ago. That's got to be a factor too.
Yes, and it's also a factor that they're better at the minor leagues now than they were a few years ago because there was a drought there for a while where they didn't seem to be developing too many guys. So now part of it is the draft picks are high, but they're also developing guys, and guys are coming up. All of a sudden, you go, wow, Jake Irvin, that's interesting. Where'd that come from? You know, like, that's pretty good. So, yeah, no, you're right. I think that the minors are where the future is. And, you know, this is sports. You can always sell hope, always, no matter what sport it is.
Danny, I'm going to go off the beaten path. I apologize. But while we've got you, we have not mentioned him on our James Wood Day special, both because we're at a big league ballpark and because Brian McClellan made every move that has ever been made for about an hour to start our show. What did you make of the Jonas Valanciunas edition for the Wizards yesterday? I mean, they've done the opposite of that for a little while here, it seemed like, where are you 18 and you can't play for us? Right. What did you make of that move?
It was fine. It was fine. It's not going to move the needle one way or the other, I don't think. Look, Sarr's 224 pounds. They did not want to put him in the hole and say, oh, guard Jokic tonight. No. We don't want that. So they brought in a guy that can guard centers, that can guard people, that's big and strong and physical. And now Sarr can play a lot more 4, which is where they think he might wind up playing anyway. So, but even if he plays center, it's okay. He won't play center for 31 minutes every night. They just don't want him to break down, get injured. So Valanciunas, vet, pro, rebounds. You can throw him the ball. You can trade him any day in the next 3 years and it'll be fine. It's fine. You know, it's $10 million a year. It is nothing. You can trade him whenever you want to. So I get it. It's fine. That's not the big thing. The big thing is the 3 kids they drafted last week, and the 2 kids they drafted last year, and hopefully winning 12 games next year. Because that's the battle plan. If they get out of the teens, they did it wrong.
Fail for flag, I believe, is what we're going with.
But Dad, I actually wanted to ask about this. Valanciunas is the example I always use for how different the NBA is than what I grew up with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're like a 7-foot+ guy that's physical, good touch around the rim, can rebound, is a double-double machine, that can now hit face up and hit jump shots, and even hit threes, is not even seen as a real useful player.
No.
It's not even a needle mover. It just tells you how different everything is.
Everything's 5 out now. It's 5 out, 0 in. Nobody posts anybody anymore. You know, Brook Lopez, this is my favorite stat in the whole in the world. Brook Lopez, his first 8 years in the league, took 31 3-pointers. In his last 8 years, he's taken like 1,600 3-pointers. It's insane. It's just insane. But that's the way the game is now. So, yeah. So, guys that have a low post skill, oh, that's nice. Can you shoot a 3? You know, that's just, I miss the old days, Danny. I think I don't mind a guy. That's the best thing. That's what he does really good. Great. Let's throw him the ball 15 times and see how that works out. That would be fine with me. But that's not what it is anymore.
You spent most of your career in an NBA circles locker room. We were talking about James Wood with his length. Now, he was a hell of a basketball player at St. John's at one point. I mean, you almost wonder like what he could be in other sports too. It's great that he chose baseball because, as Ryan Zimmerman said to us earlier on this show, a lot of guys his size just don't even give it consideration. His father, Kenny, I don't know if you're familiar, was an unbelievable Richmond basketball player.
So this is how old I am. I covered Kennedy. I remember that Richmond team. Dick Terry, of course, I covered them because when I was at the Post End and we did a lot of local basketball, and Richmond was really good. So I did a lot of Richmond games. Like I just texted Kenny Atkinson. I said, "Do you understand that Kenny Wood's kid is playing for the Nationals tonight?" So it's unbelievable how old I am.
I feel that way all the time too. It's just because Danny's kids and my nephews are saying words that I've never heard of.
It is a whole other language. Like if you actually, they don't know you're listening. They will say things, and I'm going, those are technically consonants, like and vowels in a row. But just can you admit that they're not words?
Exactly. It's a series of noises that sort of sound like a word, but yeah.
Tonight will be a lot of fun. Enjoy it. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely, guys. Hope we all enjoy it.
Check out David Aldridge in The Athletic. Grant and Danny live from Nats Park, getting ready for James Wood's debut at 6:45 tonight on The Fan.
Major League debut. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, Danny, we should revisit Mike Rizzo making a trade with the San Diego Padres and sending World Series hero Juan Soto out west for a return of what is 5 key members of this organization now. The trade looking better and better all the time as we get further away from the deadline in 2022. But before we do that, we recently caught up with Aram Layton. He runs one of my favorite prospect sites, and we talked to him about James Wood, who his site just named their #1 prospect in all of baseball, and about a deep dive he had done on some of the swing mechanic adjustments that Wood made to cut down on strikeouts and make more consistent contact this year. We've got Aram Layton on, who's one of my favorite follows when it comes to prospects, who's a big James Wood fan. He's been doing detailed breakdowns on James Wood's swing changes that have helped him to have such an amazing season at AAA as Wood is now nearing the big leagues. Aram, before we get there, what do you make of the season Wood is having and how close he is to the major leagues?
Oh, well, I mean, I think he's been one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive hitter, in the minor leagues this season. Of course, you could just look at the numbers, but I think also the age to level, what he did already dating back to spring training, where he put up over a 1,200 OPS against a lot of big league arms. And I think maybe the most amazing part about it is he has a little hammy tweak, misses a couple weeks, comes right back and picks up right where he left off, where in his last 3 ball games, he has 5 hits and has walked a couple of times as well. I mean, cutting down the strikeout rate the way he has, it's just been remarkable.
What did he do? What's different?
Yeah, a lot. And I think it's really valuable to be able to, get up to AA as a 20-year-old, in that age 20 season last year and really be challenged, because he was just feasting on lower level competition, got to AA, and his timing started to get thrown off a little bit more easily. And I think he started to really focus on his moves in the box and why he was maybe getting so far onto that front foot easily and struggling with secondary. So he narrows the stance. He becomes more athletic of a hitter instead of trying to be as simple as possible, because you want to be simple when you're 6'7". He let himself be a bit more of an athlete, adds a little bit of a leg kick that he starts early, but puts himself in a position to be able to do damage and stay back and keep his weight back. And I think the results have been really clear, where you see the lower half working a lot better. You see a lot more adjustability, and his contact rate against secondary stuff is up 10%. He's hitting them harder because he's able to catch the ball deeper. And now you're seeing him ready for velocity too, because he can start the load earlier and not be as rushed. So I think it's just allowed him to be a lot more natural. Whereas, you get to pro ball, you just want to be able to hit everything. You want to be able to compete with the best pitching you've ever seen. So he tried to get simple and make more contact. But I think now he's realizing, hey, I'm just capable of doing things that not very many hitters are able to do, and I need to just let myself do that. And I think the results have been more than clear.
If you're into the minor leagues and prospects like I am, you might know the name Aram Layton. Great on social media. It's at Aram Layton 8. Just Baseball is the site that he's created. Where does he rank among your top prospects in baseball? And then 2-parter here. What are the actual baseball reasons that you would buy as for not having him in the big leagues at this point?
I'll start with where we got him at, and he's at #1 for us now, because, of course, some graduations and things like that, but mostly it's just been what we've seen from a contact perspective, where I think one of the things that gets undersold the most with Wood, too, is even when he doesn't hit balls well, he's going to beat him out. He is one of the fastest home-to-first guys I've seen in a while. We've seen his peak sprint speed up there with just about anybody. He can play center field. They're working him in at left now because I think it's going to be his best fit with that Nationals team at the big league level. But for me, it was pretty clear that he's the top prospect in baseball from an upside perspective, and then being able to shore up the bat to ball to the degree that he has. I think it's been pretty clear that he's kind of answered any questions that people had. He's hitting 400 against fastballs this year. And when it comes to why he's not in the show at this point, I think the hamstring issue, obviously delayed that. I thought he should have been up before that anyways. We've seen hitting lefties cited by some. He's slashing 340, 420, 705 against lefties this year, by the way. So I don't really know if there's a reasonable explanation to that, other than now at this point saying, hey, we want to make sure the hammy's good before, he's adrenaline up in his big league debut and pushing it really hard. But besides that, from a pure baseball perspective, I don't think he has much left to prove. And that's why I think I tweet that every single time he hits a home run. I just say nothing left to prove.
I want to sneak one in here about Dylan Cruz, promotion recently to AAA. I think only 8 or 9 games at that level. What have you seen from him?
A lot better with the secondary stuff as well, specifically sliders. And the first 30 games, he was punching out about 27% of the time. Since then, which was 29 games after that, striking out at about 14.5%. So he's a guy that likes to get rotated, gets a little bit spinny, and he's been staying on it and maintaining his direction a lot better. We've seen the power, of course, shine through, but he's allowing it to shine through more now. But seeing that strikeout rate cut nearly in half in the middle of a season like this, as he's getting promoted to AAA and handling AA, I think is really encouraging. And I think it's just more a matter of him just continuing to use the whole field, stay on the ball, and handle sliders, because I think the report really is at this point, just spin it to him because he's going to crush fastballs. And it's been a nice progression here to see him already handling that as pitchers try to, kind of spin him to death.
Arm, good information. Hopefully we'll see both of those guys in the big leagues by the end of the year for the Nationals. Thanks so much for the time.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. Great information. Again, Aram Layton 8 on X if you want to go check him out there.
That was a good conversation that we had with him just a couple of days ago, and in the time since, James Wood has been promoted to the major leagues. Welcome back in. We are at Nationals Park. We are live in the left field concourse. They're going to be opening the gates in just a few minutes. I was texted by a buddy who's out in center field in line to get in. Said it's a very long line already to come in and get some of these 10,000 T-shirts that they will be passing out. Nats fans are excited for this night. James Wood making his big league debut. Danny, I want to look back at the Juan Soto trade, which was August 2nd, 2022. We are 1 month away, almost exactly, from the 2-year mark of Soto getting traded. It was Josh Bell and Juan Soto, remember, to San Diego for Robert Hassel, Harleen Susana, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Mackenzie Gore. Now, they also got Luke Voigt in that deal. It was 2 for $6.
Right.
Really, it was 1 for $5. But Bell, at the time, a rental for the rest of the season for San Diego, was going to help them try to go win in the playoffs that year. They obviously wanted the 3 potential postseasons of Juan Soto. They threw in Luke Voigt to make the money, I guess, work on their end. And because the Nats needed some type of semblance of it.
Yeah, they needed a human being.
Yeah, a big league bat. But look at what's happened since. So we start with C.J. Abrams, who we just had on the show, down on the field. C.J. Abrams is a stud. He is really, really good. His ops plus right now is 148. The league average player is 100, meaning he's been 48% better than the average big leaguer. He is on pace to homer and steal 25 and 25. That is a pretty rare category. There's only going to be 10 to 12 guys any given year that have that kind of skill set. He's worth 3 wins right now at 300 at-bats, about halfway through a big league season in terms of performance. He's slugging over 500. His on base is up to 345. His OPS for his career is 725. This year, it's 860. All the areas in which you want C.J. Abrams to grow, year by year he has, to the point now where he very well could make the All-Star team this year.
He should. The best shortstops in baseball both happen to be in the American League. When you look at all offensive production, right? Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt. In the National League, it's Ellie De La Cruz and C.J. Abrams. And now De La Cruz, I think, is doing more than...
And Mookie Betts, who's hurt, in fairness.
Yeah, I mean, Betts is great. I'm not saying he's not. But just in terms of what they've done, in terms of counting stats for all-star capabilities, C.J. Abrams is absolutely, positively right there. I mean, De La Cruz has 14 homers and 40 stolen bases at this stage. Just freakish and ridiculous, leaving the universe in that. So he's an all-star shortstop, but you will not be able to convince me that Abrams is not an all-star shortstop. May or may not make it, depending on what happens and the numbers game, but he deserves to be an all-star this year.
The next guy we could talk about is Mackenzie Gore, who's on the mound tonight. Although, real quick, I should say on Abrams, the next phase of his development, the next area for growth, he needs to become – right now he is a average shortstop defensively. He's got elite athleticism, twitchiness, range, but he's only average or a hair below it because some of the routine plays aren't made at a high enough rate. He still boots balls occasionally. He needs to, I think, he's gone from kind of a roller coaster at short early last year to being pretty good right now. I think there's another gear to find still where he becomes an excellent defensive shortstop, and hopefully that happens. He also needs to get better on the base paths, where he got thrown out more than any other player so far this season in pickoff attempts.
Yep.
He also got back picked last week after a base hit, kind of slowly getting back to the bag, which never happened. So you just want him to kind of lock in on some of those. He's only 23, but those like maturation areas of the game where you just your concentration doesn't lapse. I think that's next for him.
Agreed.
Now to Mackenzie Gore, the power lefty who's 25, was pitching tonight. He has made a huge leap this year as well. His ERA last year was almost 4.5. This year, after back-to-back starts where he struggled, it's up to 3.6. He was starting a few weeks ago with the chance to go under 3 with his earned run average. He also leads the team in strikeouts. He's got the best stuff on the team in terms of fastball touch in 97 and the ability to get swings and misses with his breaking stuff. His first strikeout tonight will be his 100th of the season in just his 86th inning in the early going against the Mets.
He's a stud. And he's been unlucky. I mean, the numbers bear that out, right? His fielding independent pitching, which, again, not to bore everybody too far into the weeds, basically the stuff that you can control. What should your ERA be? It's about a half run less than where his ERA actually stands. You look at his strikeouts per 9, look at his walk rate per 9, look at hard hit percentage against. He's nasty. And the numbers are going to bear that out. There's going to be, I predict this, a positive regression for him where we're going to look up here in 6, 7, 8 weeks, and he'll be among the better pitchers in the National League in terms of overall numbers.
Totally agree. If we could nerd off just one more time, he is it was actually the worst among all pitchers until about a start or two ago. But right now, bottom 5 in terms of batting average balls in play, which is basically it's exactly what it sounds like. How often is a batted ball get in for a hit against you? It's used as a luck metric. He's one of the least lucky pitchers in the sport. Generally, you want your batting average balls in play to be X, and his is nowhere near it. Almost every ball that's put in play seems to find grass for a base hit. And to your point, there's a regression positively coming that is going to position him to have a big second half, hopefully. So those are the first 2 guys to get to the big leagues from the Soto deal. Abrams and Goro have become mainstays. James Wood graduates today. That's why we're out at Nats Park. That's why it's James Wood Day. He just hit 353 at AAA with a 1058 OPS in the minor leagues. He has 10 home runs and 10 steals in only 52 games. Extrapolate that out over 162. You're talking about 30-plus homers, 30-plus stolen bases for James Wood, who graduates this evening. So that's 3 of the 5 guys they got back. Then let's go to Harleen Susana. Susana is a flame-throwing single-A pitcher who's due for a promotion to A+. He's only 20, and he just turned 20 a couple months ago out of the Dominican Republic. Danny, he has probably been the hottest pitcher in minor league baseball over the last month and change. If you look at his last 5 starts, all of them he's gone 5 innings. He's given up a total in 25 innings of 11 hits, and he struck out over 40 batters. He seems to have actually now really figured it out. He sprayed the ball a lot. He throws a lot of balls. A lot of people think he might end up a reliever because he doesn't have necessarily the command and control to start. He throws 102 miles an hour. He's the only guy in my life I've seen throw a 103-mile-an-hour pitch legit on a gun. Now, that's not to say other guys can't do it. There are 5 or 6 in the planet that can. I have not been in a ballpark where it happened. He is the only guy I've ever seen touch 103. But 5 straight outings now with 5 innings, 3 or fewer hits, and 7 or more strikeouts. Susana looks like the real deal.
He is nasty. Stuff-wise, that's not the question. Because the stuff is, he's got stuff for days. I mean, he's got the movement, the explosion off his fastball. Nobody's hitting this guy hard at this level. And any of the levels he's going to be at until maybe he gets to the major leagues. But it's the walk rate, it's inconsistency, as you said, spraying the ball around. Big, strong guys like this that throw this hard, notoriously back in the day, kind of growing up, those were the dudes that struggle with their control. And if you are even a C average control type pitcher, you throw 103, you can make up for a lot of mistakes. You could center cut the occasional slider or fastball, elevate over the middle of the plate and still get away with some things, get away with more than a guy that's throwing 84, certainly with that. But the ceiling there, and it may take longer to reach because he's, again, he's big, strong, very limmy. Those guys kind of finding their consistent mechanics, that can take a while, and that can be frustrating and painstaking. But again, the stuff just drips off the page.
Yeah, he's a monster of a guy. I mean, he is built already like a big league ace, kind of a thick, trunky frame. He looks to me like a NFL tackle. Like a 6'5", 18-year-old when they acquired him.
Tree legs, man.
It's crazy. So that's player number 4 in the deal. And then we go to Robert Hassel. We'll make him player number 5. Hassel, when they acquired him, interestingly enough, was viewed as the safest of the players. Abrams was really high ceiling, but we weren't sure how much power he'd have. He hadn't really shown a lot of it at the big league level. James Wood, MVP potential, as we've been talking about throughout the show, but there's a lot of swing and miss. He's made strides there. Maybe the bat-to-ball skills aren't the same. It's power over hit for average, all areas where he's made huge improvements, and now it looks like he's going to actually do those things at a high level. But Hassel was viewed as a kind of a can't-miss type, like 280 hitting, 15 to 20 home run, 80 RBI, kind of just left fielder who's solid.
Mm-hmm.
What's fascinating, he is the guy of the bunch who's probably fallen off the most in terms of prospect status. Now he's having a nice bounce back year this season. The problem for him has been health. He is not played now since June 11th, dealing with another injury. He's at Double-A, where he had 11 steals and 3 home runs this season with a 740 OPS. He was hitting right about 280, but he was on his way to a potential 35 steal minor league season as a guy who could play a decent outfield. Maybe he ends up being a third outfielder, a starter. Maybe he ends up being an extra guy or a trade chip. Now, they're going to need pitching. They've got a lot of outfield prospects. Maybe Hassel eventually is a guy who they end up being able to move. But right now, you would bet on Robert Hassel being a major leaguer. And I would say still probably an everyday player. Whether he's an impact guy or not, I'm not so sure anymore. But that's player 5 in the deal at this point, It looks like.
Maybe 4 out of 5 or 5th out of 5. Depends on how you want to view it. Totally fine by me. Whichever way you slice it up and deal. I still like him an awful lot. Just I think that, I put so much stock in that ability to go bat to ball, right, at all the different levels. And I think he has that. I think he has a major league ability to put bat to ball. The rest of the stuff I feel like you can kind of learn or hone or craft or improve to certain degrees. There's like a have or have not. If you're on the have not side, it's all a waste of time. I don't think that about him. I think that's going to be a quality big leaguer. I don't know what the ceiling is. It's certainly not as high as a Cruz or a Wood or some of these other dudes. But I think the point stands. That's another major leaguer. And in a sea of, whether you want to call it failed prospects or overhyped guys or dudes that, may or may not have ever really belonged, the haul for someone that was never going to play for you beyond the exact required amount of time is pretty remarkable.
All-time return.
Yep.
How else can you look at it other than thank God they made that trade? I want to continue with the idea that if you remember when Soto was traded, people were really angry.
Mm-hmm.
And I never wanted to trade Juan Soto until right before they did. And my logic was always the best time to trade him is never. The second best time is now. It became very obvious he was not going to re-sign here. Ask the Padres, who tried to re-sign him desperately. How'd it work out? They traded him. Ask the Yankees, who are currently trying to re-sign him and talking to Scott Boras, how it worked out. He just told them a couple of weeks ago he's not going to be signing ahead of free agency. So you had a choice, either with your team not very good, you continue to employ Juan Soto and trot him out there to be an unbelievable player on a bad team that's losing, or you trade him as soon as possible and get the most back. And Mike Rizzo got back a haul with these players, the likes of which maybe we have never seen in baseball. If James Wood becomes what we think he can, it's already a great trade. You've got your best pitcher in Gore, your best hitter this year in Abrams in that deal, and now you call up the best player at AAA also from that deal with 2 more waiting in the wings.
Yeah, you said it well.
There's just nothing like it.
It's already a win. You've got 2 all-star caliber players right now this minute with potentially more on the way. For a guy, again, that was the best player on a team that was going to lose 95 games.
Yeah.
Who wasn't going to sign here. It's pretty elementary to me.
I'd love to hear from some people on their way to the ballpark right now who are coming to the game tonight, or if you just bought tickets today, feeling good about James Wood Day in D.C. Would love to take the temperature of the folks out there next on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Give us a shout, 800-636-1067 to check in. If you can't call in but are listening maybe on the Odyssey app, getting ready to come in, waiting at the gates, tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. Let us know via a little check-in here if you are ready for Nats baseball and James Wood today. You're locked into the Fan. Of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. You'll score a discount, kmlawyers.com. If you want to get your hands on some James Wood merch, we've got it at the 1067 The Fan merch shop. Go now to 1067thefanshop.com. To celebrate the call-up of James Wood, we've got the We've Got Wood shirt. I think you have one of those.
I do have that one, yes.
Get any compliments on that?
I do. I get some confused looks from some of the young people when they ask follow-up questions, and I'm like, look over there. But yes, I love that shirt.
I am a proponent of the Cruise Wood 24 shirt that they have as well. I've got one of those. You can go get it at 1067thefanshop.com now. We're going to get to the phones in just a second. 800-636-1067. Want to hear from you guys as you make your way to the ballpark. We are live on 1067 The Fan and on the Odyssey app coast to coast. Of course, you can watch us on the 1067 The Fan YouTube stream as well. And we are joined now by our guy, Toby Altizer.
Tobias Funke.
The third member of the staff out here working to get audio as part of the festivities. So we appreciate, Toby, you being in the clubhouse today and being part of our James Wood Day festivities on Grant and Danny. Set the vibes for us. How was the clubhouse earlier?
Yeah, it was really crowded. It was I came back last year. It's the most crowded I've seen it. It's I honestly I couldn't even get close enough to get the stuff that I needed. And so, it was one of those things that a couple of weeks ago it was me and a handful of other people asking questions. Now it's people that I haven't even seen at the park before. We had Darren Ravel was here. We had all sorts of people here. So
Darren Ravel?
It was here.
That's
yeah.
a wacky bit.
Yeah.
Is he trying to get a ticket stub or something?
What's his bit? I wonder what
he
he's
had
doing.
some ticket stubs with him, so I don't know exactly what he was doing, but he was here. So yeah, I mean, it was very like even the guys in the clubhouse, like Lane Thomas is like, is there something going on today? Like what the heck are all these people here for?
Well,
so
that's what I want to know, Toby. In the idea that these other guys are up here grinding, and on a Tuesday night in June or now it's July, there might be 17, 18.
Sorry to cut you off. Look over there. Somebody taped over, I don't know what jersey, duct tape, and they made it their own James Wood 50 jersey. That's the first. I mean,
that's our pal Kristen who was between us about that. Yeah, which is awesome.
That's
she
hilarious.
Did it. But like the big leaguers are like, they're like, hey, is this? We're up here too, man. We're playing pretty good baseball. We're in the wild card race. Nobody expected it. You could sense that maybe there could potentially be some, I won't call it animus, but a little bit of resentment about it. But I don't feel that at all. You were in the clubhouse. But I get the sense that everybody kind of gets this. Everyone gets what this is, where we are, why we're here, and how much fun this is.
Yeah, I think the guys are excited that he is here. Like, he's just walking around, and this is something that James Wood probably hasn't had to deal with before. The amount of the people there at the scrum, and Kyle having to lead him around, and he's used to just kind of minding his business in a minor league clubhouse or even at spring training. There's 2 or 3 people that are going to talk to him, maybe a few more than that, but this is totally different. He's walking around doing his stuff, and JY said, hey, you good, man? Just checking on him.
That's cool.
And I think that's kind of the feel in that clubhouse right now. It's the whole clubhouse is full of good guys. We talked about this at spring training. Like, I think this is different than some Nats clubhouses that they've had in the past, where this entire clubhouse, they care about each other. They want to see each other do well. So I think having Wood here, they're excited about it.
A couple of things I'm just watching as you guys are talking, everybody run in, and I mean literally run into the ballpark. So number one, they're giving out these James Wood t-shirts, which are awesome.
So good.
I mean,
so good.
This guy's already put his on. Welcome to the show, James Wood Breaking Tee. It's a great looking shirt. So they're giving those out to the first 10,000 or so fans that come in tonight. So everyone's putting those on as they're running through. But also the amount of kids I'm seeing with their dads that are like sprinting in to go down, thinking maybe, I don't know, that they'll go to batting practice or now he's already hit. I don't know if they know that, but they're running toward their seats. And you just see there is a palpable energy tonight at this ballpark that doesn't always exist. Normally it's just July 1. And over the last few years, the Bad Nats are playing a Bad Nats game. You know what I mean? Like,
no, there's a buzz, man.
Feels very, very different, which is really cool. Let's go to the phones. Andrew's waiting in Damascus on James Wood Day on Grant and Danny. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm great. Real quick, how about we give it up for a little Washington general managers? McClellan is slinging it. And, man, when Soto got traded, I remember thinking, this is going to suck for, like, a long time. and I was okay with it. I was expecting it. But it feels like it's been a snap of the finger, and we're like right where we should be. It's not better. This is great, man. I love these guys. It was a great trade, and go Nats, man. What a day.
Yeah, it feels
Right
fun.
with you, dude.
By the way, he's right about the GM conversation. What was it 2 weeks ago on the show?
Yes.
We were kind of ranking our confidence, and even the guys that were lower on the list, Adam Peters of the Commanders, just because we haven't seen it really yet, and then the Wizards trio. Everyone in the league loves Will Dawkins.
Yeah, I feel
and
great
Michael
about
Winger.
both of those situations.
Exactly.
I have never been able to say that. I'm not kidding you. I have never been able to say that I feel great about both the Redskins, WFT, now Commanders, general manager situation, and the Wizards / Bullets general manager situation. I'm 44. I turn 45 next month. I've never been able to say that in my whole life, and I do now.
We're in a good place, I think, in DC sports on the uptick. It has been a pretty dormant, mostly awful, rebuilds for all the teams kind of era here. The Caps have been able to have their cake and eat it too a little bit, so they competed during the rebuild. Super aggressive today makes you think maybe they feel like they're ready to try to win some playoff series this season. But the Nats are coming out of it, Toby. The Commanders are going to be frisky this season. I don't think they're going to win anything meaningful in the playoffs, but they'll be in most games. Maybe we're emerging from the worst part of the storm.
Yeah, I think what's impressive with the Nationals is that the second half of last year, they showed some signs of encouragement, and they carried it over to this year. And now you add in, the guys that are the reinforcements, that are the cornerstones of the franchise going forward, with Wood being the start, Cruz down the line, House down the line, already having Abrams and Gore here as well. So I think it's cool with that, where some of the other franchises, we've had maybe little bits of flashes, and then they haven't been backed up with a following year of good whatever sport it is. Whereas this year with the Nationals, like, they're showing encouragement off of what they did in the second half of last year, and I think that's really cool.
Danny, am I overrating this, or are there a ton of young kids here?
There's a lot.
Like, maybe
There are a lot.
Maybe if you come early, generally speaking, we come out here for day games a lot of the time. So maybe if you're early at a night game, that's the early arriving crowd. Tons of young people wearing gloves and stuff. Like, this is one of those days, I can speak for myself. You want to bring your kids to say, you were at James Wood's first game.
You got to see his first game, buddy. Like that sort of vibe. Yeah. I mean, an hour plus before game time. And this is how the ballpark is. That's not normal. I don't mean to overstate it,
point.
But you can't see any of the food stands in front of us. Right in front of See You Tater, Rita's, Swizzler, Hoot Dogs, and Fries. You can't really see them as people are kind of coming across our viewpoints. So that's unique. It tells you that people get this. Again, the game doesn't start for more than an hour. Usually it's a very slow trickle. This is not a slow trickle. This is a deluge.
When you come into the ballpark, please come by and say hello. We're in the left field concourse. Grant and Danny on James Wood Day. It's myself and Danny, the very sexy producer, Ryan Clary.
Sexy.
I mean, what a sexy gentleman he is.
It's just so sexy.
Oozing sex appeal.
Machismo.
With his sexiness out here.
Mm-hmm.
We had two people stop us, and I was like, oh, they like the show. That's so cool. And they're like, thinking they're going to want a picture with us or whatever. And they said, who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
We're like, that's Ryan.
He's
He's
so
our
sexy.
producer. They're like, why does he have so much sex appeal?
Do I have to pay to take a picture with him?
We're like,
Yeah, you do.
I don't know why.
He's so sexy.
But you can Venmo him. And then they did. They Venmo'd him. That was the weirdest part.
$4 to take a picture with him. A weird number, I thought.
Next on Grant and Danny, I want to do two things. First, I want to set some expectations realistically for James Wood. And second, I want to discuss with Toby moving forward here what this graduation might mean for the other guys hoping to get calls as the year goes on from the system, most notably Dylan Cruz. Grant and Danny with you. We are all out enjoying ourselves on James Wood Day in D.C. It's beautiful. It is very pleasant. It's warm. Wind moving around in the ballpark. It's a nice spring day in July, and it's James Wood Day on the Fan. From Nationals Park in the left field concourse at sections 106 and 107, just beyond the foul pole on an immaculate day in the Navy Yard, we're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. Toby Altizer is with us. Another member of our 106.7 The Fan crew was working the clubhouse for us today and tried to get in on the James Wood press conference, although there were so many damn media members and he talked so quietly, you had a hard time hearing what James Wood had to say. So I won't bother, Toby, asking you what Wood said about his call-up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much. You'll probably know as much as I do when you see it on all the local TV stations. It was to the point that the TV cameramen were bringing step ladders, if that gives you an idea.
Yeah, it does.
I thought it was hysterical. I'm not trying to bust chops on Kyle Brostowitz, public relations director with the Washington Nationals, but we were at spring training, and he does a great job with us, gets players on the radio, whatever. At spring training, you and I were blown away. There were 3 media members there for the days that we were at spring training, remember?
Yes.
Like beat members, writers covering the team.
And then they were rotating in and out,
Exactly.
which happens. but
Occasionally,
still.
I'm sure it's 4, 5, 6, but on a given night in the press box, you're up there a lot, Toby. There's, 10 or 12 people max that's covering a Nats game. And Davey was busted on him today and joking with him and I was like, Davey, this is crazy, man. There's a ton of media here. He's like, yeah. And Kyle was next to him. He goes, he actually has to do something. Because you think about it, like that is a funny way to make the point. It has been so long since people were putting in requests in mass and really wanted to be out here. You get the occasional opening day or some kind of press conference maybe, but legitimately this team has been on the back burner for a while, and nights like tonight are a reminder of what it was like when they were covered. There were a lot of people in town filling up the press box in the clubhouse at one point in time. It just doesn't happen anymore.
No, and you understand it, right? You're different undulations, different parts of it, different parts of the cycle, right? As teams go through valleys, as teams start to rebuild, or the older group from before that achieved so much starts to age out or price out or whatever. That happens. That's a natural, ebb and flow of a Major League Baseball team in a city, and we haven't really gone through that. But it's literally been decades since there was baseball here where you've gone through a team that was bad, that got good, that got bad again, and now is in the process of hopefully getting really good. So, yeah, the interest level here in this D.C. sort of sports market that's still evolving. It's obviously people always talk about how transient it is, but, it's still this event town. And when there's an event, today counts, by the way, people get excited for it. And they show up, and it's cool.
I think it shows you. I mean, the crowd we already talked about, but this is a crowd filtering by us right now that you see 5 minutes before first pitch on a normal day. And that's like a weekend Saturday or a Friday night where it's a big game. Not a regular Monday night sort of July 1st, an hour before first pitch. And Grant did a good job pointing out, obviously you got a lot of kids, but all the adults are here too. There's plenty of bars on Half Street that people could be hanging out at. They want to be at Nats Park to just catch a glimpse.
On a normal game, people are just sitting at the bar until right around first pitch, or they look at the watch, they go, all right, well, the first inning's ending, maybe I'll head over there. Not today. Vibes are good. You want to be in the ballpark.
It's packed already.
Let's set some expectations for James Wood here. It is so easy to get wrapped up in the hype. And look, we're doing a live show. We're calling it James Wood Day. We are part of the problem, obviously. But we're excited, and we should be. And we've waited a long time to see this kid. And you and I, Toby, and many of our listeners have seen him in the minors. We went to Bowie. We watched him. Danny, you and I were at West Palm. We saw him at spring training. So I'm now counting the game here, the exhibition game he played in for the prospect showcase they did. Probably seen him in person, 7, 8, 9 times at this point. I think a lot of people will be seeing him for the first time. But people watch him regularly on TV with their MLB app. They know what it looks like when he clobbers a baseball for a home run or when he's ranging in the outfield to go catch a ball. Many people will be seeing some of this for the first time, but there is nothing like the transition to the major leagues. There's no way to prepare for it well. It's never been a larger gap between AAA and the major leagues than it is right now either. That's the other thing that you've got to remember.
Yeah.
Jackson Holiday went 2 for 34 and got sent down. Right? I mean, Wyatt Langford, who was drafted in the top 5 last year, playing in the College World Series, was a lost puppy for a few weeks early in the year. You look at Jackson Churio, Jackson Merrill, Jordan Beck, all the top prospects in the game that have been promoted, failed over and over again for weeks before they really got it going. So I think there's got to be some semblance, guys, of us just at least acknowledging if he goes 0 for 4 and strikes out a couple times tonight, welcome to the club. You're number 1 million to have done that. This shouldn't be an expectation of he's going to hit the ground sprinting, right? It's too hard. And frankly, this year, nobody's done it. It's getting harder than it's ever been to start fast.
I think you said it very well. Nobody else has done it. I always look at what your peers are doing, right? And, not everybody's progress is linear. Not everybody's progress goes the exact same way. I mean, I remember Mike Trout came up once, got sent back down. That guy turned out pretty well. That happens, right? I mean, you go back through the history of big leaguers. Not everybody homers in their first at bat. Even guys that do sometimes don't really amount to as much as maybe you thought. So, right, this is the long haul. This is our first glimpse, our first chance to celebrate him, this milestone, this moment, how cool it is for the marketplace, how cool it is for baseball in Washington, D.C., for so many of these fans.
By the way, Trout, 220 average, 670 OPS in his first 40 games.
Yeah, I remember. This was the guy. This guy can't miss. And then he missed for a while. And then, the book certainly remained unwritten. And again, he's turned himself into a pretty good player, I would say, that Mike Trout. But it reminds you that this sample is enormous for a reason, for what's needed to truly evaluate a player. This is so early in the cycle here. There's no reason to panic about anything. There's no reason to overvalue anything. This is really more about the milestone, more about the excitement level and the future than it is about an individual game or two.
Well, and I think that's what you said it right. Like, this is something where there's nothing wrong with being excited. There's nothing wrong with maybe even having some expectations. But if he comes up and does struggle and has to go back down or something, it doesn't mean he's a bust. It doesn't mean he sucks and the Nationals are, cursed again. It's not one of those things. Like, we've seen people struggle, and I think there's, an excitement level with him that he's going to be able to maybe turn this thing around. Maybe it's a little bit lofty, but also he's the kind of player that could do that. Just because no one else has been able to do it, there's no reason that Wood couldn't come up and do it. And, who knows if they were wrong to send him down to start the year. But going from last year to this year, we've seen improvements in his game where he's cut down on the strikeout rate. So if it's something where that can keep translating and he can figure it out, like we're starting to see guys that were up on opening day, like a Jackson Merrill, like a Jackson Churio, some of those guys, they're starting to get it figured out even though they started slow. I know the jump from AAA to the majors is a big one. But who's to say that James Wood can't come up and play well? But it's one of those things where it's just an exciting time. If he struggles, it's okay. If he's awesome, even better.
We're in the left field concourse, sections 106 and 107 for James Wood's debut. As you come into the ballpark and get your T-shirt, if you're one of the first 10,000 fans in tonight, please stop by and say hello. To your guys' point, the expectation should probably be that he doesn't do anything epic or memorable tonight. Having said that, the beauty of having all the tools like he does is maybe you go over,
you could
but
see something, man.
You make an incredible catch, right? Or maybe it's not a catch. Maybe he gets on with a walk because he walks a lot, and he goes first to third, and you just see him open up the tank and hit the NOS button for the first time, or he scores from first. When you have so many abilities, more often than not, you do something that more people can marvel at, and maybe tonight's the first time we get a chance to see that. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We will set the table for James Wood's first ever game next. Nats Park, the scene of Grant and Danny and the great vibes in DC sports tonight. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you so that they can give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Really excellent atmosphere early on here at Nationals Park. We're just talking to a bunch of listeners who bought tickets in the last day or two to come to this debut of James Wood tonight at Nationals Park. We'll get you the lineups and the pitching matchups before we get out of here. But we should point out James Wood is in the lineup playing left field. He has primarily played center and right field in the minor leagues. Left, though, is where the vacancy is for the Nats with Eddie Rosario DFA'd. And he's going to bat sixth in the order. I did find it really interesting, though. Davey Martinez told us that against right-handed pitchers, he considered and is going to consider right away batting James Wood third. Like, not mess around, just throw him right in the heart of the order. He would go Abrams, Thomas, and James Wood, 1, 2, 3 against righties. He's got him hitting sixth against the lefty tonight. And unfortunately for Wood, the expectation is he's going to play three lefties in a row if he stays in the lineup for this entire series, because the Mets are throwing three southpaws.
Yeah, got to face him eventually. I mean, it's all part of the development process, right? Big league lefties that are going to be you're the guy that's going to be underlined in the lineup card for the opponent, right? You're the dude that everybody's got to say, we can't let this guy beat us. So that you're going to get the left-handed specialist. You're going to get the nastiest guy out of the bullpen to deal with you. So it's good. I mean, at this point, it's all part of it in terms of his development. So yeah, welcome to the big leagues. Face a couple nasty lefties right out of the gate. That'll be fun. But yeah, I actually like him long-term in left field. I know he can play center, but to me, I'm not trying to, accept some sort of physical challenge there. I'd rather have him in a corner to protect his legs for a little bit longer.
I would, yeah, left, I think he could be plus. I think he's so valuable defensively, I'd probably play him in right because he's got the arm
long
to do
term,
it.
you mean?
Yeah, long term. I mean, right now you got Lane Thomas, who's excellent, and you're not going to upgrade from him. His accuracy throwing the ball probably among the best in baseball. In fact, he leads Major League Baseball in outfield assists since the start of last year, and that's despite Lane missing several weeks on the injured list this year. So there's no reason to make any kind of decision right now as to moving him off of right field. But in a hypothetical where, let's say, they traded Lane Thomas at the deadline this year, I'm not expecting that, but if that were to happen, then I would move Wood over there right away. And now left field's available to Dylan Cruz when you call him up, if you were to, in late August or into September. Then next year when Dylan Cruz comes up, maybe he plays left field, James Wood's in right, and you have Jacob Young in center. I think that's a possibility.
Yep.
If they do keep Lane Thomas and they retain him as their right fielder into the future with a new contract, no harm, no foul. James Wood can either play center, which I would try to avoid doing, as you said, from a wear and tear perspective at his size. You just ideally would prefer him not to play there every day. But you could, to your point, just play him in left regularly. Let Dylan Cruz play center field, who's playing center field at Rochester at this point.
Nice problem to have.
Then
man.
Jacob Young becomes like a off-the-bench runner or defensive replacement, a fourth outfielder who plays a couple times a week, and maybe that's your best ball club. Now, they're in a pretty good spot from the outfield perspective because we're not even talking about their top 5 pick a couple years ago, Elijah Green, who's a tremendous base runner, speedy guy, huge power. He just can't hit. He strikes out all the time. So I don't know what his future looks like. But they've got an outfielder I really like in Double-A soon enough named Dalen Lyle, who just got to Double-A Harrisburg and is already hitting. They're loaded at that position. Robert Hassel, we referenced earlier from the Soto deal as well. I think they could ultimately package one or two of those guys together for pitching, whether that's this offseason or next offseason.
Yeah, and again, it gives you there's no rush. It's like the amount of times where you've got like a big league shortstop that's really good, and you draft a shortstop in the first round, and the next year you draft another one. There's no rush. There's no problem. These are just commodities at that point, right? With their future big leaguers, there's no rule. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes there's an injury. Sometimes a guy has to switch positions. Sometimes that guy's better served for somebody else, and you get a position of need. There's no rush to figure it out right here. Eventually, if you get Robert Hassel to the big leagues along with Dylan Cruz, Jacob Young, James Wood, and you mentioned Lane Thomas is still here. Okay, you got a glut. Now you got to figure something out. You don't have to figure anything out right now. Just know this. James Wood is here tonight. He'll play left field. It's kind of the same way Bryce Harper did early when he first came up and Jason Worth was in right. Eventually, long-term, he'll probably move over there and work there if I had to guess. But I'm with you. This is, again, not to get too far in the weeds and worrying about the future, because that's what this tonight's about. this is really, to me, about that kind of flag in the ground where this is the start of the next chapter, right? The rebuild has gotten to this point where you're starting to reap some of the benefits. You planted the seeds, you watered them, you fertilized. Now they're starting to grow. We get our first harvest.
So the shirt you have from the 106.7 The Fan merch shop is We've Got Wood. The shirt I have is Cruz Wood 24.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted that one because I love both of those prospects, and I was kind of ideally thinking that they were both going to ultimately end up making the big league roster this year. Lo and behold, lest mine eyes deceive me. Give this man a headset, Mike.
By God.
By
That's
God.
Eric Bickle's
it's
music.
Eric Bickle's music. Eric's trying not to come on air. You got to come on air real quick. We'll let you have your night.
Just a couple seconds.
You get to go have a cocktail. You don't have to do much work.
I've already had a couple cocktails.
My man.
Is that why you didn't want to
You
come
see
on?
my guys, Vinny and Joe P?
What's up,
from
fellas?
Long
We heard
Island?
a lot about you. Long Island pals. Welcome to the big show.
This is Grant Paulson, broadcasting superstar. Danny, broadcasting superstar. Also, GW Hall of Famer, baseball.
36 bombs at GW, this guy.
Albany baseball, Albany football,
Okay.
Iona baseball.
Steamed up for this.
Yes.
And they're James Wood guys, I hear.
They're more Mets guys.
It looks
They're more
that
Mets
way.
guys.
Can we keep the fear of the mind at least?
Hey, I'm feeling the buzz.
Dude,
There's
it's
a
exciting.
lot of people out there.
It's crazy.
Somebody was lowballing the number, and they were telling me, what are they averaging, honestly, on a
I would say 15 to 18.
There's got to be more than that today.
Oh, it's dude. When they opened the gates, people were running in like it was opening day. It was
Right.
This feels good.
No, it's a good crowd. We were just in the bullpen. It was pretty packed. It wasn't like the Burgundy had sold or whatever bit, but it was pretty packed.
All right. Well, we don't see you often enough.
Yeah.
We love your.
We need to hang out.
We love the smell of your cologne.
Yeah.
Be good, bro.
The smell of my liquor. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't
Go
smell
Nats.
that. Go Nats. Go James Wood. Thank
See you,
you for
buddy.
stopping by. Eric Bickle, ladies and gentlemen, of DC Sports Junkies fame, joining us on 106.7 The Fan. But as we take a quick picture here out at the left field concourse, sections
Professionals.
106,
Professionals.
107, that's what we do. The vibes are very good. There's no doubt about that. But, Danny, what I was saying is you got the We've Got Wood shirt.
Yep.
I went Cruz Wood. I want both of them in the major leagues. I still think we will see Dylan Cruz as
I do
well.
too.
My guess is he's got to get on a heater. He's got to get to a point where he's hot, has a nice hitting streak, start showing some power, maybe dominating at the minor league level, and really push the envelope. Because he's been good. He's hitting 280. He's got about a 790 OPS. He's been just a normal, really good player. I think what they're waiting for is for him to get white hot, and then you probably call him up. I'm thinking maybe late August or when the rosters expand in September, and you just get him ready for being a big leaguer next year.
It's coming. I mean, listen, every level he's been at, there's been an adjustment going back to college even, right? Early on his freshman year, as he starts to establish himself in the SEC, he had to go through those growing pains. He did, emerges on the other side. He's going to tear apart every level he's at as a hitter. He's too good. So you saw the initial struggles. I think it was I'm blanking on his name, not Amar, the minor league prospect.
Amar?
Expert. Was it Amar?
The
minor league prospect expert we had on.
Aram Layton.
Aram, thank you. Not Amar. Aram.
Amar Patel. I went to high school with him. He ran the subway around the corner.
Shout out to Amar Patel.
Yeah, that's my
But
guy.
He was talking about this early on. Okay, here's how they're getting you out. What are you going to do about it? The adjustment that becomes intrinsic, and you keep working at it, and he masters that level. Not every guy can hit the ground sprinting at, going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Sometimes there is a struggle, and that adjustment happens, and Dylan Cruz is doing that. So he's on his way, well on his way to being in the major leagues. I do think it comes up maybe September this year.
All right, let's go predictions for tonight for James Wood. I want your stat line for James Wood this evening. I will give you mine as well. What is the debuting sixth hitting left fielder, the 6'7" phenom? What is his box going to look like at the end of tonight?
Little 1 for 4, couple of punch outs because he'll be so excited, so amped up, trying to hit that 9-run home run. The ovation will be there. The buzz will be there, facing a tough lefty. This evening, they'll pitch him carefully. They always have. No matter where he's in the lineup, he's going to be the guy that's circled, but he gets his first big league hit tonight. He dunks a single into left center field.
Love that. Give me a base knock. I think if he gets a first, the ovation, people will be the pop of the crowd. That would be lovely. I'm rooting for that. The other thing to remember about James Wood, which is true, is that James Wood is going to get a lot of infield hits in his career because he can beat balls out.
That is true.
He's going to turn what should be outs into base hits on batted balls where, someone with less speed, maybe you can gather, you can throw, you can make the throw from deep in the 5-5 hole. So that's something to monitor. He's not going to lay a bunt down, but if he's got a ground ball that's bang, bang, mean, he's got the wheels to get to first. Now, he is coming off the hamstring injury still, and so we're not completely sure, what that's going to look like from a speed standpoint right away. But just a part of his game that you wouldn't expect as a big power hitting 6'7" presence. I'm going to say he goes 1 for 4 with a double, Danny. I think he doubles into the gap in the late innings of this game, gets his first hit as well. We're going to give him hit number 1 in the big leagues, and he has a 1 for 4 night. Now, the dream is that he hits a ball into the outfield seats. Well, that would be amazing. Home run in game
chills
1.
thinking about it.
I don't know if we got that special vibe happening, but that's what we're all rooting for. Without further ado, though, let's get you set for first pitch. Charlie and Dave's pregame is coming up in a little over 3 minutes. First pitch tonight here on the Fan at 6:45. So let's give you your lineups and your pitching matchups, driven to you by, among others, all season long, the Window Man. The Window Man since 1989 has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mackenzie Gore, leading off on shortstop seat, Jake Abrams batting second to right field. Lane Thomas batting third. Your DH, Harold Ramirez. Cleanup spot, Joey Meneses at first base. Ildemar Marcus playing second base, batting fifth. And batting sixth, the debut phenom, James Wood in left field. Keber Ruiz batting seventh, doing the catching. Nick Senzel hitting eighth at third base. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
Mackenzie Gore on the hill makes this even more special.
A third of the lineup.
Because you've got Gore on the hill, Abrams in short, Wood in left, eventually your center fielder, kind of up the middle, your premium positions, all from that Soto deal on night 1 for
Very cool.
James Wood, which is absolutely incredible. I wanted to hear this quick compilation Darris put together. We've talked to Ryan Zimmerman, Davey Martinez, CJ Abrams, David Aldridge all today out here at the ballpark about James Wood's much-anticipated debut.
These are fun days. I think, the last couple of years, obviously, you're losing games and people are saying we have guys coming, and some of those guys have obviously been in the big leagues for the last year and a half, and James is one of the guys we've been waiting for, but he's a really fun player to watch, but I think more importantly, he's just a really good person. And, he wants to get better. He wants to be a good player. He works hard. And I'm excited for everyone to be able to see what we've seen for the last couple of years.
Yeah, for me, it's just, another piece of what we're trying to build here. Bringing up another young prospect in James Wood, knowing that there's more to come, so we're excited about, today, but also about the future of this organization and where we're headed. I mean, we felt he was ready. I mean, we've been struggling a little bit with scoring runs. We felt like, that he can help us. So we're excited about him being here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a good addition to the team. Max on the mound. We're going to have his back both on defense and hitting. So, like I said, I think me, James, and Mackenzie, well, the whole team actually is going to get a win, but James is going to help us today.
All last year was, he strikes out a little too much. And he said, you don't want me to strike out? Okay.
Watch this.
And he fixed it. like people like him can do. You know what I mean? So you're thinking, all right, well, he's probably going to be. And he goes to AAA and rakes for half a season. And so, I mean, you think he's going to be a superstar. That's why. That's why Jaden Daniels, you think he's going to be a superstar. Like you're expecting him to be great. And that's what hasn't been here for so long in DC.
What a day it has been out here at the ballpark.
Cool,
Charlie
man.
Slows, Dave Jagler, pregame coming your way in just a moment. And then first pitch about 30 minutes away. Danny, should be a heck of a night.
This is a blast, man. There's a buzz in the ballpark that you don't normally see. There's a couple of makeshift wood jerseys. This is great.
DC Sports, great day for it on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.